Welcome to another chilling episode of true scary stories that will keep you up at night, or help you drift off to sleep with the sound of gentle rain in the background on a black screen. If you're into real horror experiences, creepy encounters from around the world, paranormal activity, and spine-tingling true tales that feel too bizarre to be fiction, you've come to the right place. These stories are based on eyewitness accounts of the unexplainable, the terrifying, and the downright disturbing, perfect for late-night listening or rainy day chills. Imagine settling in under your covers, the rain pattering softly, as I dive into hours of non-stop horror that millions can't get enough of, true scary stories for sleep, black screen horror narration, and real creepypasta vibes that hit different. But before we begin, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Turn on notifications so you never miss an upload. And drop a comment below. Are you following me yet? And what country are you tuning in from? Your support helps these true horror stories reach more people craving that adrenaline rush. Alright, let's dim the lights and get into the first one. Disturbing true camping horror stories that will make you never want to camp again. This terrifying true story took place in Sweden, deep in the vast wilderness of Lapland, far above the Arctic Circle. During the summer of 2019, my name is Eric Larsson. And at the time I was 28 years old, living in a small apartment in central Stockholm. Life had become an endless cycle of work, commute, sleep, repeat. My job as a software developer paid well, but it was slowly draining the life out of me. I hadn't taken a proper vacation in 3 years. I missed the outdoors, the real outdoors, not the manicured parks around the city. Growing up in a small town in northern Sweden, I'd spent every summer hiking, fishing, and camping with my family. So when I finally booked 2 weeks off in July, I decided to go all in. A solo trek into Sarek National Park. Sarek is not your average national park. It's one of the last truly wild places in Europe. No marked trails, no mountain huts, no rangers patrolling, no cell service for hundreds of kilometers. Just raw, untouched wilderness, jagged peaks, glacier-fed rivers, dense birch forests, and vast mires that can swallow a hiker whole if you take one wrong step. People die there every year. Avalanches in winter, hypothermia in summer rain, drowning in swollen rivers. But that's part of what drew me. I wanted to feel small again. I wanted to remember I was alive. I spent weeks preparing. I bought the best gear I could afford. A lightweight one-person tent, a down sleeping bag rated to -20°C, even though it was summer, a GPS beacon for emergencies, bear spray, though brown bears in Sweden rarely attack humans, a sturdy knife, water purification tablets, dehydrated meals, and detailed topographic maps. I told my parents and a couple of friends my exact route and when I expected to be out. I even left a copy of my itinerary with the mountain rescue service in Fikkjak, the tiny village that serves as the gateway to the park. The journey started perfectly. I flew from Stockholm to Luleå, then took a bus north along the coast, watching the landscape change from farmland to endless forest. From Fikkjak, a local driver took me the last stretch to the trailhead at Ritsem. Standing there with my heavy pack, watching the car disappear down the gravel road, I felt a rush of freedom I hadn't experienced in years. The first 2 days were pure bliss. The weather was unusually warm for Lapland, almost 20 degrees Celsius during the day, with clear blue skies. The midnight sun meant it never got truly dark, just a long golden twilight that lasted for hours. I hiked along the Pajalanodin Trail at first, then veered off into unmarked territory toward the heart of Sarek. The ground was carpeted with wildflowers, reindeer grazed in the distance, and golden eagles circled overhead. I crossed crystal-clear streams, climbed gentle ridges with panoramic views, and felt my stress melting away with every kilometer. By the end of day 2, I was completely alone. I hadn't seen another human since leaving the trailhead. That night, I camped beside a small lake surrounded by low hills. The water was so still it reflected the sky perfectly. I cooked pasta on my little gas stove, listened to the loons calling across the water, and fell asleep feeling at peace for the first time in years. That's when it started. I woke abruptly around 2 a.m., though with the midnight sun, it still looked like late evening outside. At first I couldn't figure out what had disturbed me. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the dry grass and reindeer moss around my tent. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause, crunch. They were circling the tent slowly, methodically. One full lap. Then another. My heart began to race. Bears don't walk like that. Bears make heavier, shuffling sounds, and they don't circle tents, they either ignore them or investigate directly. These footsteps were too light, too careful, almost like a person trying not to make noise but failing. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, barely breathing, listening as the steps went around a third time. Then they stopped directly outside the tent door. I waited for the zipper to move, for a voice, for a bear's huffing breath. Nothing. Just silence. After what felt like an eternity, probably 5 or 10 minutes, the footsteps started again, moving away toward the tree line on the far side of the lake. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as the light brightened a little more around 3:30 a.m., I unzipped the tent and stepped out with my bear spray in one hand and my knife in the other. I scanned the entire area. Nothing moved, no animal, no person, and most disturbingly, no footprints. The ground around the tent was soft moss and grass, soft enough that my own boot prints from setting up camp were clearly visible. But around the tent itself, nothing. Not a single indentation. It was as if whatever had walked there had weighed nothing at all. I told myself it must have been a fox or an Arctic hare, something small and light. Or maybe I dreamed it. The mind plays tricks when you're alone in the wilderness. I packed up quickly, ate a cold breakfast, and hiked another 15 kilometers that day, putting as much distance as possible between me and that lake. My second campsite was on an open ridge with 360-degree views. I figured if anything approached, I'd see it from miles away. I felt safer there. The wind was stronger, whistling through the low birch scrub, and the view stretched all the way to the snow-capped peaks of Sarikjak in the distance. I built a small fire with dried dwarf birch branches, one of the few places where open fires are allowed, and sat watching the sun circle the horizon without ever setting. That night, the footsteps returned. This time I was awake when they started. Same pattern, slow circling of the tent. 1 lap, 2, 3, then stopping at the door. I gripped my knife so hard my knuckles hurt. I shouted in Swedish. "Vem car drive? Show yourself." My voice echoed off the ridge and died away. No answer. After a long pause, the footsteps retreated. In the morning again, no prints. I started to feel a cold dread settling in my stomach. This wasn't an animal. Animals leave traces. I checked my food stores. Everything was untouched. My pack was exactly as I'd left it. Whatever this was, it wasn't interested in food. Day 4 took me deeper into the park, across the famous Rapidalan Delta, a vast braided river system that's treacherous to cross. I spent hours finding safe fords, wading through ice-cold water up to my waist, using my trekking poles to keep balance against the powerful current. By the time I reached the far side, I was exhausted and chilled to the bone despite the warm air. I found a beautiful campsite on a grassy terrace above the river, surrounded by thick birch forest on 3 sides. The sound of rushing water was constant and soothing. I decided to build a bigger fire that night. I told myself it was for warmth, but really it was for comfort. I sat up late, feeding the flames, watching sparks rise into the perpetual twilight. I didn't crawl into my tent until almost 1 a.m. The footsteps started almost immediately. But this time they didn't circle. They approached straight from the forest and stopped about 10 feet from the tent. Then I heard breathing, heavy, wet, labored breathing, like someone who'd been running for a long time. My skin crawled. I grabbed the bear spray and knife, heart hammering. Then a voice. Low horse, speaking Swedish with a thick northern Sami accent. Du kar inte ensam här. You are not alone here. I shouted back. Who are you? What do you want? Silence. Then laughter. Soft, high-pitched, childlike giggles coming from multiple directions at once. Like 3 or 4 children playing a game just outside the firelight. The sound sent ice down my spine. I swung my headlamp around wildly, scanning the trees. Nothing. No reflective eyes. No movement. Just the laughter fading into the forest, accompanied by quick light footsteps splashing through the shallow edge of the river and disappearing on the far bank. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat with my back against the birch tree, fire burning high, knife in one hand, bear spray in the other. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Every shift in the wind sounded like footsteps. The next morning I made a decision. I was turning back. 5 days in, and whatever this was, I didn't want to meet it deeper, in the park where escape would be even harder. I packed quickly and started retracing my route. But the thing followed me. Every single night on the hike out, the footsteps returned. Always the same pattern, circling the tent 3 times, stopping at the door, then retreating. No prints in the morning. Sometimes I'd hear whispers, fragments of words in Swedish or Sami that I couldn't quite catch. Kom hit. Come here. Titapios, look at us. On the 7th night, I camped in a dense birch grove to try to block the wind. I hung my food bag high in a tree, standard procedure to keep it from animals. Around 3 a.m., I heard a heavy thud. I scrambled out of the tent. The food bag was on the ground, the stuff sack sliced open neatly as if with a knife. Contents scattered everywhere, but no claw marks. No teeth marks, just clean cuts. That's when I saw it for the first time. Standing at the edge of the grove, maybe 50 meters away in the dim light, was a figure. Tall easily over 2 meters and unnaturally thin. Completely naked despite the cold night air. Skin pale, almost luminous in the twilight, like it was reflecting light that wasn't there. It didn't move. Just stood perfectly still, watching me. I fumbled for my headlamp and shone it directly at the figure. The beam hit its face, and there was no face. Just smooth, blank skin where eyes, nose, and mouth should be. No features at all, I screamed. I stumbled backward into my tent, tripping over guy lines. When I looked again, it was gone. I packed everything in a blind panic-stuffing gear into my pack without order, leaving half my cooking equipment behind. I started hiking immediately, navigating by compass and GPS in the half-light. I walked for 18 hours straight, only stopping briefly to drink from streams. My feet were blistered, my shoulders raw from the pack straps, but I didn't care. I just needed out. The final night, the 8th, I was still miles from the trailhead. I was too exhausted to keep walking, so I found a rocky outcrop with no trees nearby and pitched my tent there, thinking open ground would be safer. I didn't sleep. I sat huddled in my sleeping bag, watching the horizon. Around midnight, the footsteps started again, but this time they didn't stop at the usual distance. They came closer, closer, until I could hear breathing right outside the tent fabric. Then scratching slow, deliberate scratching along the side of the tent, like fingernails testing the nylon. I screamed every curse word I knew in Swedish and English, brandishing the bear spray. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then my tent pegs began popping out of the ground one by one. Pop, pop, pop. The tent sagged around me. I burst out, swinging my trekking pole like a club. Nothing there. I collapsed the tent, strapped it to my pack, and kept walking through the night. I reached the trailhead at noon the next day. A group of German hikers found me sitting on a rock, shaking, covered in mud and scratches. They drove me to Kvikkjokk, where I caught the bus south. I didn't speak for most of the journey home. When I finally got back to Stockholm, I went through my camera photos. Hundreds of beautiful shots of mountains, rivers, reindeer. But when I reached the series from that 4th night, the river camp, I froze. In 3 consecutive photos I'd taken while panning across the opposite riverbank to capture the sunset light, there it was, the tall, pale, faceless figure. In the first photo, it stood far back among the trees. In the second, it had moved closer to the water's edge. In the third, it was right at the riverbank, head tilted slightly, as if studying me across the water. I deleted the photos immediately, but I still see them when I close my eyes. I've never returned to Sarek. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't even like walking in forests after dark. My friends think I had some kind of psychotic break from isolation. Maybe they're right. But sometimes, late at night in my apartment in Stockholm, with traffic noise outside and streetlights glowing through the curtains, I swear I hear it. Soft footsteps on the hardwood floor of my hallway. Circling, stopping outside my bedroom door. And very faintly, that childlike laughter. The samey people who lived in Lapland for thousands of years have stories about beings that live between the trees. Things that watch hikers. Things that don't like intruders in their territory. Things that wear the shape of men but aren't. Most people call them folklore. I know better. This is a true disturbing camping horror story from the Swedish wilderness that proves some places are best left alone. Real terrifying encounters in remote forests. Actual scary things that happen when camping solo. These are the stories that make you question everything. You thought you knew about being alone in nature. If you're planning a trip into true wilderness, remember, sometimes the most frightening realization isn't that you're alone. It's that you never were. Disturbing true winter horror stories that will chill you to the bone. This story takes place in Canada, during one of the harshest winters on record in the remote wilderness of British Columbia. My name is Alex, and back in the winter of 2018, I decided to take a solo trip to a secluded cabin I'd rented deep in the Canadian Rockies. I was going through a rough breakup and thought the isolation would help clear my head. The cabin was off the grid, no electricity, no cell service, just a wood stove, a lantern, and miles of snow-covered forest in every direction. It sounded perfect for some peace and quiet. I arrived just as a massive snowstorm was rolling in. The drive up the unpaved road was treacherous, with visibility dropping to almost zero. By the time I got the car parked and hauled my supplies inside, the wind was howling like a wild animal, and snow was piling up fast against the door. I spent the first night stoking the fire, reading by lantern light, and listening to the storm rage outside. It was eerie, but in a comforting way, like the world had shut down and nothing could touch me. The next morning, I woke to complete silence. The storm had passed, leaving behind a blanket of fresh powder that muffled everything. I stepped outside to chop some wood, and that's when I noticed the footprints. They started from the tree line about 50 yards away and led straight to the cabin's front window. Large boot prints, deep in the snow, circling the entire building before heading back into the woods. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't heard a thing over the wind the night before. Who could have been out here in that blizzard? I told myself it was probably a park ranger checking on renters or maybe a hunter, but something felt off. The prints were too deliberate, pausing right under the window, like someone had stood there for a long time peering in. I brushed it off and went about my day, snowshoeing a bit and enjoying the crisp air. That night, as I settled in by the fire, I heard it for the first time. A soft scraping at the door, like nails dragging slowly across the wood. I froze, lantern in hand, and called out, "Who's there?" No answer, just the wind picking up again. I peeked through the window, nothing but darkness and swirling snow. I barricaded the door with a chair and tried to sleep, but every creak of the cabin made me jump. The following day, more footprints. This time they were fresh, made after the light snowfall overnight. They circled the cabin again, but now there were scratches on the door, deep gouges in the wood, as if something sharp had clawed at it. My stomach twisted. I had no phone, no way to call for help. The nearest town was hours away, and the road would be impassable with the new snow. As dusk fell, the temperature plummeted. I was rationing wood, trying to keep warm, when the knocking started. Slow, deliberate knocks on the window. Thump, thump, thump. I grabbed my axe and shouted for whoever it was to leave. Silence. Then, from outside, a low whisper carried on the wind. "Let me in. It's so cold." I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire with the axe across my lap, watching the windows frost over. Around 3 a.m., the power of imagination or whatever it was played tricks. I saw a shadow move past the glass, tall and hunched, breath fogging the pain from the outside. Footsteps crunched in the snow, circling endlessly. By morning, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up and trudged through the deep snow toward the main road, hoping to flag down a plow truck. The footprints followed me for a while parallel to mine, just inside the tree line before vanishing into the forest. I made it out alive, but I never went back. To this day, I wonder if it was a person driven mad by the isolation. Or something worse that the winter awakens in those remote places. Whatever it was, it knew I was alone, and it wanted in. This true disturbing winter horror story from Canada will make you think twice about isolated getaways in the snow. Terrifying real winter encounters like this prove that the cold isn't the only thing that can freeze your blood. ## very disturbing true neighbor horror stories from hell. This chilling tale occurred in the United States, specifically in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Texas. Her name was Sarah, a single mom who moved into a new house in a peaceful Texas suburb with her young daughter in 2020. The place seemed ideal: big yard, friendly waves from neighbors, the American dream. But from day one, the guy next door, an older man named Mr. Harlan, gave her the creeps. It started small. He'd stare over the fence while Sarah was in the backyard with her kid, not saying a word, just watching for hours. She'd wave politely, but he'd never wave back. Then came the notes. Slipped under her door or taped to her car. "You're too loud at night. Keep your daughter inside after dark. I know what you're doing." Sarah worked from home, so she was there most days. She'd hear banging on the shared wall at random times, like he was hammering just to annoy her. One night, around midnight, her doorbell rang repeatedly. She checked the peephole, no one. But her security cam caught Mr. Harlan standing there, ringing the bell, then walking back to his house with a smirk. Things escalated. Sarah's trash cans would be knocked over, her mail tampered with. She found dead animals, a squirrel, then a cat left on her porch. She called the police multiple times, but without proof it was him. They couldn't do much. Just a dispute between neighbors, they said. One evening, Sarah came home from grocery shopping to find her back door jimmied open. Nothing was stolen, but drawers were rummaged through, And her daughter's room was trash toys scattered, bed unmade like someone had lain in it. The police dusted for prints, but again, nothing conclusive. The breaking point came during a heat wave when the power went out neighborhood-wide. Sarah and her daughter were sleeping with windows open for air. At 2 a.m., she woke to whispering outside her bedroom window. "I see you. Always watching you." It was his voice. She grabbed her phone to record, but he was gone by the time she looked. She installed cameras everywhere. The footage was horrifying. Night after night, Mr. Harlan would sneak into her yard, peering into windows, sometimes pressing his face against the glass. One clip showed him digging in her flower bed at 3 a.m., burying something small. Sarah moved out a month later, selling the house at a loss. She later learned from new neighbors that Mr. Harlan had a history. Previous tenants complained of the same stalking behavior, and one woman swore he broke in and watched her sleep. This very disturbing true neighbor horror story from Texas shows how a nightmare neighbor can turn your home into a prison. Real creepy neighbor encounters like this are why trust no one next door. Very disturbing true neighbor horror stories that will make you fear who lives next door. This terrifying true story took place in Australia, in a quiet suburban street in Perth, Western Australia, beginning in the summer of 2022. My name is Mia Thompson, and at the time I was 32 years old, a graphic designer working mostly from home. After a messy divorce, I decided to start fresh. I sold the house I shared with my ex, packed up my life into a few boxes, and bought a modest 3-bedroom home in a leafy suburb on the outskirts of Perth. The street was perfect, tree-lined, kids riding bikes, neighbors waving as they walked their dogs. The house itself was a 1980s brick and tile build with a big backyard, a lemon tree, and a high colorbond fence separating me from the properties on either side. It felt safe. It felt like home. The trouble started almost immediately with the neighbor on the left, Mr. Grain Whitlock. He was in his late 60s, retired, lived alone in a house that looked identical to mine but badly neglected. Overgrown lawn, peeling paint, curtains always drawn. On the day I moved in, he stood at the fence watching the removalists unload my furniture. He didn't offer to help, didn't say hello, just stared with this blank expression. I waved politely. He didn't wave back. The first odd thing happened that same night. I was unpacking in the kitchen when I noticed movement outside the window. Graham was in his backyard, standing motionless at the fence, staring directly into my lit kitchen. I smiled awkwardly and closed the blinds. When I checked 10 minutes later, he was still there. I turned off the light early that night. Over the next few weeks, the staring became constant. Every time I was in the backyard, hanging laundry, gardening, or just having a coffee on the patio, he'd appear at the fence. Not speaking, not gardening himself, just watching, sometimes for hours. I started timing it. Once he stood there for 3.5 hours without moving. I'd wave or say GJ, trying to be friendly. He never responded, never blinked that I could see. Then the notes began. The first one was slipped under my front door late one night. Plain white paper, block letters and black pen. Too much noise after 9 p.m. I was confused. I'd gone to bed at 10. Hadn't played music, hadn't had anyone over. I screwed it up and threw it away. 2 nights later, another note. Your dog barks too much. I don't have a dog. I started finding them taped to my car windshield, tucked under the wiper. Stop slamming doors. Your lights are too bright. I can hear you talking on the phone. They came almost daily. Always the same block letters. Always complaints about things I wasn't doing. I installed a cheap security camera at the front door. The footage showed Graham walking up my driveway at 2 or 3 a.m., placing the note, then standing there for minutes staring at my front door before leaving. I went to the police. They said without threats of violence there wasn't too much they could do, just neighborly dispute stuff. They suggested I keep a log and install more cameras. So I did. I put cameras on every side of the house, including one overlooking the shared fence line. That's when I saw how bad it really was. Night after night, the footage showed Graham in his yard, pacing the fence, peering through any gap he could find. Sometimes he'd climb onto a plastic crate to see over the top. One clip showed him pressing his face right against my bedroom window at 1:47 a.m. while I was asleep inside. Another showed him digging small holes along the fence line and burying something. I zoomed in but couldn't tell what. I confronted him once. I marched to his front door and knocked. He opened it just a crack. Mr. Whitlock, I know you've been leaving notes and looking into my windows. Please stop. It's making me uncomfortable. He stared at me for a long moment, then said in a low, raspy voice, You're the one who needs to stop. I know what you do in there. Then he shut the door. Things escalated quickly after that. I started finding dead animals in my yard. First a possum, neck broken, placed neatly on my back doorstep. Then a magpie, wings spread like it had been arranged. Then a cat, someone's pet, judging by the collar. Always on my property, never his. I reported it to the ranger and police again. No fingerprints, no proof it was him. My mail began going missing. Bills, parcels, personal letters gone. Then parcels would show up days later, opened and badly resealed. Once an Amazon box arrived with everything removed except a handwritten note inside. You don't need this. I changed my locks. The next morning I found deep scratches all around the front door lock, like someone had tried to pick it or force it with a screwdriver. One night in January peak summer, 38 degrees, I left the windows open for airflow. I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I sat bolt upright. The hallway light was on, though I'd turned it off, and there was a shadow in the doorway. Tall, thin, I screamed. The shadow vanished. I ran through the house, turning on every light. Nothing. Doors still locked. Windows still latched from inside. But my bedside drawer was open, and my journal where I'd been writing about the harassment was gone. The camera footage from inside the hallway showed nothing. No one entering or leaving. Just the door slowly opening by itself, then slamming shut when I screamed. I stayed with a friend for a week after that. When I returned, my entire backyard had been landscaped. All my new plants dug up, my lemon tree hacked with what looked like an axe, garden furniture slashed. The back fence had a perfect rectangular hole cut in it big enough for a person to step through. I called the police again. This time they took it seriously. They visited Graham. He claimed he'd been away visiting family in Geraldton for the week, though his car never left the driveway on any of my cameras. They issued him an official warning. Things went quiet for 2 weeks. Then the phone calls started. My landline. Yes, the house still had one, would ring at exactly 3:03 a.m. every night. I'd answer. Heavy breathing, then a whisper. I see you. Click. I unplugged the phone. The calls moved to my mobile private number. Same time, same whisper. I changed my number. The calls stopped for a few days, then resumed on the new number. I have no idea how he got it. I installed a Ring doorbell and floodlights. The footage became a nightly horror show. Graham walking up my driveway at odd hours, standing in front of the camera, staring directly into the lens for minutes on end. Sometimes he'd hold up handwritten signs. I know your secrets. You can't hide. Once he held up a photo of my own driver's license photo enlarged and printed. I reported everything. Police got a restraining order. He wasn't allowed within 100 meters of me or my property. He ignored it completely. One February night, during a violent thunderstorm, the power went out across the suburb. I lit candles and sat in the living room with a baseball bat. Around midnight, the Ring camera running on battery sent an alert. Motion detected in the backyard. The footage showed Graham stepping through the hole in the fence, carrying a flashlight. He walked straight to my back sliding door, tried the handle, locked, then began tapping on the glass. Tap, tap, tap over and over. Then he whispered through the door, loud enough for the mic to catch. Mia, let me in. It's pouring out here. I called the police. They arrived 20 minutes later. Graham was gone, but he'd left something on my doorstep. My missing journal, every page torn out and scattered, with red pen scrawled across them. LIAR. Watched you sleep. You were mine now. That was the final straw. I put the house on the market the next day and moved in with my sister across the city. I sold at a loss just to be rid of it. 6 months later, I heard from the real estate agent that the new owners, a young family, were having issues with the neighbor and were considering moving out already. I looked up Graham Whitlock online out of curiosity. Public records showed he'd owned that house since 1987. Before that, he'd lived in Queensland. There was a brief news article from 1994 about a restraining order taken out against him by a female neighbor who later moved interstate suddenly. No charges. I still check my doors and windows every night. I still jump at shadows near fences. And sometimes when I'm driving past suburban streets that look like my old one, I wonder how many other people are living next door to someone like Graham, someone who watches, who waits, who knows far too much. This very disturbing true neighbor horror story from Australia is a reminder that the scariest monsters aren't always strangers. They the people who live 10 meters away, separated by nothing but a flimsy fence. Real terrifying neighbor encounters like this prove that your home isn't always the safest place. True creepy stalker neighbor stories. Actual disturbing experiences with obsessive neighbors. These are the nightmares that don't end when you move away, because you never know if they're still watching from somewhere. Stay safe out there, and maybe get to know your neighbors. Or maybe don't. Disturbing true abandoned building stories that will haunt your nightmares forever. This terrifying true story took place in Scotland, in the forgotten industrial town of Glasgow's East End, during the bitter winter of 2021. My name is Callum Reed, and at the time I was 25 years old, a freelance urban photographer and explorer based in Edinburgh. I've been doing urbex urban exploration for about 5 years, sneaking into abandoned factories, hospitals, asylums, and mansions all over the UK. I loved the silence, the decay, the way time seemed frozen inside those places. I never believed in ghosts or the paranormal. To me, the real thrill was the danger. Collapsing floors, security guards, asbestos, angry squatters. Anything supernatural was just stories people told to scare each other. That changed forever in December 2021, inside the abandoned Templeton's carpet factory on Glasgow Green. The building had been empty since the late 1980s. It was a massive Victorian red brick monster, 4 stories tall, with huge arched windows, and a clock tower that used to dominate the skyline. After the factory closed, it sat derelict for decades. There were plans to turn it into luxury flats, but funding fell through. Squatters moved in and out, drug users left needles everywhere, and kids tagged every wall. By 2021, it was sealed up tight boarded windows, chain doors, razor wire on the roof. But urbexers always find a way in. I'd been watching the place online for months. A few explorers had posted photos from inside. Grand marble staircases, old looms still in place, pigeons nesting in the weaving halls. I wanted those shots from my portfolio. So one freezing Friday night in mid-December, I drove from Edinburgh to Glasgow with my mate Lewis. We parked a few streets away, dressed in black, headlamps off, carrying only cameras, tripods, and a small crowbar. We found the entry point others had mentioned. A loose board over a ground floor window at the back, facing the River Clyde. It was pitch black outside, temperature below 0, frost on the grass. We slipped through one by one, dropped into a basement storage room, and clicked on our red light headlamps to avoid drawing attention. The air inside hit me immediately thick, stale, smelling of damp stone, mold, and something metallic. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no wind, just our breathing and footsteps echoing. We spent the first hour on the ground floor. Huge open halls with rows of rusted machinery, broken windows letting moonlight spill across the dust-covered floor. I took dozens of long exposure shots, the kind that make abandoned places look beautiful and eerie at the same time. Lewis was quieter than usual, but I figured he was just cold. We climbed the main staircase, ornate iron railings, marble steps cracked, but still grand. Second floor, offices frozen in time. Desks, old typewriters. Yellowed calendars still showing 1987. One room had a wall of filing cabinets. Drawers pulled open, papers scattered like someone had been searching for something in a hurry. That's when we heard the first sound. A slow, deliberate scrape from somewhere above us, like metal dragging across concrete. We froze. Listened. Nothing. Probably a pigeon, Lewis whispered. We moved on. Third floor was the weaving hall, the heart of the factory. Massive open space, maybe 100 meters long, with rows of ancient looms like silent soldiers. Moonlight poured through broken skylights, casting long shadows. The floor was littered with debris, broken bobbins, tangled yarn, shards of glass. We walked down the center aisle, cameras clicking. Then the scrape again. Louder, closer. Directly above us on the 4th floor. We looked at each other. Let's check it out, I said. I wasn't scared yet, just curious. The staircase to the 4th floor was narrower, wooden, half-rotted. We climbed carefully, testing each step. The air grew colder. At the top, a heavy fire door hung open. Beyond it, darkness. We stepped through. The 4th floor was different. No windows intact, everything boarded from outside. Our red lights barely cut the gloom. It felt like a warehouse attic. Low ceiling, exposed beams, stacks of old crates and pallets reaching almost to the roof. The floor was thick with decades of dust, undisturbed except for a single set of footprints leading from the door into the darkness. Fresh footprints. Human. bare feet. My stomach dropped. We followed them slowly. The prints went between the crates, deeper into the maze. The scrape sound came again right ahead of us. We turned a corner and saw it. A tall figure in the shadows, dragging something long and metallic across the floor. A pipe, maybe. It stopped when our lights hit it. Turned slowly. The face was wrong. Pale, stretched, eyes too big, mouth open in a silent scream. It wore ragged clothes that might once have been a factory uniform. Then it bolted fast, unnaturally fast, disappearing between the stacks. We ran the other way, back to the stairs. But the fire door had swung shut behind us. Locked. From the outside, panic set in. We banged on the door, shouted, tried the crowbar. Solid. No give. Mobile signal. 0 bars, too much brick and steel. We were trapped on the top floor with whatever that thing was. We retreated into the crates, trying to stay quiet. That's when the whispering started. At first I thought it was wind, then words. Scottish accents, old Glaswegian dialect. Get out, that don't belong here. This is our place. Coming from all directions. From inside the walls. From under the floor. Louis was shaking. We need to find another way down. We searched. There was a freight elevator shaft doors pried open long ago, but the car was stuck 3 floors below. Too far to jump. A maintenance ladder on the far wall led to the roof, but the hatch was padlocked from the outside. Hours passed. We hid between crates, lights off, listening. Footsteps, now bare feet padding softly, circling our hiding spot. Sometimes close enough that we could hear breathing, wet, ragged, inhuman. At one point something touched my shoulder. Cold fingers. I swung around, nothing. Louis swore he saw a face peering between the crates. A woman with no eyes, mouth sewn shut with coarse thread. We started hearing machinery. The old looms downstairs began clanking, thumping, as if the factory had started up again. But we were 4 floors up, no power in the building for 30 years. Around 4 a.m. we'd been trapped nearly 6 hours. The whispering stopped. Silence. Then a child's voice, clear and close. Play with us. We lost it then. We ran blindly through the maze, crashing into crates, desperate for any exit. We found a small service door we deemed leading to an internal stairwell we hadn't known existed. It spiraled down inside the clock tower. We descended as fast as we could. Halfway down, the stairs shook. Something massive was coming up from below. We could hear it breathing, grunting, dragging that metal pipe. We burst out on the ground floor, sprinted across the weaving hall, and dove through the same window we'd entered. Cut ourselves badly on broken glass, but we didn't care. We ran to the car and drove straight to the police station. The police didn't believe us, of course. They checked the building the next day, found no one. Just our footprints in the dust and the pry marks on the fire door. They said we'd probably panicked, hallucinated from carbon monoxide or mold spores. But I know what we saw. I looked up the factory's history afterward. In 1902, there was a fire on the 4th floor. 12 workers trapped. All died. Bodies recovered days later, badly burned, some still clutching tools and pipes. In the 1950s, a night watchman vanished, never found. In the 1970s, squatters reported seeing figures in old uniforms, walking the top floor at night. The building was finally demolished in 2023 for those luxury flats. I still have the photos from that night. Most are normal, beautiful decay. But 3 frames, taken in burst mode on the 4th floor, show something no one can explain. In the first, empty crates. Second, a pale hand reaching from behind a stack. Third, a face pressed close to the lens. No eyes. Mouth sewn with black thread. Smiling. I've never done urbex again. I deleted my portfolio. Some places aren't abandoned. They're still occupied. This disturbing, true abandoned building horror story from Scotland is one of the most terrifying real urban exploration encounters ever experienced. True scary stories from abandoned factories. Actual disturbing things seen in derelict buildings. Real horror inside forgotten places. These are the nightmares that follow you home long after you escape. If you're thinking about exploring an abandoned site, remember, sometimes the danger isn't collapsing floors or security. Sometimes it's realizing you're not the only one still working the night shift. Very scary, true someone's outside horror stories that will make you afraid to ever live alone again. This absolutely terrifying true story took place in New Zealand, in the isolated rural town of Greymouth on the wild west coast of the South Island. Throughout the brutal winter of 2023, my name is Hannah Brooks. I was 29 years old. a night shift nurse at Greymouth Hospital, and I had just moved into a rundown 1940s weatherboard house on the very edge of town. The property backed directly onto dense, dripping native bush, thick rainforest that swallowed sound and light the moment you stepped off the gravel driveway. The house sat alone. No streetlights. The nearest neighbor was more than half a kilometer away down a winding, unpaved road that flooded whenever it rained, which on the west coast is almost every day. I chose it because the rent was cheap, and I thought the solitude would be healing after a bad breakup. I was wrong. The house itself was small, dark, and always cold. Single-pane windows that rattled constantly. Floorboards that groaned like they were in pain. A wood burner that smoked if the wind shifted. I shared it with only my black cat, Milo, who spent most nights curled at the foot of my bed. I told myself the creaks and sighs were just the house settling. I told myself a lot of things in those first few weeks. The first night it happened was July 14th, 2023, a Friday. I got home from a 12-hour shift just after 11:30 p.m. The rain was torrential, the wind screaming through the trees like something alive. I locked the doors, double-checked the windows, fed Milo, and collapsed into bed still wearing my scrubs. I was asleep within minutes. I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the unmistakable sound of slow footsteps on the wet gravel outside. Crunch, pause. Crunch, pause. Crunch. They were coming up the long driveway from the road. Deliberate, unhurried, not the random scuffle of an animal. These were heavy, human footsteps. They got louder as they approached the house, then stopped directly outside my bedroom window. I lay paralyzed, staring at the ceiling, heart hammering so hard I could hear it over the storm. I waited for the sound to start again, for whoever it was to walk away. It didn't. Minutes passed. 5, 10. Nothing but rain and wind. Then came the first tap on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Soft, patient, like someone politely asking to be let in. I didn't move. I barely breathed. 3 more taps, slower this time, followed by a low male voice, muffled but clear enough to freeze my blood. Hannah, I know you're in there. I can see your light was on. I had turned the bedroom light off hours earlier. There was no light. I bit down on my hand to stop myself from screaming. The footsteps started again, circling the entire house. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. Along the side path, past the kitchen window, around the back porch, past the laundry door, then back to the front. 1 full lap. Then a second. Then a third. Each time pausing longer at my bedroom window. I fumbled for my phone under the pillow. 1 bar of signal. I dialed 111. The operator asked what the emergency was. I whispered that someone was outside my house. She said a unit would be dispatched. But the weather was bad and it could take up to an hour. An hour. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Except for the storm. Then the banging started. Hard, violent banging on the back door. Bang, 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 bang. The whole house shook. Milo bolted from the bed. Fur raised. Hissing. The banging moved to the laundry window, then to the front door. The letterbox flap creaked open. I heard breathing. Heavy, excited breathing. Right on the other side of the thin wooden door. Something was pushed through the slot. It fluttered to the floor. The banging stopped as suddenly as it began. Footsteps ran away down the driveway, fading into the bush. I waited 20 agonizing minutes before I crept out of the bedroom. Knife from the kitchen in my shaking hand. Every light in the house on. The thing on the floor was a Polaroid photograph. Me, asleep in my bed, mouth slightly open, taken from directly outside the bedroom window less than an hour earlier. The timestamp on the bottom read 1:48 a.m. I hadn't heard a thing. The police arrived at 3:42 a.m. They found large boot prints circling the house in the soaked gravel, deep impressions where someone had stood motionless at each window for long periods. Handprints smeared the glass. The prints led off into the bush and vanished under the thick canopy. They took the photo, dusted for prints, nothing usable. Told me to keep doors locked and call if anything else happened. They had no suspects. I didn't sleep for 3 days. I stayed with a coworker in town. When I finally returned, I spent hundreds on security. Motion-activated floodlights. 4 outdoor cameras with night vision, reinforced locks, window bars, a loud alarm system. I thought that would be enough. It wasn't. The visits continued every few nights, always between 1 and 3 a.m. The cameras caught him, a tall figure, over 6 feet, dressed in dark wet weather gear, hood always up, face never visible. He would stand perfectly still outside windows for hours, head tilted, watching. Sometimes he waved slowly at the camera when he noticed it. Sometimes he placed small gifts on the doorstep, neat pyramids of river stones, dead native birds arranged in perfect circles. Once, a single black feather tied with my own hair I had lost in the shower days earlier. The handwritten notes began appearing under the wiper blade of my car. I watched you cry last night. You looked beautiful. I waited until you fell asleep. You talk in your dreams. Soon we won't need the glass between us. I showed everything to the police. They increased drive-by patrols. They interviewed known local offenders. Nothing matched. No one had seen a stranger in the area. One night in late August, the worst storm of the season hit. Power lines down, entire town blacked out. My floodlights and cameras ran on battery for only 2 hours before dying. I sat in the dark living room with Milo on my lap, a torch in one hand, a carving knife in the other. At 2:03 a.m., the scratching started. Long, slow fingernails dragging down the bedroom window glass. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then the voice, closer than ever, pressed right against the pane. Hannah, it's so cold out here. Let me in, I just want to watch you up close. I didn't make a sound. The scratching moved from window to window, following me through the house as I moved from room to room. He knew exactly where I was. Every time I thought it had stopped, it began again at the next window. Then the front door handle began to rattle, slowly at first, then violently. The whole door shook in its frame. He was throwing his weight against it. The deadbolt held, but the wood started to splinter. I called the police again. No response, lines were down in the storm. The banging stopped. Silence. I waited until dawn, knife ready, not moving an inch. In the gray morning light, I found what he'd done. Every single window had words etched deep into the glass with a glass cutter or diamond blade. Bedroom. I can wait forever. Kitchen. You're mine now. Bathroom. I've seen everything. Front door. Soon. And on the back porch, written in mud across the entire wall in letters 2 feet tall. Hannah, I love you. I quit my job that week. Packed only what fit in my car. Left furniture, clothes, everything. Drove straight through to Christchurch and never went back. The house still stands empty. Locals say no one will rent it now. New for lease signs go up every few months and are gone again within weeks. Delivery drivers refuse to go up the driveway after dark. I looked into the history after I left. Land records show the house was built on part of the old Seaview Asylum grounds, a mental hospital that burned to the ground in 1957. Dozens of patients perished. Several violent male inmates escaped into the bush during the chaos and were never recovered. Police files from the 1970s through 2000s show multiple reports from female tenants living alone at that address. Prowler complaints, photographs taken through windows, gifts left on doorsteps, scratching at glass. Every single woman moved out within months. No arrests ever made. Some nights, even now, in my locked city apartment with security doors and cameras and neighbors on every side, I wake up at 2:17 a.m. Exactly. I hear gravel crunching outside, slow footsteps circling, and sometimes, just sometimes, a soft tap on my window. Tap, tap, tap. Then the whisper, Hannah, I followed you. This very scary true someone is outside horror story from New Zealand is one of the most disturbing real-life stalking cases you will ever hear. True terrifying nighttime prowler encounters, actual experiences of being watched while you sleep, real horror that can happen to anyone living alone. These stories prove that monsters don't always break in. Sometimes they're patient enough to wait until you let them in yourself. Check your windows tonight. Lock every door. And whatever you do, don't answer if someone whispers your name in the dark, because they already know you're awake. Very scary true someone-ess in the house. Horror stories that will destroy your sense of safety forever. This absolutely horrifying true story took place in Ireland, in a remote countryside cottage outside the small village of Adair in County Limerick, during the autumn and winter of 2022. My name is Shalban Kelly. I was 31 years old, a freelance illustrator working from home, and I had just inherited my late grandmother's old stone cottage after she passed away from cancer. The house had been in our family since the 1800s, a 2-story limestone building with thick walls, slate roof, small diamond-pane windows, and a massive inglenook fireplace. It sat at the end of a half-mile boreen, narrow lane, surrounded by fields and ancient hedgerows. The nearest neighbor was a farmer 2 fields away. No streetlights, no passing traffic. Just wind, rain, and the occasional lowing of cattle in the distance. I moved in during September 2022 to escape the noise of Dublin and to sort through Gran's belongings. The cottage felt comforting at first, full of her things. Old books, lace curtains, the smell of turf smoke still lingering in the walls. I kept her furniture, her china, even her clothes in the wardrobes. I told myself it was respect. Really, I just didn't want to feel alone. The first sign that something was wrong came on my 3rd night. I woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of soft footsteps on the wooden stairs. Creak, 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 slow, deliberate, coming up from the ground floor to the landing outside my bedroom. The cottage stairs are old oak. Every step has its own distinctive groan. I knew those sounds from childhood visits. Someone was climbing them carefully, trying not to be heard, but failing. I sat bolt upright, heart racing. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I waited. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then the old brass doorknob turned slowly to ledge, clicked. The door was locked. The knob rattled once, gently, then stopped. Silence. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I searched the entire house. Doors locked. Windows latched from inside. No footprints in the dew outside. I told myself I dreamed it. But I started locking my bedroom door every night after that. The incidents escalated quickly. Cupboard doors in the kitchen would be found wide open in the morning when I declosed them the night before. Drawers pulled out. Gran's old teacups rearranged on the dresser into perfect circles. My laptop, left charging on the kitchen table, moved to the center of the living room floor. Screen open to a blank document with a single line typed. I've always lived here. I installed indoor cameras, 4 of them covering every room and hallway. The first night they were active, I woke to notifications at 2:47 a.m. Motion detected. Upstairs landing. Motion detected, kitchen. Motion detected, living room. I opened the live feed from bed. All cameras showed empty rooms. But on the landing camera, the bedroom door, which I had locked, was now standing wide open. I ran out with a hurling stick. The house was empty. Door still locked from inside. But cold air flowed down the stairs as if a window had been opened. I started sleeping with the lights on. Then the breathing began. I would wake in the dead of night to the sound of slow, deep breathing right beside my bed. Not mine. Heavier. Male. I'd freeze, eyes wide in the dark, listening as it continued for minutes before fading away. Sometimes it moved, from beside the bed to the foot, then to the door, then out onto the landing. One night I turned on the light mid-breathing. Nothing there. But the duvet on the empty side of the bed was deeply indented, as if someone heavy had just been lying next to me. The cameras never caught anything. No figures, no shadows, just doors opening by themselves. Footsteps on audio. Once, the kitchen camera recorded Gran's old rocking chair rocking violently back and forth for 30 seconds before stopping dead. I invited my brother Connor to stay for a week to prove I wasn't losing my mind. The second night he was there, he woke screaming at 3:12 a.m. He swore something ice-cold had stroked his face in the dark and whispered, "Get out. She's mine," right in his ear. He left the next morning and refused to ever return. The gifts started appearing. Small things left on my pillow while I was in the shower or out getting turf. Locks of dark hair tied with red thread. Old sepia photographs of a man I didn't recognize, tall, thin, 1940s clothing, staring directly at the camera. A single tarnished wedding ring that wasn't Gran's. I found hidden spaces I never knew existed. Behind a false panel in the upstairs wardrobe, a tiny room, barely a closet, with a thin mattress on the floor. Empty food tins, cigarette butts, and hundreds of pencil sketches. All of me. Recent me. Me sleeping. Me working at the kitchen table. Me showering, taken through the frosted bathroom window. The dates on the sketches went back years, long before I moved in. Someone had been living in the walls. Watching Gran. Waiting. I called the Gardaí. They searched. Found the hidden room. Took the sketches. Said it looked like a squatter had been coming and going for years. Probably entering through a loose slate in the attic. They'd boarded it up, changed the locks again, told me to get a dog. I got a rescue German Shepherd, Luna. Big, protective, trained. The first night she was there, she refused to come upstairs. She stood at the bottom of the stairs growling at the darkness above, hackles raised, for hours. The second night she bolted out the dog door at 3 a.m. and wouldn't come back until morning. The third night I woke to find Luna sitting on the bed beside me, staring at the bedroom door, trembling, growling low. The door was open again. In the hallway, clear as day on the baby monitor I'd set up, stood a tall figure in old-fashioned clothes. Face pale, eyes black pits. Watching us, the monitor went to static. When I turned the light on, empty hallway. But wet, muddy footprints led from the attic hatch all the way to my bed, and stopped right where the duvet was indented again. That was the night I left. I'd packed one bag, took Luna, and drove to a hotel in Limerick City. I never went back, not even in daylight. The cottage is still in my name. I can't sell it. No one wants it now. Locals in Adair call it the Watcher's House. They say a man hanged himself in the attic in 1947 after his fiancée left him. His body wasn't found for weeks. He'd hidden in the walls for days before, watching her through peepholes, refusing to accept she was gone. Some say he never left. Some say he waits for the next woman to live there alone. Some say he chooses one, and he never lets her leave. I still wake at 3 a.m. sometimes, even in my new flat in Dublin. Doors triple locked, Luna beside me. City lights outside. I hear footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, coming up. And always, just before the doorknob turns, that deep, patient breathing right outside my door, waiting for me to let him in. This very scary true someone's in the house, horror story from Ireland, is one of the most disturbing real intruder experiences ever recorded. True terrifying stories of hidden watchers, actual accounts of secret attic dwellers, real parasitic stalkers living undetected inside homes. These are the horrors that prove you are never truly alone in your own house. No matter how many locks you have, no matter who you think is gone, some doors were never meant to be opened, and some watchers never leave. Very scary true dorm room horror stories that will make you never want to live on campus again. This absolutely bone-chilling true story took place in England, at a historic university in the ancient city of Durham, inside one of the oldest residential colleges on the River Ware, during the academic year of 2021 to 2022. My name is Emily Harper. I was 19 years old, a first-year history student from a small town in Kent, and I had just been assigned a room in St. Cuthbert's College, one of the most prestigious and oldest buildings on campus. The college dates back to the 1600s, built around a stone courtyard with narrow staircases, leaded windows, and long, echoing corridors. My room was on the third floor of the west wing. Room 312, a small single with a sloping ceiling exposed. Oak beams, a tiny fireplace that hadn't been used in decades, and a single window overlooking the dark river below. Former students called it the monk's room, because legend said a medieval monk hanged himself from one of the beams in the 1700s after being accused of heresy. I thought it was just typical university ghost nonsense. I was excited, my own space, independence, the full student experience. The first few weeks were normal. Freshers' week parties, lectures, making friends on my corridor. My flatmates were great. 5 other girls on the same floor, all sharing a kitchen. We stayed up late talking, cooking terrible pasta, laughing about the creaky building and the cold drafts. The only odd thing was how quiet my room felt, even with music on. Sound seemed muffled, like the walls absorbed everything. The trouble started in late October, just before Halloween. I woke one night around 3:15 a.m. to the sound of slow, deliberate scratching inside the wall beside my bed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Long, dragging nails, moving from the headboard down toward the floor, then back up again. I sat up, heart pounding, and turned on my lamp. The scratching stopped instantly. I pressed my ear to the cold plaster. Nothing. I told myself it was mice. Old buildings have mice. But the scratching returned every few nights, always between 3 and 4 a.m., always in the same wall, always stopping the moment I made any noise. Then came the whispers. At first I thought I was imagining them. Faint Latin phrases murmured just loud enough to wake me. Peccavi, ego confesses sum. I looked them up the next day. They mean I have sinned, I have confessed. I laughed it off as stress, late night studying playing tricks on my mind. My flatmates started noticing things too. One girl, Sarah, said she sometimes heard footsteps pacing outside my door late at night, but when she opened it, the corridor was empty. Another, Priya, swore she saw a tall shadow standing at the end of our hallway through the peephole, but it vanished when she opened the door. I installed a cheap motion-activated camera pointing at my door from inside the room. The first night it recorded nothing. The second night at 3:23 a.m., it caught the door handle turning slowly down, then up, then down again, as if someone was testing if it was locked. I always locked it. The handle stopped. Then the camera recorded faint breathing right outside the door, deep, wet, patient breathing, for nearly 2 minutes before fading. No one was in the corridor when I checked the hallway camera. We'd set up as a joke. I started sleeping with the lights on and earplugs in. It didn't help. One November morning, I woke to find my desk chair moved to the center of the room, facing my bed. My duvet was neatly folded at the foot as if someone had been sitting there watching me sleep. My laptop was open. The screen showed a blank Word document with a single line typed in Latin. Tu es mi nunc. You are mine now. I hadn't typed it. The laptop had been closed and password locked. I told the college porter. He laughed nervously and said the building was old, probably just settling. He promised to have maintenance check for rodents. They found nothing. The incidents grew darker. I began finding small objects moved or altered. My crucifix necklace, a gift from my grandmother, removed from my neck while I slept and placed on the windowsill facing outward. My diary opened to pages where I'd written about feeling homesick, with certain sentences underlined in red pen I didn't own. Once, my mirror was turned to face the wall. When I turned it back, the glass was fogged with breath, and finger marks spelled Muse across it. The scratching became clawing, violent, desperate, like something trapped trying to get out. Then the figure appeared. The first time was through the window. I woke at 3:33 a.m. to see a tall, thin silhouette standing outside on the narrow ledge, 3 stories up, black against the moonlight, hood or cowl over its head. It didn't move, just stood there watching me through the glass. I screamed. By the time my flatmates ran in, it was gone. No footprints on the ledge. No access. The wall is sheer stone. The camera caught nothing. But the sightings continued, in the mirror when I wasn't looking directly, at the edge of my vision in the corridor. Once, reflected in the dark window while I studied late, standing right behind me in the room. When I spun around, empty, my grades started slipping. I couldn't sleep. I lost weight. My friends worried. I saw the college counselor. She suggested anxiety medication. I refused. I knew this wasn't in my head. In December, during reading week when most students went home, I stayed to finish essays. The college was nearly empty, echoing, freezing, lit only by emergency lights at night. That's when he entered the room. I woke one night to find my door wide open. I had triple-checked the lock. The overhead light was on. Sitting in my desk chair, facing the bed, was a figure in a long black robe like a monk's habit. Hood pulled low, hands folded in lap. Tall, unnaturally still. The air was ice cold, breath visible. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stared as it slowly raised its head. The face underneath the hood was wrong, skin gray and stretched tight over bone, eyes black empty sockets, mouth sewn shut with thick black thread that pulled the lips into a horrific smile. It stood slowly, joints cracking, and took one step toward the bed. I found my voice then and screamed until my throat bled. The lights flickered. When they steadied, the figure was gone. Door closed. Locked from inside. But the chair was still warm. I moved out that night, slept on Sarah's floor until term ended. I requested a room change for second term. They gave me a modern block across campus. I thought it was over. It wasn't. Second year, new room, new flatmates, everything fine. Until I started receiving emails from an anonymous university address. Photos of me sleeping in my new bed. Taken from inside the room. Always at 3:33 a.m. I reported it to the university. They investigated. The email account was created using my own login details. Details I had never shared. I dropped out in March 2023. Moved back home to Kent. I still wake at 3:33 a.m. sometimes. I still hear scratching inside the walls of whatever room I'm in. And sometimes in the dark, I feel cold breath on my neck and a sewn-shut mouth whispering against my ear in Latin. Tu es mi in aeternum. You are mine forever. The university removed room 312 from the housing list after I left. They say it's being used for storage now. Students still report seeing a hooded figure standing on the west wing ledge at night. And every year, a new first-year girl in that corridor swears she hears scratching in the walls. This very scary true dorm room horror story from England is one of the most disturbing real university hauntings ever experienced. True terrifying college ghost encounters, actual accounts of possessed dorm rooms, real horror that follows students home. These stories prove that some buildings remember what happened inside them, and some entities never let their chosen one go. If you're heading to university, check your room number carefully. Lock your door. And whatever you do, never look at the wall beside your bed after 3 a.m., because sometimes the dead don't leave. They just wait for the next lonely student to take their place. Disturbing true hotel horror stories that will make you never stay in a hotel again. This utterly terrifying true story took place in Japan, at a famous traditional ryokan in the historic onsen town of Kusatsu, Gama Prefecture, during the harsh winter of 2019. My name is Rachel Evans. I was 27 years old, a travel blogger from Seattle, and I have been planning this solo trip to Japan for over a year. I wanted to experience authentic Japanese culture, ryokan stays, onsen hot springs, snow monkeys, the whole thing. I booked 3 nights at the historic Shirain Ryokan, a 150-year-old wooden inn high in the mountains above Kusatsu, famous for its private outdoor baths fed by natural volcanic springs and its secluded location surrounded by dense cedar forest. The reviews were glowing, peaceful, luxurious, traditional. The photos showed tatami rooms with futons, paper shoshi screens, low wooden tables, and views of snow-covered mountains. It looked perfect. I arrived on a snowy evening in late January. The bus from Tokyo had been long and winding, climbing higher into the mountains as the temperature dropped. By the time I reached Kusatsu, everything was blanketed in thick snow. The air sharp and clean, smelling of sulfur from the hot springs. A staff member in a dark kimono met me at the bus stop and drove me the last few kilometers up a narrow, icy road to the ryokan. The building was beautiful. 3 stories of dark timber, paper lanterns glowing softly in the windows, steam rising from the outdoor baths behind. There were only 8 guest rooms, and that night the manager told me I was the only guest. The other bookings had cancelled due to a coming storm. I didn't mind. I wanted solitude. The staff, an older woman named Keiko and a quiet young man named Hiroshi, showed me to my room on the 2nd floor, room 6, at the end of a long corridor. The room was exactly as pictured. Tatami mats, futon already laid out, a low katatsu table with a thermos of green tea, shoshi screens covering the windows, and a small ensuite bathroom with a deep cedar soaking tub. Sliding doors opened onto a private veranda overlooking the forest, and a private rotenboro, an outdoor stone bath fed by the hot spring, surrounded by a bamboo fence for privacy. It was magical. They served me a beautiful kaiseki dinner in my room, course after course of seasonal dishes, sake warmed just right. I soaked in the outdoor bath under falling snow, the hot water steaming around me, stars visible above the trees. I went to bed early, exhausted from travel, feeling completely at peace. That was the last moment of peace I had for the entire stay. I woke around 2:30 a.m. to the sound of soft footsteps in the corridor outside my room. Pad, 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 pad. Slow, bare feet on the wooden floorboards. They'd passed my door once, paused, then passed again in the opposite direction. Back and forth, for nearly 20 minutes. I lay still, listening, telling myself it was staff doing rounds or preparing something, but the ryokan was silent otherwise. No voices, no other sounds. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then came 3 soft knocks. Knock, knock, knock. A woman's voice, old and papery, whispered in Japanese through the shoshi. Okay, yaku-sama daijoubu desu ka? Guest, are you alright? I didn't answer. I didn't know enough Japanese to respond properly, and something felt wrong. The voice didn't sound like kakos. Silence. Then the sliding door rattled, gently at first, then harder, as if someone was trying to open it from the outside. It was locked from inside. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved away down the corridor. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I asked Keiko at breakfast if anyone had checked on me during the night. She looked confused and said no. The staff quarters were on the 1st floor, and they never walked the guest quarters after 11 p.m. There were no other guests. I brushed it off as jet lag playing tricks. But it happened again the 2nd night. Same time, same footsteps pacing the corridor. Same pause outside my door, same 3 knocks, same whisper. This time the voice said something longer, something I couldn't understand, but the tone was pleading. I called out in English, "I'm fine, thank you. Please go away." The footsteps stopped instantly. Then I heard breathing, slow, wet breathing, right outside the door, at floor level, as if someone was kneeling there listening. I turned on all the lights. The breathing continued for minutes before fading. In the morning, I found wet footprints on the tatami just inside my door, small, bare feet, leading from the door to the center of the room and back. The floor had been dry when I went to bed. The door was still locked from inside. I told Keiko. She went pale. She apologized profusely and said she would move me to another room. But all the other rooms were being renovated, she said. Room 6 was the only one available. She promised to have Hiroshi stay on the second floor that night in case anything happened. I should have left then. But the storm had arrived. Heavy snow, roads closed, buses canceled. I was stuck. The third night was the worst. The power went out around midnight due to the storm. The ryokan plunged into complete darkness. Emergency lanterns came on dimly in the corridors, but my room was black except for moonlight through the shoshi. I lay awake, listening to the wind howling through the cedar trees. At 2:30 a.m., exactly, the footsteps began again, but this time they were inside my room. Pad, 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 starting from the far corner near the window, moving slowly across the tatami toward my futon. I froze, eyes wide, pretending to sleep. The footsteps stopped at the edge of my futon. Cold air washed over me. The temperature in the room plummeted. Then I felt the futon depress on the empty side beside me, as if someone heavy had sat down. Breathing right next to my ear. Wet, ragged. Female. A cold, bony hand touched my cheek. I screamed and scrambled backward, crashing into the kotatsu table, turning on my phone flashlight. The room was empty, but the futon beside me was deeply indented, as if someone had been lying there. And on the pillow next to mine, a long strand of wet black hair. I ran into the corridor in my yukata, screaming for help. Hiroshi came running from downstairs. He searched the entire floor, nothing. No one. All doors locked from outside except mine. He stayed in the corridor the rest of the night while I sat up with every light I could find on. At dawn, Keiko told me the history of room 6. In the Meiji era, a young woman named Yumi had worked at the ryokan as a nakai, room attendant. She fell in love with a married guest, a wealthy merchant from Tokyo. When he left her to return to his wife, she hanged herself in the outdoor bath of room 6. Her body was found in the hot spring the next morning, hair floating on the surface. Ever since, female guests staying alone in room 6 reported the same things. Footsteps, knocks, whispers, someone sitting on the futon, wet hair left behind. The ryokan had tried to close the room multiple times, but the owners always reopened it due to demand. They never told guests the story. I left the next morning when the roads partially cleared. Hiroshi drove me to the bus station himself. He apologized over and over. I flew home 2 days early and never returned to Japan, but the worst part came months later. I was going through my photos from the trip to write a blog post. Minus the horror, of course. In several photos taken inside room 6, selfies in the mirror, pictures of the meal, the view from the veranda, there is a figure reflected that I never saw. A pale woman in a white yukata, long black hair wet and hanging over her face, standing directly behind me. In one photo, her hand is on my shoulder. In another, she is sitting on the futon beside me, head tilted, watching me sleep. I deleted every photo. But sometimes when I soak in a hot bath, I feel cold fingers touch my cheek. And I hear soft footsteps padding across the bathroom floor. Pad, pad, pad. This disturbing true hotel horror story from Japan is one of the most terrifying real ryokan encounters ever shared. True scary stories from traditional Japanese inns, actual experiences of yurei in onsen hotels, real horror that happens to solo travelers. These are the nightmares that make you question every creak in an old building. If you ever stay in a historic ryokan alone, especially in winter, remember, check the room number. Listen carefully at night. And never, ever open the door when someone knocks at 2:30 a.m., because some guests never check out. Disturbing true snowstorm horror stories that will make you fear being trapped in the cold forever. This terrifying true story took place in Norway, in a remote mountain valley near the town of Finse in the Hardangervidda Plateau, during one of the worst blizzards in decades in February 2020. My name is Lars Hansen. I was 34 years old, a freelance photographer from Oslo, and I had always been drawn to extreme winter landscapes. The Hardangervidda is one of the wildest places in Europe, a vast high plateau covered in snow for 8 months of the year, dotted with a few isolated cabins used by hikers, skiers, and the occasional researcher. There are no roads in winter. The only way in or out is by snowmobile ski or the Oslo-Bergen Railway that crosses the plateau. I had booked a week in a self-catering DNT Norwegian Trekking Association. Cabin called Houndfjellstu, a small wooden hut with no electricity, no running water in winter, just a wood stove, gas lamps, and a pit toilet outside. It was meant to be a solo photography retreat. Aurora shots, frozen lakes, complete isolation. I arrived by train on a clear, freezing afternoon. The station at Finns is the highest on the line, 1,222 meters above sea level, and when I stepped off, the air hit me like a wall, -20°C, wind already picking up. A local guide on a snowmobile towed me and my gear the last 8 kilometers to the cabin. He warned me a major storm was coming in 2 days, one of the worst in years. Winds over 100 kilometers per hour, heavy snow, zero visibility. If it hits, stay inside. Don't try to leave. The railway might close for days. I thanked him, stocked up on firewood and food, and settled in. The first 2 days were perfect. Crystal clear skies, northern lights dancing green and purple above the endless white plateau. I skied out during the day, took hundreds of photos, came back to warm the cabin with the stove, cooked simple meals, read by gaslight. It was exactly what I wanted. The storm hit on the 3rd night. It started with wind, howling, relentless, rattling the small windows and shaking the whole cabin. Then the snow came, thick and horizontal, blotting out everything. By morning, visibility was 0. The door was half buried. I couldn't see more than 2 meters outside. The temperature dropped to -30. The railway was closed. The guide told me later by satellite phone, the only communication I had. I was snowed in, alone. That first storm night I woke around 2 a.m. to silence. The wind had paused for a moment, and then a new sound. A soft scraping at the door. Like someone brushing snow off their boots. Scrape, 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 then 3 slow knocks. Knock. Knock, knock. I sat up in my sleeping bag on the floor bunk, heart racing. No one could be out there. The nearest cabin was kilometers away, and in this weather, impossible. I called out in Norwegian, "Hvem er det? Who is it?" No answer. The scraping started again, lower this time, at the bottom of the door like fingernails dragging across the wood. I grabbed my headlamp and axe, the only weapon I had, and waited. After 10 minutes, it stopped. In the morning I dug out the door, no footprints. Just smooth, wind-packed snow right up to the threshold. No sign anyone had been there. I told myself it was ice expanding, or a branch blown against the door. But it happened again the next night. Same time, same scraping, same 3 knocks. This time a voice, male, hoarse, speaking old-fashioned Norwegian with a dialect I didn't recognize. "La Megan, dat ers kalt. Let me in. It's so cold." I shouted back, "There's no room. Go away." Silence. Then the door handle rattled slowly, testing. It was bolted from inside. The rattling stopped. The wind picked up again, howling like a living thing. The storm lasted 5 days. No let-up. Snow piled against the windows until only the top panes showed gray light. I rationed wood, melted snow for water, ate cold food to save gas. Every single night, the visitor came. Always around 2 a.m., always the same pattern, scraping, knocks, pleading to be let in. The voice grew weaker each night, more desperate. On the 4th night, the scraping moved to the window. I heard breathing outside the glass, fogging it from the cold side. Then fingers, pale, blue-tipped fingers, pressing against the pane, leaving frosty prints. I shone my headlamp. For a split second, I saw a face. Bearded, frostbitten, eyes wide and white with terror. Mouth open in a silent scream. Then the wind blasted snow against the glass and it was gone. No prints below the window in the morning. The snow was too deep, too wind-scoured. I radioed the railway emergency channel. They said rescue would come when the storm broke, but it could be days. Stay warm. Don't open the door for anyone. On the 5th night, the wind finally eased a little. The knocking came again, but weaker, barely audible. The voice was a whisper. Jeg fryser. Bare lit varm. I'm freezing. Just a little warmth. I lay awake, axe in hand, staring at the door. Then I heard something new crying. Soft, broken sobbing outside. Something in me broke. I thought, what if it really is someone lost out there? A skier caught in the storm? I unbolted the door and cracked it open, headlamp on. Nothing but swirling snow and darkness. I stepped out onto the porch. The snow was chest deep. That's when I saw the footprints. They started from the edge of the light beam and led straight to the door. Old-fashioned boot prints, narrow and long, like from leather shoes, not modern boots. They stopped right at the threshold, and there were no prints leading away. Whatever had made them had vanished. Or never left. I slammed the door, bolted it, piled furniture against it. I didn't sleep. At dawn the next day, the storm broke. Blue sky, calm. A rescue snowcat arrived from Finch Station with 2 railway workers. They dug me out, checked I was okay, towed me back on a sled. I told them about the visitor. They went silent. Then one of them, an older man named Tor, told me the story. In February 1912, during a similar blizzard, a train was stranded on the Hardangervidda for 9 days. Passengers nearly froze. One man, a traveling salesman from Bergen, left the train to look for help in the whiteout. He was never seen again. His body was found months later in spring melt, only 200 meters from Helm Cabin. He had walked in circles until he collapsed. Locals say on the worst storm nights, he still tries to find shelter. He always knocks 3 times. He always begs to be let in, and if you open the door, he walks straight past you into the warmth. And you take his place outside, forever. The railway workers told me no one stays alone at Helm during big storms anymore. I flew home to Oslo the next day. But every winter, when the wind howls and snow piles against my city apartment windows, I wake at 2 a.m. I hear scraping at the door. 3 slow knocks. And that pleading voice faint through the walls. La Megin, detter es kalt. I never open the door. This disturbing true snowstorm horror story from Norway is one of the most chilling real blizzard encounters ever shared. True terrifying stories of being trapped in remote cabins during winter storms, actual experiences with frozen wanderers who never found shelter. Real horror that happens when the cold claims someone. These are the nightmares that make you understand why some doors must stay locked, no matter how much someone begs. Because in the deepest winter, on the highest plateaus, the dead don't always lie down. Sometimes they just keep walking, looking for warmth, forever. Truly terrifying true cave diving horror stories that will make you never want to go underground again. This nightmarish true story took place in Australia, deep inside the Nelarbor Plain's legendary Wayuna cave system, also known as Mullamullen Cave in South Australia. During a diving expedition in the summer of 2018, my name is Jake Morrison. I was 32 years old, an experienced technical cave diver from Melbourne with over 300 logged cave dives, and I had been obsessed with the Nelarbor Caves for years. The Nelarbor Plain is one of the most remote places on Earth, a vast flat limestone desert stretching hundreds of kilometers with no surface water. No trees, just endless scrub, and hidden beneath it, one of the world's longest and most complex underwater cave systems. Wayuna is the jewel, over 7 kilometers of mapped passages, crystal clear water, massive chambers decorated with ancient stalactites, and sumps that go deeper than anyone has fully explored. I had joined a small expedition team of 4 highly qualified divers, myself, my dive buddy Tom, a British explorer named Sarah, and our team leader Mark, who had mapped parts of Wayuna before. We had permits, rebreathers, scooters, miles of line, and weeks of supplies cached in the cave. The plan was to push a new lid, a deep sump at the far end of the known system that Mark believed connected to an unmapped mega-chamber. We entered the cave on a scorching February day. The entrance is a dolini, a massive collapsed sinkhole to 40 meters deep, accessed by winching gear down a fixed rope. Once at the bottom, we kitted up in the dry chamber, walked through fossil passages decorated with thylacine bones, and reached the first sump after 2 hours. The water was gin clear, 22 degrees, visibility over 50 meters. We dived through a series of beautiful restrictions and halls, laying line as we went, camping at dry sections deeper in. Everything was perfect until day 5. We reached the target sump, Sump 7, a low, wide passage that dropped sharply into blackness. Mark and Sarah went first on a reconnaissance dive. They were gone 4 hours. When they returned, they were shaken. Mark said the passage opened into a massive chamber, the largest any of them had ever seen, with decorations beyond imagination. But visibility had dropped suddenly near the end, silted out by an unknown current. They turned the dive early. We planned the big push for the next day. That night, camping on a sandy ledge above a small pool, we heard the first strange sound. A low humming, almost like distant chanting, echoing through the rock. We all heard it. Tom joked about Aboriginal Dreamtime spirits. Sarah said it was probably water moving in distant passages. We turned in early. I woke around 3 a.m. cave time to silence, then a splash in the pool below our ledge. A single deliberate splash. Then another. I shone my light down. The water was perfectly still. No ripples. I told myself it was a rockfall somewhere. The next day we dived sump 7. The passage was incredible, wide, decorated with straw stalactites hanging like chandeliers, the floor covered in flowstone. We scootered for 40 minutes, line reels spinning out behind us. Then the passage narrowed and dropped vertically, a true abyss. Visibility still perfect. We descended to 80 meters, our planned limit, and the chamber opened up. It was beyond words. A cathedral of stone, hundreds of meters across, ceiling lost in darkness, walls draped in white flowstone curtains, massive columns thicker than houses. And in the center, a perfectly circular pit dropping even deeper, water black as ink. We tied off the line and began surveying. That's when the humming started again. Low at first, then building, a deep, resonant vibration you felt in your chest more than heard. The water began to cloud, not silt, but tiny particles, like dust suspended in air. Visibility dropped from 50 meters to 10 in minutes. We signaled abort. As we turned, my light caught something on the far wall, a human figure standing motionless among the formations. Tall, thin, naked, skin pale as cave pearl, watching us. I grabbed Tom's arm, pointed. He saw it too. We both froze. The figure didn't move. Then the current hit, a sudden powerful flow pulling us toward the black pit in the center. We finned hard against it, hearts pounding, but the pull was relentless. Reels spun out line uncontrollably. Visibility now less than 2 meters. We made it back to the tie-off, but Sarah's reel jammed. She panicked, bolted for the exit passage. Mark went after her. Tom and I followed. We found Sarah 20 minutes later, trapped in a restriction, mask off, regulator out, eyes wide open, dead. Mark was inconsolable. We recovered her body to the dry camp, radioed the surface team for emergency extraction, but the cave had other plans. That night the humming returned, louder, closer, and with it, footsteps. Wet, bare footsteps on the dry rock above our camp. Padding slowly around the ledge, we shone lights, nothing. Then the chanting clear voices, male and female, in a language none of us recognized. Coming from the direction of sump 7. Tom wanted to leave immediately. Mark refused. We couldn't abandon Sarah's body. The footsteps came closer. I saw it first. The pale figure standing at the edge of the light beam, water dripping from its body, though it was on dry rock. No dive gear, no light, just watching. It raised one arm and pointed toward the sump, then vanished. We packed frantically and began the retreat. The cave fought us every step. Lines mysteriously untied themselves. Restrictions that were open on the way in now seemed tighter. Visibility in sumps reduced to 0. Thick, milky silt with no cause. On the third retreat day, Tom disappeared. We were diving sump 4, a long, boring passage. Tom was behind me on the line. I turned to check, the line was cut clean behind me. No Tom. No bubbles. No light. We searched for hours. Found nothing. Mark and I made it out alone on the 5th day. Dehydrated, exhausted, half mad. The police and cave rescue investigated. Found Sarah's body where we left it. No sign of Tom. The cut line was examined, clean slice, like with a sharp knife. No knife found. Mark never dived again. He told me later he'd researched the cave's history. The No Arbor caves were sacred to the Murning people, used for initiation ceremonies thousands of years ago. Bodies of young men were sometimes left in deep pools as offerings. White explorers in the 1930s reported ghostly figures in Wayuna. A diver in the 1980s vanished in the same sump. His body was never recovered. The humming? Ultrasonic vibrations from underground rivers or something else. I haven't been underground since. But sometimes, in complete silence, I hear it. That low humming in my chest, and wet footsteps padding behind me. Even in my house. Even in daylight. This truly terrifying true cave diving horror story from Australia is one of the most disturbing real underground expeditions ever recorded. True scary stories from deep cave systems, actual accounts of divers vanishing in clear water, real horror that happens when you go too far beneath the earth. These are the nightmares that make experienced explorers quit forever. If you're thinking about cave diving, remember, the earth keeps its secrets, and sometimes it keeps the people who try to take them. Some doors or sumps were never meant to be opened. Because whatever lives in the dark down there has been waiting a very long time. And it doesn't like visitors. Horrifying true oil rig horror stories that will make you fear the open ocean forever. This deeply disturbing true story took place in the North Sea, on the decommissioned oil platform Bravo 7, located 180 kilometers off the coast of Scotland, during a salvage operation in the autumn of 2017. My name is Callum MacLeod. I was 38 years old, a commercial saturation diver from Aberdeen with 15 years in the industry, and I had worked some of the roughest rigs in the world. When the contract came up to salvage valuable equipment from Bravo 7 before it was finally sunk as an artificial reef, I jumped at it. Good money, short job, 6 weeks in saturation, living in a pressurized chamber at 120 meters depth, doing daily bell runs to the platform legs and seabed. The rig had been cold stacked since 2012 after a major storm damaged the topsides. No one had been aboard in years. The client wanted copper cabling, titanium valves, and anything reusable stripped before demolition. Our team was 8 strong. 4 divers, 2 supervisors, a life support tech, and the saturation superintendent. We lived on the dive support vessel, DSV Aurora, a big semi-submersible anchored beside the derelict platform. The living chambers were comfortable. Bunks, TV, hot food piped in, but sat diving is its own kind of hell. You breathe heliox, your voice sounds like Donald Duck, you can't go topside until decompression at the end, and time stretches strangely. We started work on day 3 of saturation. The platform legs were encrusted with marine growth, mussels, anemones, kelp forests swaying in the current. Visibility was decent for the North Sea, 10 to 15 meters. Water temperature a bone-numbing 8 degrees. We cut cabling with hydraulic shears, loaded it into baskets, sent it up on the crane. Routine. The first odd thing happened on my second bell run. I was working alone on the east leg at 110 meters, cutting a thick power cable. My umbilical, the hose supplying gas, hot water, cums, and power, was paying out smoothly. Then I heard it through the Kirby Morgan hat, a metallic tapping on the inside of the leg. Tap, tap. Tap, slow, deliberate, like someone with a hammer inside the hollow steel tube. I called topside. Control, you hearing this? They heard nothing on the comms recorder. I pressed my helmet against the steel. The tapping stopped. I told myself it was a loose fitting or marine life, but it happened on every dive after that. Always the same rhythm, always inside the legs, always stopping when I got close. By day 10, all 4 divers had heard it. Then the voices started. Faint at first. Muffled words through the water, like someone speaking on an open mic. Scottish accents, old, crackly. Phrases like, get off my rig. They're coming up. Don't open the moon pool. We checked every channel. No interference. No other vessels nearby. The supervisors laughed it off as heliox narcosis. Rapture of the deep. But we weren't that deep, and all 4 of us heard the same things. On day 18, we had to enter the moon pool. The moon pool is an open shaft through the center of the rig where the drill string used to pass. On Bravo 7, it was flooded to seabed level, a dark square hole 10 meters across surrounded by grating. The client wanted the remaining drill pipe racked on the seabed recovered. I drew the short straw with my buddy Reese. We dropped in the bell to 130 meters, exited, and swam into the moon pool from below. The grating above us was a faint square of gray light. The water inside was colder, stiller. Massive chains hung down like jungle vines. We started cutting pipe. That's when the tapping became hammering, loud, frantic, from every leg at once. Then the voices, clear, multiple, shouting. Get out, they're waking up, close the hatch. I looked up. In the square of light above, silhouettes moved across the grating, human shapes, walking fast. But the rig was abandoned. No one up there. We aborted the dive, locked back into the bell, and surfaced to the DSV. The topside crew saw nothing on the platform cameras. No movement. No footprints in the guano and rust. We refused to go back in the moon pool. The client pressured us. Bonus money. Threats of breach of contract. We went back 2 days later. This time all 4 divers in the bell. Safety in numbers. We entered the moon pool again. The hammering was deafening, metal on metal, like someone beating the inside of the legs with sledgehammers. The water clouded suddenly, black ink spreading from the depths below us. Visibility 0. Then the pull. A downdraft so strong it dragged us toward the seabed. We finned desperately, umbilicals taut. My light caught movement below, pale shapes rising from the dark. Human shapes. Dozens. Wearing old-style canvas dive suits, copper helmets, no umbilicals. Faces inside the helmets. Gray, bloated, eyes milky. Mouths open in silent screams. Hands reaching up. We screamed into our hats. The bell yanked us up emergency. Full ascent. One diver, Rees, his umbilical snagged on something below. It snapped taut, then cut clean. He was gone, pulled down into the black. We decompressed in panic, reported the incident. The client pulled the plug. The job was abandoned. Police and Coast Guard investigated. Found no body, no trace. The official report, equipment failure, diver error, but we know what we saw. Later research revealed Bravo 7's dark history. In 1983, during a storm, a saturation team of 6 divers was trapped when the DSV lost position. The rig's emergency chamber flooded. All 6 died inside the moon pool habitat. Their bodies were never recovered, too dangerous in the storm. They're still down there, waiting. A hammering, them trying to signal. The voices, warnings, the figures, them trying to stop us waking something deeper. Something that took Reese. I quit diving after that. But in quiet moments, when I close my eyes, I feel the pressure. I hear the tapping. And faint voices through water that isn't there. Join us. It's warmer down here. This horrifying true oil rig horror story from the North Sea is one of the most disturbing real offshore incidents ever shared. True terrifying stories from abandoned platforms, actual accounts of saturation divers encountering the lost, real horror that happens when you disturb the dead at depth. These are the nightmares that end careers. If you ever get offered a job on a cold stacked rig, remember, some places are left empty for a reason. Some crews never really leave. And the sea keeps its dead close, always. Very creepy, true black-eyed kid stories that will haunt your dreams forever. This truly disturbing true story took place in the United States, in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Cannock, Staffordshire, England. No, wait. This one is from a small town in Nevada, USA, called Winmucca, during the cold autumn of 2016. My name is Laura Bennett. I was 35 years old, a night shift waitress at a 24-hour truck stop diner on the outskirts of town, just off Interstate 80. Winmucca is one of those places trucks roar through but few people stay, dusty, windswept, surrounded by endless sagebrush desert. My house was a modest single-story ranch-style home on a cul-de-sac at the edge of town, backing onto open desert. No close neighbors on one side, just coyotes howling at night and the distant hum of Semis on the highway. I lived alone after my divorce. My kids were with their dad in Reno most of the time. The house was quiet. Too quiet sometimes. The night it started was October 31st, Halloween. I got home from my shift around 2:30 a.m. The streets were empty, porch lights off, kids long asleep. My house was dark except for the porch light I always left on. As I pulled into the driveway, my headlights swept across the front yard and caught 2 figures standing at my front door. 2 children. A boy and a girl, maybe 10 to 12 years old. Dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The boy in a black suit like for a funeral, the girl in a long dark dress with white collar. They stood perfectly still, heads down, faces hidden in shadow. I sat in my car for a moment, engine idling. Trick-or-treaters at 2:30 a.m.? No way, Halloween was over hours ago. I turned off the engine and stepped out. Hello? Can I help you? They didn't move. The boy slowly raised his head. His eyes solid black, no whites, no irises. Just glossy, endless black orbs reflecting the porch light like oil. The girl looked up too, same eyes. My stomach dropped. Ma'am, we need to use your telephone, the boy said. His voice was flat, monotone, too mature for a child. We're lost, the girl added. Same unnatural voice. I backed toward my car. It's really late. You shouldn't be out here. Where are your parents? They didn't answer, just stared. Please, let us in, it's cold. We just need to come inside. A wave of dread washed over me, primal, overwhelming. Every instinct screamed danger. I fumbled for my keys. No, I'm sorry. Go home. I got in the car, locked the doors, and called 911 from my cell. While I waited for the operator, the kids walked slowly to my car window, right up to the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The boy pressed his face against the driver's window. Those black eyes inches from mine. Let us in, We won't hurt you. We need to come inside your house. I screamed at them to leave. They didn't flinch. Just kept tapping and repeating the same phrases in perfect unison. Police arrived 10 minutes later. The kids were gone. No footprints in the dust. No sign they'd ever been there. The officers searched the neighborhood. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I thought it was over. It wasn't. They came back. Every few weeks, always between 2 and 3 a.m., always two children. Same clothes. Same black eyes. Same monotone voices asking to be let in. Sometimes at the front door. Sometimes at the back. Once at my bedroom window, standing on nothing. Faces level with the glass. I installed cameras, motion lights, a loud alarm. The footage was worse. They never triggered motion sensors until they were already at the door. They never blinked on camera. They never cast shadows under the floodlights. One night in December, during a snowstorm rare for Nevada, they knocked for over an hour. Let us in. We're so cold, we just want to warm up by your fire. I sat in the living room with a shotgun, crying, begging them to leave. The power went out. When it came back on, there were black handprints on every window. Small, child-sized, smeared like oil. Inside the glass, I moved to Reno the next month. Stayed with my ex and kids. I thought distance would help. It didn't. They found me. First at my sister's house in Carson City, seeing two kids at her door at 2:47 a.m. Then at a motel when I traveled for work. Always the same request. We need to come inside. Always those endless black eyes. I researched online, found hundreds of similar stories. Black-eyed kids. Always children or teens. Always asking to be let in, to use the phone, get water, warm up. Always evoking overwhelming terror. No one who lets them in is ever heard from again. Some say they're demons. Some say aliens. Some say something older. I don't know. I just know they're still looking for me. Last month, my daughter woke screaming at 3 a.m. Mommy, there are kids at my window. They have black eyes and want to come play. We live on the 3rd floor. There's no ledge. I don't sleep anymore. I keep every light on, every door locked, every curtain closed, but sometimes in the dead of night I hear it. Soft knocking, child voices whispering through the walls. Let us in. We just want to come inside. This truly creepy, true black-eyed kid story from the United States is one of the most disturbing real beak encounters ever reported. True terrifying stories of black-eyed children knocking at night. Actual experiences with entities that beg to be let in. Real horror that follows you no matter where you go. These are the nightmares that make you understand true fear. ISN monsters under the bed. It's children at your door, asking to come in. And if you ever open that door, you'll never be seen again. Whatever you do, do not let them in. No matter how cold they say they are. No matter how innocent they look. Because those eyes aren't human, and once they're inside, they never leave. Horrifying true deep-sea horror stories that will make you terrified of the ocean forever. This absolutely horrifying true story took place in the Pacific Ocean, off the coast of New Zealand, aboard the deep-sea research vessel RV Tangaroa 2, during a scientific expedition to the Kermadec Trench in the winter of 2022. My name is Dr. Sophia Reynolds. I was 36 years old, a marine biologist specializing in deep-sea ecosystems from the University of Auckland, and I had spent my entire career studying the abyssal zone, the dark, crushing depths where sunlight never reaches. The Kermadec Trench is one of the deepest places on Earth, over 10,000 meters in spots, a cold, silent world of strange creatures adapted to eternal night and unimaginable pressure. Our expedition was funded by NIWA and international partners to deploy deep-sea landers, collect samples, and map previously unexplored sections of the trench wall using the ship's ROV, remotely operated vehicle, capable of diving to 11,000 meters. The crew was 28 strong, scientists, engineers, ROV pilots, the deckhands, and the ship's officers. We left Auckland in July 2022, winter in the southern hemisphere, when the seas are rough and the nights long. The voyage out was stormy to 10-meter swells, howling winds, the ship rolling heavily. Many of us were seasick, but excitement kept us going. We reached the trench site after 5 days at sea. The weather cleared just enough to begin operations. The ocean here is vast and empty. No land in sight, just endless dark water under a gray sky. Our first few ROV dives were breathtaking. At 6,000 meters, we saw glass sponges taller than houses, fields of xenophyophores, giant single-celled organisms, and new species of snailfish swimming lazily in the lights. The trench wall was a sheer cliff of sediment and rock scarred by landslides. The water temperature hovered at 2 degrees Celsius, pressure over 1,000 atmospheres. Everything was going perfectly. Then came Dive 17. We were exploring a new section at 9,800 meters near the Hadal Zone. The ROV, nicknamed Hades, was on the bottom. Cameras rolling, lights cutting through the inky black. At 2:14 ship time, the pilot noticed something unusual on the forward camera. A structure, not natural. Perfectly straight lines in the sediment, like foundations or walls, buried under centuries of silt. We zoomed in, it looked like ruins. Angular blocks, symmetrical, too regular for geology. The science team gathered around the screens in the control room, stunned. Could be a shipwreck, someone suggested, but at 9,800 meters? No shipwreck could survive that depth intact. We maneuvered closer. The structures were massive, blocks the size of cars, arranged in a grid. Carvings visible on some surfaces, symbols we didn't recognize, spirals and eyes. Then the sound started. A low-frequency hum felt more than heard, vibrating through the ship's hull. The ROV's acoustic sensors went off scale. The pilot tried to back away. The ROV stopped responding. Lights flickered. Then the feed showed movement. Shapes rising from the silt around the ruins. Tall, thin, humanoid, but wrong. Limbs too long, joints bending backward, skin pale and translucent, glowing faintly from within. No dive suits. No equipment. Just floating upward toward the DROV. Faces, if you could call them that, smooth, no eyes, mouths wide and silent screams. Dozens of them. The ROV's thrusters failed. The last image before the feed cut. One of the things pressing its face against the camera lens. Black, endless voids where eyes should be. Mouth opening impossibly wide. Then static. We lost Hades. $2 million ROV gone. The hum continued for hours, felt in our bones, making teeth ache, causing nausea. Crew members reported headaches, nosebleeds. That night, the ship's sonar detected something massive below us. A return the size of a submarine, rising fast. We hauled anchor and fled the site at full speed. But the horror followed us. Over the next days, as we steamed back toward New Zealand, strange things happened. Crew saw pale figures standing on the deck at night, visible only in peripheral vision. The ship's depth sounder kept showing false bottoms, structures at impossible depths. One engineer woke to find wet, bare footprints leading from his porthole to his bunk and back. The hum returned every night at 2:14 exactly. On the fourth night, a deckhand vanished. Last seen on the aft deck, staring overboard. No body, no trace. We arrived in Auckland under escort. The expedition was classified. Officially, equipment failure, 1 crew member lost to accident. But we know the truth. Something down there woke up. Something ancient. Something that remembers when the oceans were different. And it doesn't want us back. I resigned from deep sea work. I can't look at the ocean anymore. But sometimes when I'm near the coast, I hear it. That low hum carried on the wind. And I feel watched. From below. This horrifying true deep-sea horror story from the Pacific Ocean is one of the most disturbing real ocean exploration incidents ever experienced. True terrifying stories from the Hadal Zone, actual accounts of things seen in the deepest trenches. Real horror that happens when humans go too deep. These are the nightmares that end careers and haunt survivors forever. If you're ever offered a job on a deep-sea research vessel, remember, the ocean is not empty, it's full of things that have been waiting in the dark for a very long time. And they're starting to notice us. Very creepy true monastery horror stories that will make you fear ancient buildings forever. This deeply unsettling true story took place in Italy, at the abandoned Benedictine monastery of San Galgano in the rolling hills of Tuscany, during a solo research trip that spanned 3 unforgettable nights in the autumn of 2019. My name is Elena Rossi. I was 29 years old, a PhD candidate in art history at the University of Florence, specializing in medieval Cistercian architecture and the transition from Romanesque to Gothic styles in religious buildings. For my dissertation, I was documenting the decay and preservation challenges of abandoned monastic sites across central Italy. San Galgano had been on my list for years. Built in the 13th century by Cistercian monks, it was once one of the wealthiest and most powerful abbeys in Tuscany. Its great church, a masterpiece of Italian Gothic, was modeled after French cathedrals, with soaring pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and enormous rose windows. But after centuries of decline, suppression by Napoleon, and a series of earthquakes, the roof collapsed in the late 1700s. Since then, the abbey has stood open to the sky, a magnificent ruin slowly reclaimed by nature. The nearby round chapel of Montesipi houses the famous Sword in the Stone, the blade thrust into rock by Saint Galgano Guidotti, a 12th century knight who renounced violence and became a hermit. The entire complex is a UNESCO candidate site, visited by thousands during the day, but completely deserted after closing time. I had applied for and received rare permission from the Suprintendenza Archeologia Bell'Arti Paesaggio to conduct overnight fieldwork. The goal was to capture the abbey under natural night lighting, moonlight through the open roof, star trails above the nave, the way the medieval monks would have experienced it before electricity. I planned 3 nights, 1 for setup and daytime documentation, 2 for nocturnal photography. I brought professional gear, DSLR with wide-angle lenses, tripod, intervalometer for time-lapses, a small tent, sleeping bag rated to 0 degrees, portable stove, food supplies, water, and a satellite communicator in case of emergency. I arrived on October 17th, a Thursday, just as the autumn colors were peaking. The drive from Florence took 3 hours through winding cypress-lined roads. The abbey appeared suddenly around a bend, the massive facade rising from the golden fields. Roofless nave open to the pale blue sky, swallows circling the broken towers. The air was crisp, scented with wild fennel and damp stone. I'd parked at the visitor center, met the custodian who unlocked the side gate for me, and carried my gear across the grass floor of the nave. The scale was overwhelming to 90 meters long, arches 20 meters high, every footstep echoing like in a cathedral. I spent the afternoon exploring every corner with childlike wonder. The nave, with its alternating pillars of white and gray stone, grass and wildflowers growing between the flagstones. The transept, where the high altar once stood, now just a raised stone platform. The chapter house, a perfect octagonal room with delicate ribbed vaulting and traces of medieval frescoes depicting scenes from the life of Saint Benedict. The scriptorium, where monks illuminated manuscripts, its windows looking over what was once the herb garden. The refectory with its long stone tables and pulpit for readings during meals. The dormitory upstairs, a vast open hall with rows of narrow windows, now home to pigeons and bats. And finally, the cloister, a peaceful square garden surrounded by arched walkways, roses gone wild, a central fountain dry and filled with leaves. I visited the chapel of Montesipi at sunset. The small round building on the hill above the abbey, its dome painted with faded frescoes by Ambrogio Lorenzetti. The sword in the stone protected under glass, the blade corroded but still embedded deep in rock. I touched the glass, felt the history, the legend of Galgano's conversion. As the sun set, the tourists left. The custodian locked the main gate and wished me luck. "Be careful at night," he said with a strange smile. "The monks still walk." I laughed it off. I set up my tent in the cloister garden, hidden behind a pillar so it wouldn't be visible if anyone passed on the road. I cooked pasta on my stove, drank red wine from a plastic cup, and set up my camera for the first time-lapse, pointed up through the open roof of the nave at the emerging stars. The night was clear, the Milky Way visible, the only sounds crickets and distant owls. I fell asleep around 11 p.m., lulled by the silence. I woke abruptly at 1:27 a.m. The air had grown colder. My breath visible, and I heard chanting. Low, resonant, male voices in perfect unison. Latin plainchant. Coming from the direction of the great church, Salve Regina, Mater Misericordiae. The same antiphon sung at Compline, the night prayer of monks. I sat up in my tent, heart racing. The voices were clear, as if a full schola of 20 or 30 monks was processing slowly through the nave. I grabbed my headlamp, camera, and recorder and crept out. Moonlight flooded the ruins, silver on stone, deep shadows under arches. The chanting continued, echoing beautifully in the vast space. I walked silently toward the nave. The voices grew louder. I reached the entrance arch and stopped. In the center of the nave, beneath the open sky, a procession of black-robed figures moved slowly in a circle around the high altar platform. Monks in full Benedictine habits, long black scapulars over white tunics, hoods up, hands hidden in sleeves. They carried beeswax candles that flickered but cast no light on the stone. Bare feet on cold grass and flagstone. Faces hidden in shadow. They chanted without pause, voices deep and timeless. I stood frozen, camera recording video. They completed 3 full circles, then stopped. All turned toward the east, where the rose window would have been. The chant ended on a long, perfect cadence. Silence. Then, as one, they vanished. Not faded, vanished. Candles extinguished instantly. No footsteps retreating, no trace. I stood shaking for minutes. Checked the video later. The figures appear faintly, process, then disappear mid-frame. No digital artifact. I returned to my tent, wrapped in my sleeping bag, lights on, and didn't sleep. Morning came bright and ordinary. Sunlight on the ruins. Birds singing. No wax on the altar. No footprints in the soft grass. I spent the day photographing details, trying to stay busy, telling myself it was an acoustic phenomenon, wind through arches creating harmonics, my mind filling in the rest. But I knew better. The second night I prepared differently. I set multiple cameras. One on tripod in the nave pointed at the altar, one in the cloister, one inside the chapter house. Recorders running. I stayed awake, sitting in the cloister with thermos of coffee. At 1:27 a.m. exactly, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath fogged. The chanting began again, same antiphon. This time I walked boldly into the nave, camera rolling. The procession appeared as before. But tonight they carried something, a bier covered in black cloth, carried by 6 monks. On it, a body in white habit. They processed slowly, circling the altar 7 times. Then stopped facing me. The abbot, distinguished by his pectoral cross, stepped forward, lowered his hood. His face was skeletal, skin parchment over bone, eyes deep black pits. He raised a hand, palm out, and spoke, not in chant, but clear Italian, voice echoing unnaturally. Tu non dovresti esser qui, figlia mia. Questo è il nostro eterno officio. You should not be here, my daughter. This is our eternal office. I backed away. The others lowered hoods. All the same, gaunt, eyeless, mouths moving silently. They began walking toward me. Slowly, in unison, candles held forward. I ran, through the cloister past my tent, to the side gate. Locked. I climbed the wall, old stone crumbling under my fingers, hands bleeding. Dropped to the road outside. Ran barefoot down the hill until I reached a farmhouse with lights on. The family let me in, gave me blankets, called the Carabinieri. I never returned for my equipment. The custodian found my tent the next day, slashed open, gear scattered, cameras smashed. But the memory cards were missing. I finished my PhD without San Galgano. I cannot enter old churches anymore. But every year, around October 17th at 1:27 a.m., I wake to faint chanting. Latin. Distant at first, then closer. And sometimes, in the darkness of my bedroom, I feel cold fingers brush my cheek, a skeletal hand beckoning, inviting me to join the Eternal Office. This very creepy true monastery horror story from Italy is one of the most disturbing real encounters ever documented in an abandoned abbey. True terrifying stories of ghostly monk processions that continue centuries after death, actual experiences of being summoned by the undead in sacred ruins. Real horror that happens when you disturb places where prayer never ended. These are the nightmares that follow scholars home. Some vows are eternal. Some offices never conclude. Some monks never stop walking their cloister. Even when the roof has fallen, even when the living have fled, they wait, patiently, for the next soul willing to join their endless vigil. Under the open sky, forever. Very scary true someone S in the house, horror stories that will destroy your feeling of safety at home forever. This absolutely terrifying true story took place in the United Kingdom, in a quiet semi-detached Victorian house on a leafy street in Bath, Somerset. During the autumn and winter of 2022 to 2023, my name is Rebecca Harlow. I was 34 years old, a primary school teacher living alone after a painful breakup. The house was a 2-up 2-down red brick Victorian terrace built in 1892, high ceilings. Original sash windows, cast iron fireplaces, a small walled garden at the back, and a basement kitchen that always smelled faintly of damp stone. I had bought it 2 years earlier with my ex. After the split I kept it because I loved the character. The creaky oak stairs, the stained glass panel above the front door, the way the afternoon sun lit the living room through bay windows. The street was peaceful. Families, retirees, no through traffic. My neighbors were lovely, an elderly couple on one side, a young family on the other. The first sign something was wrong came in late September 2022. I woke around 3:15 a.m. to the sound of soft footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate creaks. The exact spots I knew well. Third step from bottom, seventh, the landing board that always groans. I lay frozen, listening as the footsteps climbed from the ground floor hallway to the landing outside my bedroom. They stopped right outside my door. I waited for a knock, a voice, anything. Silence. Then the footsteps started again, descending the stairs, same creaks in reverse. I got up, turned on every light, searched the house. Doors locked, windows latched, nothing moved. No footprints on the dewy back step. I told myself it was the house settling, old wood contracting in the cooling night. But it happened again 3 nights later. Same time, same footsteps up. Pause outside my door. Down again. I started sleeping with the landing light on. Then the objects began moving. My keys, always left on the hallway console, found on the kitchen table in the morning. My reading glasses moved from bedside table to bathroom sink. A mug ID washed and left drying upside down on the rack found upright on the living room mantelpiece. Always small things. Always when I was asleep. I installed a cheap indoor camera in the hallway facing the stairs. The first night it recorded nothing. The second night at 3:12 a.m. motion triggered. The footage showed the stairs empty, but the creaks were clear on audio. Up, pause, down. No visual. I upgraded to 4 cameras, hallway, living room, kitchen, bedroom, night vision, motion, audio. The activity escalated. Doors I'd closed found open. The basement door, which I always kept locked because of damp, found unlocked and ajar. Footsteps now inside rooms. I'd be watching TV in the living room and hear soft steps in the kitchen behind me. Turn empty. Once, cooking dinner, I heard the upstairs bedroom door close gently. Ran up, empty. But my wardrobe door was open. Clothes rearranged, my ex's old jumper, which I'd kept in a box at the bottom, now hanging front and center. I started sleeping with my phone recording video on the bedside table. One night in November, the footage caught it. At 3:18 a.m., the bedroom door, closed and locked, slowly opened. The camera showed empty doorway. Then the duvet on the empty side of the bed depressed deeply, as if someone heavy had sat down. The depression stayed for 7 minutes. Then lifted. Door closed by itself. No figure visible. Just the movement. I moved to my sister's house in Bristol for 2 weeks. When I returned, I had the locks changed, alarm system installed, motion lights outside. It didn't stop. The thing grew bolder. I'd wake to find my bedroom door open. My slippers moved from beside the bed to the foot. Once, my phone, charging on the bedside table, found on the pillow next to mine, screen unlocked to a blank note with one line typed. I miss sleeping next to you. I hadn't typed it. The handwriting in the note app matched mine perfectly. I started staying at friends' houses. But when I returned, things were worse. Drawers opened. My underwear drawer emptied, items folded neatly on the bed. Photos of my ex, which I de-boxed away, arranged in a heart shape on the living room floor. The basement became active. I never went down there alone, steep stone steps, low ceiling, always cold. But I began hearing dragging sounds from below, like furniture moving. One night, the basement door, bolted, banged repeatedly from the inside. Bang, 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 I called police. They searched, nothing. No access from outside. No squatters. Just cold air rushing up when they opened the door. I hired a medium. She refused to enter. Said the house had a resident male. Died violently in the basement in the 1940s. Jealous. Possessive. Wouldn't leave. Wanted the woman of the house. I sold the house at a loss in February 2023. Moved to a modern flat. Thought it was over. It wasn't. 6 months later, new owners, a young couple, contacted me in panic. Same footsteps. Same moved objects. Same notes. Same depression in the bed. They moved out after 3 months. The house is empty again. For sale. No one stays long. I looked up the history. In 1943, during World War II, the previous owner, a man named Arthur Grayson, murdered his wife in the basement with a hammer after suspecting infidelity. He hanged himself in the bedroom the same night. Bodies found days later. The house stood empty for years. Every female owner or tenant since has reported the same. Footsteps. Moved belongings. Possessive presence. Watching. Waiting. Touching. I still wake at 3:15 a.m. I still check the empty side of my bed. I still find things moved, my keys on the kitchen table. My phone unlocked with new notes. I followed you. I miss sleeping next to you. Very scary true factory night shift horror stories that will make you never want to work nights again. This utterly terrifying true story took place in the United States, inside an old automotive parts factory in Detroit, Michigan, during the winter of 2022 to 2023. My name is Marcus Rivera. I was 28 years old, a maintenance technician with 10 years of factory experience, and I had just started the night shift at Apex Auto Components, a massive 1940s-era plant on the east side of Detroit that had been manufacturing stamped metal parts for decades. The building was huge. Over 500,000 square feet of concrete floors, high ceilings with exposed pipes and catwalks, rows of ancient punch presses, welding robots, conveyor lines, and massive overhead cranes that rumbled like thunder when they moved. The day shift had 300 workers. Night shift was skeleton crew minus 25 people spread across 3 floors to keep critical lines running for just-in-time delivery. I took nights for the 20% differential and quieter atmosphere. Fewer managers, no rush hour commute, just the steady hum of machines and the occasional clank of metal. My job was troubleshooting, walking the floor with toolbox and tablet, fixing breakdowns, preventive maintenance on presses that could shear steel like paper. The factory had a reputation. Old-timers called it the Beast. Built in 1943 for wartime production, it never stopped minus 24/7 through Korean War, Vietnam, recessions. Hundreds of injuries over the years. Dozens of deaths, crushed by presses, caught in conveyors, falls from catwalks, electrocutions. OSHA fines in the millions. The company paid out settlements, installed safety guards, but the building felt heavy, like it remembered every accident. My first week was normal. Cold concrete floors, fluorescent lights buzzing, the smell of cutting oil and hot metal. The night crew was tight-knit, mostly older guys with 20 years, a few younger like me. We drank bad coffee in the break room, told stories, listened to classic rock on the PA. The weirdness started on my 8th shift. I was alone on the second floor stamping area, around 2:45 a.m., fixing a hydraulic leak on press number 7. A 1,000-ton monster built in 1952. The rest of the floor was dark except my work light. I heard footsteps on the catwalk above. Slow, deliberate boot steps on metal grating. I looked up, empty. Called out, "Hey, who's up there?" No answer. Footsteps stopped. I went back to work. 5 minutes later, footsteps again. This time coming toward the ladder down to my level. I waited, wrench ready. Nothing. No one came down. I climbed the ladder, catwalk empty, both directions. Told myself wind or building settling, but the footsteps became regular. Every night, always around 2:45 to 3:15 a.m., always on catwalks. Always stopping when I looked. Then the machines started acting up. Presses that were shut down would cycle once, massive bang as the ram dropped. Conveyors would start moving empty. Overhead cranes would swing slowly with no operator. Lights would flicker in sections. We reported it. Maintenance logs full of unexplained activation. Management blamed bad relays, old wiring, replaced parts. Didn't stop. The voices started. Faint at first, over the machine noise. Whispers in Spanish and English. "Help me, get out. It hurts," coming from inside the presses. From under conveyors. From the dark corners where old bloodstains still showed on concrete. One night in December, during a blizzard, power flickering from ice on lines, I was with veteran tech Dave on 3rd floor weld shop. At 3:03 a.m., every light went out. Emergency backups kicked in, dim orange. Then the whispers became screams, dozens of voices, male and female, screaming in pain from everywhere. We ran to the stairs. On the landing, we saw them. Figures in old work overalls from different eras, 1940s coveralls, 1970s hard hats, 1990s safety glasses, missing limbs, crushed bodies. Faces burned or torn, standing in rows on the stairs, watching us. Blocking the way down. Dave screamed, recognized his father, who died in a press accident in 1987. We pushed through cold, like walking through fog, made it to lobby. Security guards saw nothing on cameras. We both quit that week. The factory closed the night shift in January 2023. Too many incidents. Too many workers refusing. The building is dark now. But truck drivers on nearby roads report seeing lights on inside at 3 a.m. hearing screams carried on wind, seeing figures in windows, watching, waiting for the next shift to start. I can't drive past factories at night anymore. I hear the presses in my sleep, the screams, the footsteps on catwalks that aren't there. Very scary true someone's outside horror stories that will make you check every window tonight. This absolutely terrifying true story took place in Finland, in a small lakeside cottage near the town of Kuopio in North Savo, during the long, dark winter of 2021 to 2022. My name is Anna Korhonen. I was 32 years old, a graphic designer from Helsinki, and I had rented the cottage for 3 months to finish a major client project in peace. The cottage was perfect. A traditional red-painted log house built in the 1950s, standing alone on a narrow peninsula jutting into Lake Kallavesi. Pine forest on 3 sides, the frozen lake on the 4th. No neighbors within 2 kilometers. The nearest village road ended half a kilometer away. In winter, the only access was by skiing or snowmobile across the ice. The owner, an elderly woman named Lisa, lived in Kuopio and visited once a month to check the wood supply. She left me the keys, a stack of birch logs for the sauna and fireplace, and strict instructions. Keep the fire going, don't let pipes freeze. Call if the aurora is strong. I arrived in early December, just as the Kamus polar twilight began. The sun barely rose above the horizon for a few hours, casting everything in blue shadow. Nights were 20 hours long, pitch black, star-filled, silent, except for ice cracking on the lake and wind in the pines. The cottage was cozy, open-plan living room with fireplace, small kitchen, 1 bedroom, and a glassed-in veranda facing the lake. Sauna in a separate building 20 meters away. No Wi-Fi. I used a mobile hotspot. Perfect isolation for work. The first 2 weeks were idyllic. I worked at the table by the window, watching snowfall, skiing on the lake at midday, sauna every evening, sleeping deeply under thick blankets. The trouble began on December 21st, winter solstice, the darkest day. I woke around 3 a.m. to silence. The fire had burned low. Then I heard it. Footsteps in the snow outside. Slow, crunching steps circling the cottage. Starting from the lakeside, around the sauna, past the woodshed, to the front door, then back. I sat up, heart pounding. The steps stopped beneath my bedroom window. I pulled the curtain aside a centimeter. Moonlight on fresh snow, perfect, unbroken except for 1 set of tracks. Large boot prints. Coming from the lake ice, circling the house, ending right under my window. No prints leading away. I turned on every light, stoked the fire, sat up with a knife until dawn. In the morning, the tracks were there, exactly as I'd seen. Deep size 45 or larger. Starting from the lake edge, circling twice, stopping under the window, then vanishing. Like the person had been lifted straight up. I photographed them, reported to Lisa. She said probably a lost ice fisherman. But no one fishes at 3 a.m. and minus 25 degrees Celsius. And the lake was empty for kilometers. The footsteps returned every night. Always around 3 a.m., always circling. Always stopping under my window. Always no return tracks. I installed motion lights and the wildlife camera facing the lake. The lights triggered every time. The camera caught nothing, just empty snow. But audio recorded the crunching steps clearly. Then the knocking began. 3 slow knocks on the window glass. Knock, 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 always at the bedroom. I never looked out again. Instead, I shouted in Finnish and English for them to leave. The knock stopped. Steps resumed circling. Faster, then scratching. Long, deliberate scratches down the wooden wall outside the bedroom, like nails testing the logs. I started sleeping in the living room by the fire, door barricaded. The activity moved there. Knocks on the front door. On the veranda glass. Once on the sauna door while I was inside. Steam clouding windows, knocks echoing on wood. I ran out naked into snow, empty. Tracks circling the sauna, stopping at the door, no return. I called the police. They came from Kuopio. 2 officers on snowmobiles. Searched the area. Found the tracks. Followed them to the lake edge, where they simply ended. No snowmobile tracks. No ski tracks. No vehicle. They took photos, said they'd patrol. But the lake is 400 square kilometers. Easy to hide. The visits grew bolder. One night in January, during a fierce blizzard, wind howling, snow horizontal, the power went out. I sat by the fire with headlamp. The steps started, louder, faster, circling rapidly, then banging, hard banging on every wall. On the roof, on the frozen lake ice below the veranda. like something running around the entire cottage. Pounding, I screamed. The banging stopped. Silence. Then a voice. Low male, speaking Finnish with an old Savo dialect. Anna, Eva Ovi, Minen unkilmed, Anna. Open the door. I'm cold. It knew my name. I hadn't told anyone where I was staying except Lisa and work. I called emergency. No signal in the storm. The voice continued, pleading, Anna. Olen odottaneet niin kauan. Anna minen siswan. Anna. I've waited so long. Let me in. The door handle rattled. Slowly, then violently. The door shook in its frame. I pushed furniture against it. The rattling stopped. Then scratching at the bedroom window again, long, slow, like nails on glass. I stayed by the fire until dawn. In the morning, deep scratches in the wood beside every window. Words carved. Anna. AVAA. Odotan. Open. I wait. I left that day, packed in panic. Skied across the lake to the road. Called a taxi from the village. Never returned for my things. Lisa later told me the history. In the Winter War, 1939 to 1940, a Soviet patrol crossed the frozen lake during a blizzard. They sought shelter at the cottage, then owned by a farmer. He turned them away, afraid of reprisals. The soldiers froze to death outside, one by one. The last, a young lieutenant, scratched at the windows until his fingers bled, begging to be let in. His body found in spring against the bedroom wall, frozen solid, hand raised as if knocking. Locals say on the longest nights, during blizzards, he returns, circling houses on the lake, looking for warmth, calling the name of whoever is inside, waiting to be let in. I live in Helsinki now. City apartment, no snow, no silence. But every winter, when the wind howls, I wake at 3 a.m., hear crunching outside my window. On concrete, impossible, but there. And the voice, low, patient. Anna, Eva, Minen kilm. I never open the curtains. I never answer. Because if I do, he'll finally come in. To warm himself. Forever. Very scary, true, isolated lighthouse horror stories that will make you fear the sea forever. This chilling and truly terrifying true story took place in Scotland at the remote Eilean Lighthouse on one of the Flannan Isles in the Outer Hebrides during the stormy winter of 2020-21. Though the events echoed a century-old mystery. My name is Fiona Mackenzie. I was 35 years old, an experienced lighthouse keeper with the Northern Lighthouse Board, and I had volunteered for a 6-month relief posting at Eilean Moor, one of the most isolated lighthouses in the British Isles. The Flannan Isles are a cluster of 7 rocky outcrops 20 miles west of Lewis, battered by Atlantic storms, home only to seabirds and seals. Eilean Moor is the largest, a steep grassy island rising 88 meters from the sea, crowned by the 23-meter lighthouse built in 1899 by David Allen Stevenson. The light is automated now, but the board maintains a human presence for maintenance, monitoring, and tradition. Keepers rotate in pairs for 3 months, then relief. I arrived alone for a special winter stint. The regular pair had been evacuated due to storm damage, and I was to assess repairs and keep the light until spring. The helicopter dropped me on the tiny helipad with supplies, food for 4 months, fuel for the generator, tools, satellite phone, books, and my violin for company. The island was completely uninhabited except for me. No trees, no shelter but the lighthouse and keeper's quarters. The sea crashed endlessly against sheer cliffs. Gulls screamed day and night. The light swept its beam every 30 seconds across the endless ocean. The lighthouse itself was a masterpiece of Victorian engineering. White tower of dressed stone, spiral iron staircase of 160 steps, lantern room with massive Fresnel lens, keeper's quarters at the base with kitchen, sitting room, 3 bedrooms, and storeroom. Everything solid, built to withstand 100-knot gales. The logbook went back to 1899, full of entries about storms, bird migrations, passing ships. The first weeks were exhilarating. I loved the routine. Check the light at dusk and dawn, clean the lens, monitor weather instruments, radio daily reports to the board in Oban, cook simple meals, porridge, tin stew, fresh bread baked in the old range. The storms were spectacular, waves exploding against the rocks, spray reaching the lantern 100 meters up. The aurora danced green and purple on clear nights. I played my violin in the lantern room, music echoing down the tower. But the island felt watchful, The famous mystery of 1900 hung over everything. 3 keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, Donald MacArthur, vanished without trace just after Christmas. The relief ship found the light extinguished, table set for dinner, 1 chair overturned. Oilskins still hanging as if 2 men had left in haste, but the 3rd remained. Logbook ended with strange entries about storms of the soul, silent seas, God is over all. No bodies ever found. Theories ranged from rogue wave to madness to supernatural. Modern explanations. Waves swept 2 away. 3rd went after them. But locals still say the Flannans are cursed, ancient Celtic site, place of thin veils between worlds. I knew the story, dismissed it as legend, until the voices started. On my 18th night, during a fierce gale wind screaming 80 knots, waves thundering, I woke at 2:47 a.m. The generator was running fine, but I heard voices, male voices, coming from the lantern room above, arguing, Scottish accents, old-fashioned. The sea is calm now. No, it's a trick. We must keep the light. I climbed the spiral stairs slowly, torch in hand. The voices stopped as I reached the service room. Lantern room empty. Lens turning perfectly. Logbook on the table, open to a new entry in handwriting not mine. December 26th. Storm ended. Sea flat as glass. Strange calm. God help us. The date was December 26th, but it was January, my handwriting? No, I photographed it. Next morning, entry gone. Page blank. The incidents escalated. Footsteps on the stairs at night. Always climbing, always stopping outside my bedroom door. The door handle turning slowly, I barricaded it with a chair. The turning stopped. Then banging from the exterior door, the heavy iron door at the base, locked and bolted. Banging as if someone was trying to get in from the storm. I radioed Oban. No supply ship near, no one scheduled. Banging continued for hours. In the morning, no footprints on the jetty, or path, but the bolts were undone from inside. I started sleeping in the lantern room minus 160 steps up, door locked. The voices followed, whispering my name. Fiona, keeper, join us. One night in February, during the worst storm of the winter, wind 100 knots, waves 20 meters, the light failed. The lens stopped turning. I ran up the stairs in panic. In the lantern room, 3 figures in old oilskins, backs to me, working on the mechanism. Tall, solid, I shouted. They turned, faces pale, water-bloated, eyes milky white. Mouths open as if drowning. One pointed at me. Spoke in unison, voices echoing unnaturally. The light must be kept. Then vanished. The lens started turning again. I radioed emergency evacuation. Helicopter came 2 days later when the storm broke. I left with only my personal bag. The board investigated. Found nothing. Logbook normal. But my photos, the strange entry, the figures caught in reflection on the lens glass, were gone from my phone. Files corrupted. The Flannan Isles remain manned. But no one stays more than a month now. Keepers report the same. Footsteps. Voices. The 3 waiting for the next to join them. Keeping the light. Forever. I live in Edinburgh now, inland. But on stormy nights I hear gulls, waves, and distant voices calling my name. Fiona, the light must be kept. I never go near the sea. Very scary true abandoned hospital horror stories that will make you never want to explore ruins again. This absolutely terrifying true story took place in Germany, inside the abandoned Belitz-Heilstätten hospital complex south of Berlin. During a secret overnight exploration in the autumn of 2022. My name is Lucas Weber. I was 26 years old. A passionate urban explorer and photographer from Munich. Part of a small community that documents forgotten places across Europe. Belitz-Heilstätten was the Holy Grail, a vast complex of 60 buildings built between 1898 and 1930 as a tuberculosis sanatorium and military hospital, covering 200 hectares of pine forest. During World War I, a young Adolf Hitler recovered here from a leg injury. In World War II, it treated wounded soldiers, including Soviet troops after 1945. The Red Army used it until 1994. Since abandonment, it became one of the most famous urbex sites in the world. Decaying pavilions with peeling paint, operating theaters frozen in time, long corridors lined with rusted beds, surgical instruments scattered like relics. Most buildings are sealed or patrolled, but dedicated explorers know ways in. I had been planning this for 2 years. A solo overnight to capture the Women's Pulmonary Pavilion. men's surgical block, and the infamous Alpenhaus where Hitler stayed. I wanted long exposure shots at night, moonlight through broken windows, the eerie silence of places where thousands suffered and died. I entered at dusk on a foggy October Friday. The forest was thick, paths overgrown. I wore dark clothing, carried a backpack with camera, tripod, headlamp, spare batteries, food, water, sleeping bag, and a small tent for emergency. No phone signal inside the complex. I left a note with a friend and planned exit time. The first building, the Women's Lung Pavilion, was breathtaking in decay. Long corridors with green and cream paint peeling in sheets, wards with rows of iron beds, some with mattresses rotted to springs, old porcelain sinks cracked, vines growing through windows, surgical lamps hanging like dead spiders. The air smelled of mold, rust, and something medicinal, phenol, or formaldehyde lingering after decades. I photographed for hours. The men's surgical block was worse. Operating theaters with tiled walls stained dark, rusted tables with leather straps, instrument trays overturned, scalpels and saws scattered on floors. One room still had a chalkboard with patient names from 1945. The Alpenhaus, Hitler's ward, was sealed from outside, but I found a basement window pried open by previous explorers. Inside, grander rooms, high ceilings, remnants of murals, a balcony overlooking forest. I set up in the main corridor for time-lapse's tripod aimed down endless hallway, moonlight streaming through shattered skylight. Night fell. The complex was silent except wind in pines and occasional creaking. I explored more. Found the morgue in the basement. Concrete slabs, drainage channels stained dark, old refrigeration doors hanging open. The air colder, heavier. I felt watched. Dismissed it as atmosphere. Around 1:30 a.m. I returned to the surgical block for night shots. That's when the footsteps started. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the floor above. Heeled boots on tile, walking the length of the corridor. I froze. Listen. Steps stopped directly above the operating theater I was in. Then started again, descending stairs. Toward me. I turned off headlamp, waited in darkness. Steps reached my level. Entered the theater. Stopped. I heard breathing. Heavy, labored, like someone in pain. Then a voice, German. Old accent. Wo ist der Arzt? Where's the doctor? I didn't answer. The breathing continued. Then dragging, like something heavy pulled across tile. I turned headlamp on. Empty room. But fresh blood smears on the operating table. Wet, dark red. Not there before. I photographed, heart pounding, left the building. Spent the night in the forest edge. Tent hidden. Couldn't sleep. At dawn returned, smears gone. Tile clean. Day 2, more exploration. Found the children's ward. Small beds, faded murals of animals, toys scattered. The bathhouse, massive tiled pools, hydrotherapy equipment rusted. The power plant, generator silent, cables hanging like vines. Every building felt occupied. Doors I left open found closed. Windows I photographed through found fogged from inside. Footprints in dust that weren't mine. At night, the voices returned. Multiple. Patients calling for nurses. Doctors shouting orders. Screams of pain. Gunshots. All echoing through corridors. I recorded audio-clear voices on playback. No source. The third night, I decided to stay in the Alpenhaus. Set camera for time-lapse in Hitler's old room. At 2:47 a.m., the temperature dropped sharply. My breath visible. Then marching. Booted feet. Dozens. Marching in formation down the corridor. I looked out. Soldiers in WWI uniforms. Gray Feldgrau. Helmets. Rifles. Faces pale, eyes black. Marching past the door. One stopped. Turned head. Stared directly at me. Mouth opened. No sound. Then continued. I ran. Through forest. To the perimeter fence. Climbed out. Never returned. My camera memory card. Corrupted except one photo. The Alpenhaus corridor. Full of soldiers. Standing still. Staring at the lens. Faces, young men who died in 1916. And in the foreground, a figure in World War II uniform. Face my own. Eyes black. I destroyed the card. But the photo is burned in my memory. Belitz is patrolled now. No one explores overnight, but people still report marching at night. Voices calling for doctors. Screams. The hospital never closed. The patients never left. The doctors still make rounds. And they're looking for new staff. Very scary, true old theater horror stories that will make you never want to attend a show alone again. This deeply disturbing and truly terrifying true story took place in France, inside the historic Theatre du Châtelet in Paris. During a late-night rehearsal period in the autumn of 2022, my name is Camille Laurent. I was 29 years old, a lighting designer with 15 years of experience in theater, and I have been hired as assistant lighting director for a major revival of Victor Hugo, Les Miserables, at the Theatre du Châtelet, one of the most prestigious and beautiful theaters in Paris. Built in 1862 on the site of a former fortress prison, the Châtelet is a grand Italian-style house with 2,500 seats, gilded balconies, red velvet curtains, a massive chandelier weighing 3 tons, and a stage that has hosted legends from Sarah Bernhardt to Edith Piaf. The auditorium is opulent, painted ceiling depicting the muses, ornate boxes, marble staircases, and beneath it all, a labyrinth of corridors, dressing rooms, workshops, and the infamous underground levels that once connected to the old prison cells. The production was ambitious, full orchestra, rotating set, complex lighting rig with over 400 fixtures. Rehearsals ran late into the night to avoid disturbing daytime tourists and office workers above in the building. The theater closed to the public at 11 p.m., but the crew often worked until 3 or 4 a.m. I loved those hours. The empty auditorium echoing with music, the stage lit like a dream, the smell of dust and velvet and old wood. The first strange occurrence happened during Tech Week. I was alone in the grid, the catwalk 30 meters above the stage, adjusting a spotlight around 2:15 a.m. The rest of the crew was on break in the green room below. I heard applause. Slow, deliberate clapping from the auditorium. I looked down through the grating. The house was dark, empty seats. But the clapping continued, rhythmic, from the center orchestra. Then a single voice, female old, singing softly. A line from the show, Et la volante du pupil, from Do You Hear the People Sing? But the actress who sang that part was not on stage. I called down on headset, no response. Clapping stopped. I finished the focus, went down. Auditorium empty. No one admitted to clapping. I thought acoustics playing tricks. But it happened again the next night, this time laughter. Children laughing from the upper balcony. I climbed the marble stairs to the second tier. Empty boxes. Laughter stopped as I arrived. Then a child's voice whispering, Regarde-moi. Look at me. From the royal box, I shone my torch. Empty velvet seats. But one seat cushion depressed. As if someone small was sitting there. Watching the empty stage, I left quickly. The incidents escalated. During a full run-through, lights began changing on their own. Cues I hadn't programmed. Spotlights following actors who weren't in the scene. The follow-spot operator swore his hands weren't on the controls. The chandelier, dimmed for a scene, began swinging slowly, though no draft, no vibration. The orchestra pit lights flickered in Morse-like patterns. The conductor stopped the orchestra, asked if someone was playing with the board. No one was. Then the whispers started, from the wings. From under the stage, from the fly floor above. Always in Old French. Phrases from 19th century plays. Lines from long-forgotten melodramas. Actors reported seeing figures in period costumes in mirrors, but turning empty. One actress saw a woman in 1870s dress hanging from the fly ropes. She screamed. The ropes were empty, but the noose knot remained tied. Perfect hangman's knot. No one on crew knew how to tie it. The worst night was the final dress rehearsal. 2:47 a.m. The theater was full of crew to 80 people on stage, in pit, in booths. The show was running perfectly. Then every light in the house went out. Not dimmed. Out. Emergency lights didn't activate. Complete darkness. Then singing. Hundreds of voices from the seats, the balcony, the boxes, singing the Marseillaise, but the revolutionary version. With lyrics banned after 1871. Voices of men, women, children. Perfect harmony. The stage lights came back on alone, illuminating the empty auditorium, filled with figures. In 1871, commune uniforms, workers' clothes, women in red Phrygian caps, children with tricolor flags, all standing, facing the stage. Silent now. Watching us, the director screamed, "Cut! Lights normal." Auditorium empty, but every seat cushion depressed, as if occupied. We evacuated the building. The production opened to rave reviews, but no one stayed after midnight again. The Châtelet has a dark history. During the Paris Commune of 1871, the theater was used as a people's court. Hundreds tried for counter-revolutionary crimes. Many executed in the basement. During World War II, used for propaganda shows. After liberation, summary executions in the same basement. The dead never left. They wait for shows to begin. They take their seats. They watch. They sing the old songs. And they want the performance to continue. Forever. I left theater work. I design concerts now. Open air, daylight. But sometimes in dark venues I hear clapping. From empty seats. Slow. Deliberate. Waiting for the curtain to rise. Very scary, true old library horror stories that will make you never want to stay after closing again. This deeply disturbing true story took place in Portugal inside the historic Joanina Library at the University of Coimbra. One of the oldest and most beautiful libraries in the world. During a special after-hours research session in the autumn of 2022. My name is Sofia Mendes. I was 28 years old, a postgraduate researcher in rare books and manuscripts from Lisbon, specializing in 18th century Portuguese scientific texts. The Biblioteca Joanina, built between 1717 and 1728 during the reign of King João V, is considered one of the finest examples of Baroque library architecture in Europe. Located in the old University Palace, it houses over 250,000 volumes from the 16th to 18th centuries. Priceless. Incunabula illuminated manuscripts, first editions of Camps and Galileo, arranged on 3 floors of gilded walnut shelves. Reaching 12 meters high, decorated with trompe oil ceilings painted by Antonio Simcas, Ribeiro, and Manuel da Silva, exotic wood inlays from Brazil, and tables of rosewood and ebony. The air is kept at a constant P-20 degrees Celsius and Y humidity by thick stone walls to preserve the books. At night, a colony of bats is released to eat insects that could damage the pages, a tradition dating back centuries. The library is normally open to tourists only in small groups, but researchers with special permission can apply for after-hours access. I had spent a year preparing my application for a week-long evening residency to examine a rare 1720 manuscript on natural philosophy by a Jesuit scholar. Permission was granted for 5 nights, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., alone with a security guard in the building, but not in the library itself. I arrived on Monday, October 10, 2022 at 7:45 p.m. The guard, an older man named Carlos, unlocked the massive carved doors and led me through the lower floor, the noble floor, past the portrait of King João V up the stone stairs to the main library on the top floor. The space was breathtaking even in electric light. 3 connected rooms. Shelves gleaming with gold-tooled leather spines in Latin, Portuguese, French. Shelves rising to frescoed ceilings depicting allegories of the faculties. Chandeliers of rock crystal. Silence so complete you could hear your heartbeat. The air smelled of old leather, beeswax polish, and faint incense from centuries of use. Carlos locked the main door behind me, leaving me with a key to the side exit in case of emergency. Call if you need anything. The building is empty except me downstairs. No one else has access. He smiled. And don't mind the bats. They come out around midnight. I set up at the central reading table. Laptop, notebook, white cotton gloves, headlamp for detail work, thermos of tea, small recorder for notes. The manuscript was brought from the vault by the archivist earlier. A thick vellum-bound volume with hand-drawn astronomical diagrams and marginalia in faded ink. The first night was magical. The library felt alive, the books breathing centuries of knowledge. I worked until 1:30 a.m., photographing pages, transcribing passages on comets and divine order. The only sounds were my pen scratching and the occasional flutter of bats waking in the darkness above. At 1:58 a.m., I heard the first anomaly. A soft thud from the lower floor, like a heavy book falling from a shelf. Then another. Then a slow dragging, as if someone was pulling a large volume across the floor. I froze, listened. The dragging stopped. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the marble stairs leading up from the intermediate floor. Coming toward the main library door, I called out softly, "Carlos, is that you?" No answer. The footsteps reached the landing. Stopped outside the door. The handle turned slowly. Rattled gently. The door was locked from inside, standard protocol. The rattling stopped. Silence. I waited 5 minutes. Nothing. I finished packing, left through the side exit. Carlos was in the guard room, asleep in his chair. He swore he hadn't left his post. Second night, I asked for Carlos to stay in the library with me. He agreed. We worked together until midnight. At 12:03 a.m., the bats were released. Small shadows flitting between shelves, eating moths. Beautiful. Then the temperature dropped sharply, our breath visible. The chandelier crystals began to tinkle, though no draft. Then the books began moving. On the highest shelves, too high to reach without ladder, volumes slid forward slowly, one by one, falling to the floor with heavy thuds, opening to specific pages. All the same book, a 1668 treatise on demonology and possession. Pages open to illustrations of bound figures. Carlos crossed himself. We gathered the books, reshelved them. They slid out again. We left early. Third night, I came alone, determined to finish. Installed my own audio recorder and a small motion camera pointed at the shelves. At 1:11 a.m., whispering began. Latin, from the books themselves. Pages turning without touch. Whispers growing into voices. Male and female, chanting. Names of condemned heretics. Inquisition trials. I approached a shelf. A book flew out, struck my shoulder. Opened at my feet to a page describing a scholar burned for reading forbidden texts. My name, Sofia Mendes, handwritten in fresh ink in the margin. I hadn't written it, the ink was wet. The chanting grew louder, books falling like rain. I ran to the door. Locked from outside. Handle wouldn't turn. I banged, screamed for Carlos. No answer. The whispering became screams, from inside the walls, from under the floor, from the books. I hid under the central table. The chandelier swung violently. Candles, unlit, ignited with blue flame. The temperature plummeted to freezing. Frost formed on the tables. My breath clouded. Then silence. The door unlocked, I fled. Carlos found me in the courtyard, hyperventilating. He swore the door was never locked from outside. The footage showed books moving alone, pages turning. My name appearing in ink that wasn't there before. The library director reviewed it, closed overnight access permanently. The Jonina is beautiful by day, but at night the books remember. The condemned still read. The inquisitors still search for forbidden knowledge, and they write new names, in fresh ink. I finished my degree without the manuscript. I never touch old books after dark, but sometimes when I open a volume, I find my name, in the margin, in ink that smells of burning. Very scary, true closed amusement park horror stories that will make you never want to visit one again. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in the United States, at the abandoned Lake Shawnee Amusement Park in rural West Virginia, during a forbidden overnight exploration in the foggy autumn of 2022. My name is Tyler Brooks. I was 27 years old, a professional photographer and urban explorer from Pittsburgh with a passion for forgotten places. Lake Shawnee had been on my bucket list for years. Opened in 1926 as a simple swimming hole and picnic spot, it evolved into a full amusement park in the 1950s. Ferris wheel, swing ride, dodgems, pony rides, concession stands, all built around a beautiful man-made lake on land that was once a Native American burial ground, and later the site of a tragic 18th century massacre. In 1783, Shawnee warriors killed 3 children of settler Mitchell Clay in retaliation for the murder of a Shawnee chief. The bodies were buried on the property. In the 1960s, during park construction, workers unearthed dozens of Native American graves and artifacts, but continued building anyway. The park's dark luck began immediately. In 1966, a little girl drowned in the lake. Shortly after, a boy was killed when a delivery truck backed into the swing ride. 6 deaths in total over the years. Drownings, accidents on rides, 1 child struck by lightning. The park closed permanently in 1966 after the last tragedy. The rides were left to rust, the midway overgrown with weeds, the lake murky and choked with algae. It became one of America's most infamous cursed abandoned parks. Featured on ghost hunting shows, visited by thrill seekers despite no trespassing signs and patrols. I had photographed dozens of abandoned places, but Lake Shawnee felt different. I planned a solo overnight, arrive at dusk, photograph the rides under moonlight and fog, capture the eerie silence of a place that once rang with laughter and screams. I brought professional gear, Canon R5 with 15 to 35 millimeters wide angle, tripod, drone for aerials, headlamp, recorder, sleeping bag, food, and a small tent to hide in if needed. I entered through a known gap in the fence at twilight, heart already racing with excitement. The park was more atmospheric than any photo could capture. The entrance gate rusted open, sign reading Lake Shawnee Amusement Park in faded red letters. The midway stretched ahead, cracked asphalt overgrown with grass, concession stands with shattered windows, faded murals of clowns and balloons peeling from walls. The Ferris wheel loomed tallest, gondolas swaying gently in the breeze, paint chipped to bare metal. The swing ride, chain seats hanging limp. Dodgems cars frozen in the arena, bumpers cracked. The pony ride circle with rusted metal horses on poles. Everything silent, except wind through trees and distant frogs from the lake. I spent golden hour photographing details, close-ups of faded tickets stuck in weeds. A child's lost shoe half buried near the carousel. Graffiti from previous explorers warning, "They watch and don't stay after dark." As sun set, fog rolled in from the lake. Thick, cold, swallowing the rides one by one. I set up time-lapse on the midway facing the Ferris wheel. The fog glowed orange from the last light. Beautiful. Eerie. I felt watched from the beginning, but attributed it to the stories. Night fell fast. Temperature dropped to near freezing. I walked the midway with headlamp. The silence was absolute, no insects, no animals. Then the first sound. A child's laugh, high, distant. From the swing ride direction, I turned. Empty chains swaying slightly. Laugh again. Closer, from the Dodgems. I recorded audio. Nothing visible. Then music. Faint calliope music. The carousel tune. But the carousel was 100 meters away. Power long cut. Music grew louder. I walked toward it. The painted horses, faded reds, blues, golds, seemed to move in the fog. No, they were moving. Slowly rotating. Though no power, no wind strong enough. I filmed. The carousel turned faster, music louder, a little girl's voice singing along. Words I couldn't make out. I backed away. Music stopped. Silence. I retreated to the midway. Set up camp behind a concession stand, tent hidden, sleeping bag inside. Planned a photograph until dawn. At 11:47 p.m. the ride started. First the swing ride. Chains creaking, seats swinging high as if full. Then the Ferris wheel, gondolas rocking, creaking metal. Then the Dodgems, bumping into each other, sparks from dead batteries. I filmed from hiding, no one visible, but shadows in the seats. Small shadows. Children, laughing. The carousel spun fastest. Horses galloping, music blaring, lights flickering on, bulbs long dead. I ran to the fence, but the fog was too thick. Lost direction, ended up at the lake. The water black. Fog hovering. Then splashing, children swimming. In October cold, calling to me. Come play. Join us. I ran back to midway. The ride slowed. Stopped. Silence. I hit intent. At 3:13 a.m. footsteps. Small feet on asphalt. Circling my hiding spot, giggling, whispering names. My name, Tyler. Come ride. I waited until dawn. Escaped through fog. The park is closed now. Patrolled. But people still report. Rides moving at night. Children's laughter. Splashing in the lake. Calling names. The dead children never left. They wait for new friends. To play. Forever. Very disturbing true childhood friend horror stories that will make you question every memory of your past forever. This deeply unsettling and truly terrifying true story took place in Australia, in a quiet coastal suburb of Perth, Western Australia. Beginning in the summer of 1995 and haunting me across decades until the present day. My name is Sarah Mitchell. I was 7 years old when I first met Lily. It was January 1995, the height of a scorching Perth summer. My family had just moved into a 1970s brick and tile house on a long street in the suburb of Scarborough, 2 blocks from the Indian Ocean. The backyard was huge, a quarter-acre block with a lemon tree. A cubby house my dad built from pallets, a sandpit, and a swing set that creaked in the sea breeze. The street was full of kids. Bikes, cricket, street hockey until the sun set. But I was shy, the new kid from Sydney missing my old school friends. That's when Lily appeared. I was playing alone in the sandpit one afternoon, building a castle with my plastic bucket and spade, when I looked up and saw a girl standing at the back fence. She was about my age, with long blonde hair and pigtails tied with red ribbons, wearing a pale blue sundress with white daisies printed on it. Barefoot, smiling shyly. "Hi," she said. I'm Lily, I live next door. Can I play? I looked toward the neighbor's house, a mirror image of ours, but the backyard was overgrown with weeds, the house dark and empty. A for sale sign leaned in the front yard, faded from the sun. I pointed this out. Lily giggled. I live behind the fence, in the secret garden. No one sees my house from here. I shrugged. Kids say weird things, and invited her over. She climbed the fence easily, dress fluttering. We played all afternoon, building sandcastles, swinging higher and higher, sharing secrets. She knew all the best games, ones I'd never heard of. She told stories about mermaids in the ocean and fairies in the lemon tree. She had a faint scar on her knee from falling off a swing, she said. She hated Vegemite but loved strawberry ice blocks. We became inseparable. Every day that summer, Lily was there, waiting at the fence when I woke, playing until the streetlights came on. My parents never saw her. When I talked about Lily at dinner, Mum smiled and said, "It's wonderful you've made a new friend so quickly." Dad asked what her parents did. I didn't know. I'd never met them. Lily always left before dinner, climbing the fence and vanishing into the secret garden. I never followed. She said it was private. School started in February. I made real friends. But Lily was still there after school and weekends. Always in the blue daisy dress, always barefoot, always the same. By winter 1996, when I was 8, something changed. Lily started talking about the bad day, the day she fell from the tall swing, the one at the park near the beach. She said it hurt a lot. She cried when she told me. Showed me the scar on her knee. It looked fresh sometimes, red and raw, other times faded. I asked if she wanted to come inside for Band-Aids or Milo. She always said no. My mom doesn't like visitors. I never saw her eat or drink, but she was my best friend. Then one day in August 1996, cold, rainy, Lily didn't come. I waited by the fence. Called her name. Nothing. She was gone for weeks. I cried every day. Mom said maybe her family moved. The for sale sign was gone. A new family moved in next door, loud with teenagers. No little girl. I forgot eventually. Grew up. High school. Uni in Melbourne. Marine biology. First job at an aquarium. Boyfriends. Travel. Life. I hadn't thought about Lily in 20 years. Until December 2022. I was 34, back in Perth for Christmas with my parents. They still lived in the same house. One afternoon, nostalgic, I walked the old street. The backyard looked smaller, the lemon tree huge. The swing set gone, the neighbor's house, repainted, modern fence. I stood at the back fence, remembering. Then I heard it. A child's voice. Soft. Familiar. "Sarah, you came back." I turned. There she was. Standing in the neighbor's yard. Same blonde pigtails with red ribbons. Same pale blue daisy dress. Same barefoot, same smile, still 7 years old. Time stopped. "Lily?" She nodded. I waited. "You promised we'd be friends forever." My blood ran cold. "How?" She tilted her head. "I never left. This is my place." She walked to the fence. Held out her hand. "Come play." Like before. Her hand was ice cold when I touched it. Reflex. Skin pale, almost translucent. Scar on knee fresh and bleeding slightly. I pulled away. "This is impossible." Her smile faded. Eyes darkened. Blue turning gray. "You forgot me." "No, you promised forever." She started crying, tears red, blood running down cheeks. I waited so long, I backed away, ran inside. Told my parents. They went pale. Sat me down. Showed me old newspaper clippings they'd kept. August 17th, 1978. Tragic accident at Scarborough Park. 7-year-old Lily Grace Thompson died after falling from the highest swing at the beachside park. Pushed too high by friends. Neck broken on impact. Body found under the lemon tree in her backyard. She'd crawled home before dying. The family moved away. House empty for years. The swing removed. But children in the street reported seeing a little girl in blue daisy dress. Asking to play. Waiting at fences. Calling names. I slept with lights on that visit. Heard giggling outside my childhood bedroom window. Small hands tapping glass. "Sarah, push me on the swing." I left Perth early. Moved to Sydney. Thought distance would help. It didn't. Last month. December 2023. My niece, 7 years old, staying with my parents in Perth. Woke screaming. A girl named Lily wants to play. In a blue dress, with red ribbons. She says you promised forever, Auntie Sarah. And she's waiting. I don't go back to Perth. I don't answer when children call my name in playgrounds. But sometimes in dreams, I'm 7 again. Building sandcastles, pushing the swing higher and higher. Hearing the crack. Seeing her fall, and her eyes gray, accusing. You promised. I wake with cold hands around my neck. Red ribbons in my hair. The scar on my knee. Bleeding. This very disturbing true childhood friend horror story from Australia is one of the most heartbreaking and terrifying real encounters ever shared. True stories of friends who died too young and never stopped waiting. Actual experiences of promises that bind across decades. Real horror that passes from generation to generation. These are the nightmares that make you realize some friendships aren't meant to end. Some playmates don't grow up. Some promises are forever. And some little girls are still waiting at the fence. In the blue daisy dress, for you to come back and play. One last time. Forever. Very scary true pale crawler horror stories that will make you afraid of the dark forever. This deeply disturbing and truly terrifying true story took place in the United States. In the rural Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia, near the small town of Point Pleasant. From the summer of 2017 through the winter of 2023. My name is Jacob Riley. I was 25 years old when it started. A freelance wildlife photographer and trail guide living in a small cabin. I built myself on 40 acres of forested land my grandfather left me. The property was deep in the hills. No cell service, no close neighbors. Just miles of dense oak and hemlock, steep ravines, and an old abandoned coal mine entrance sealed with concrete at the far edge. I loved the isolation. I spent my days hiking, photographing deer, black bears, bobcats, and the occasional coyote pack. Nights were for editing photos by lantern light, listening to the wind in the trees and owls calling. The land had history. My grandfather told stories about the Watchers, tall, pale things seen in the woods during the Depression when men hunted at night for food. He said they moved wrong, too fast, too quiet, limbs bending backward. He claimed one followed him home from the mine in 1938, standing at the tree line for nights, watching the cabin. He never went back to that mine. I thought they were tall tailies, until the summer of 2017. It started with the animals. Deer stopped coming near the cabin. Birds went silent at dusk. My trail cameras, to 12 of them scattered on game trails, began capturing nothing, blank frames. Batteries drained overnight. Then the photos. One camera near the ravine caught something. A shape, tall, over 7 feet. Skin pale, almost white, hairless. Limbs too long, ending in elongated fingers. Body thin to the point of skeletal, ribs visible. Standing motionless between trees. Head tilted. No eyes visible. Just dark sockets. Facing the camera. I thought hoax. Someone in a suit, but no footprints. No heat signature on the thermal cam. I set more cameras. Got more images. Always at night. Always the same creature. Always closer to the cabin. Always facing the lens. Always standing perfectly still. Then the sounds began. At night. Scratching on the cabin walls. Long, slow drags, like nails testing the logs. From ground level to roof. Circling. Then tapping on windows. Soft at first. Then harder. I boarded the windows. The tapping moved to the roof. Thumps, like something heavy walking above. I installed motion lights. They triggered every night. But nothing on camera, just empty light pools. Shadows moving at the edge. I started carrying a rifle. Loaded. Safety off. The first sighting was in September 2017. I was on the porch at 2 a.m., unable to sleep, coffee in hand, watching fog roll up from the ravine. The motion light by the woodshed triggered. I looked. It was there, standing at the tree line. 7 feet tall. Pale skin glowing faintly in the light. Limbs dangling too long, head cocked, watching me. No clothes, no hair. Skin stretched tight over bone. Mouth a thin line. Eyes black pits. It didn't move, just watched. I raised the rifle. It tilted its head further, then stepped back into trees. Gone. No sound. No branches breaking. I didn't sleep for days. Set traps, trail cams with fresh batteries, audio recorders, even a game camera with cellular upload. Got more photos, closer. One inside the woodshed. Standing among tools. Facing the door. Another on the porch. Handprints on the window. Long fingers, too many joints. Smudges like it pressed its face against the glass. The smell started, rotten meat, sulfur, like something dead crawling. From the ravine, I found kills, deer gutted. Organs arranged in circles, bones cracked, marrow sucked. No predator marks. Just clean breaks, like snapped by hands. The winter of 2018 was the worst. Snow deep, me trapped. The creature came every night. Footprints in snow. Long, narrow, toes too long, no heel print. Leading to the cabin, circling, stopping under windows, then disappearing. As if it walked upright, then dropped to all fours. I heard crawling on the roof, scratching at the chimney. Once, something tried the door handle, slowly turning. I fired through the door. No blood and snow, no body, just laughter. Hi, chittering, from the trees, multiple voices, more than one. I left in spring 2019. Sold the land. Moved to Charleston. Thought it was over. It wasn't. In 2021, the new owner, a hunting club, reported the same, animals gone. Hunters seeing pale figures in trees. Watching from ridges. One hunter vanished. Found weeks later. Body drained. Skin pale. Eyes black pits. Arranged in a circle of stones. The club abandoned the property. It's empty again. But hikers on the Appalachian Trail nearby report seeing them. Pale crawlers. In trees. On ridges. Watching. Waiting. Following at distance. Never attacking. Just watching. I live in a city apartment now. High floor. No trees. But sometimes, in the parking garage, in shadows between cars, I see long limbs, pale skin, black eyes, watching. From the dark. They followed me, or there are more, everywhere. In the woods. In the cities. Watching. Waiting. For the right moment. To crawl closer. Very scary, true, tall, thin man horror stories that will make you afraid of shadows forever. This deeply disturbing and truly terrifying true story took place in Sweden, in a small coastal town called Lysekil on the Bohuslän coast, during the long dark winters from 2018 to 2023. My name is Victor Larsson. I was 30 years old when it began, a fisherman like my father and grandfather before me. Living in a traditional red wooden house built in 1892 on a narrow street overlooking the rocky harbor. Lysekil is beautiful in summer. Tourists, sailboats, granite cliffs, clear water, but in winter it becomes isolated. Short days, endless night, storms rolling in from the Skagerrak, waves crashing against the breakwater. The town empties. Only locals remain huddled against the wind. My house was at the end of the street, backing onto an old pine forest that sloped down to the sea. The forest was thick, dark even in daylight, full of moss-covered boulders and abandoned granite quarries from the 1800s. Children were warned not to play there after dark. Stories of Lange Mannen, the tall man, a figure from local folklore said to wander the woods looking for lost souls. I never believed the stories, until he found me. It started in December 2018. I came home late from the boat. Herring season, long hours, freezing nights on deck. Around 1 a.m., I walked the empty street, boots crunching on ice, wind howling off the sea. As I turned the corner to my house, I saw him. Standing under the street lamp at the forest edge. Tall, impossibly tall, over 8 feet. Thin as a flagpole. Wearing a black suit that seemed too short at wrists and ankles. Hat pulled low. Face in shadow, just standing. Watching the street. Watching my house, I stopped. He didn't move. I walked faster. He turned his head. Slowly, too far, following me. I unlocked the door, went inside, locked it. Looked out the window. He was gone. No footprints in the snow. I told myself drunk tourist, trick of light. But he came back, every night. Always at the same lamp. Always watching my house. Always turning his head to follow me. I started taking different routes home. He was there. Waiting, closer each time. By January 2019, he stood at the edge of my backyard. Under the pine trees. Still, watching the windows. I installed motion lights. They triggered. He was there. But cameras caught nothing. Just empty light. Shadows stretching wrong. Then the knocking began. Soft. On the back door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. Always at 3 a.m. I never answered. The knocks moved. To the windows. To the roof. To the walls, scratching, long fingers dragging down wood. I boarded windows. The scratching came from inside the walls, from the attic, from under the floor. I tore up floorboards, nothing. Opened attic, empty, but cold spots. Handprints on dust, long fingers, too many joints. I stopped sleeping. He started appearing inside, in mirrors, in reflections, in corners of eyes. Tall, thin, hat low, watching. Once, in the bathroom mirror while brushing teeth. He stood behind me, hand on my shoulder, cold as ice. I spun, empty, but frost on my shirt where the hand was. I moved to my brother's in Gothenburg. He followed, standing outside his apartment. On the 5th floor, no fire escape, watching the window. My brother saw him too. We moved again, to Stockholm. He was there. In the subway reflection, standing behind me on the platform. Tall, thin, hat. No one else saw, only me. I researched, found stories. From all over Sweden, Norway, Finland, the tall thin man, seen for centuries, always in winter, always watching houses, always following those who see him. Never speaking, never attacking, just watching, waiting until the person disappears, or goes mad. I see him every night now, in windows, in shadows, in mirrors, closer, always closer. He's at my door now, knocking, 3 times, pause, 3 times. I won't answer, but I know, he's patient. He has forever, and soon, I'll let him in. Or he'll come anyway. Very scary, true foggy road horror stories that will make you never drive alone at night again. This chilling and truly terrifying true story took place in the United Kingdom, along the desolate A39 road through the misty moors of Exmoor National Park in Somerset and Devon. During the foggy autumn and winter of 2021 to 2022, my name is Olivia Bennett. I was 28 years old, a traveling sales representative for a pharmaceutical company based in Bristol, covering the southwest of England. My job meant long drives, hundreds of miles a week on motorways and country lanes, often late at night after evening meetings with GPs and rural practices. The A39 was one of my regular routes, a notorious stretch known locally as the Porlock Hill Road, winding through the heart of Exmoor with steep gradients, sharp bends, and long desolate sections where the moorland stretches empty on both sides, broken only by ancient stone walls, gnarled oaks, and occasional pony herds wandering free. Exmoor is beautiful by day, rolling hills, red deer, dramatic coastline, but at night, especially in fog, it becomes another world. The road is narrow, unlit for miles, with sudden drops into valleys and blind corners where oncoming headlights appear like ghosts. Locals call it the road that takes people. Dozens of accidents over the years, cars plunging off cliffs, drivers vanishing, bodies never found. Folklore speaks of the Grey Lady hitchhiker, of pixies leading travelers astray, of black dogs with glowing eyes. I knew the stories, laughed them off. Until the fog took me. It started on a Tuesday night in October 2021. I had a late meeting in Barnstaple, finished at 9 p.m. The forecast was for dense fog on the moors, but I needed to get back to Bristol for an early presentation. I set off around 9:30 p.m., heater on full, radio playing to stay alert, headlights on full beam cutting through the thickening mist. The fog rolled in fast. By Porlock Hill, the infamous 1 in 4 gradient, visibility was down to 10 meters. I slowed to 20 miles per hour. Hazards on, following the white line. The road felt endless. Then I saw her. A figure on the verge, walking in the same direction. Woman in a long gray coat, hood up, carrying a small suitcase, walking slowly in the fog. No car nearby. No house for miles. I slowed. She turned. Face pale, eyes dark, raised a hand. Thumb out. Hitchhiking. In this weather? At night? On Exmoor? I hesitated, but she looked cold, vulnerable. I stopped. Rolled down the window. Are you okay? Need a lift? She smiled. Soft voice, local accent. Yes, please. To Minehead if you're going that way. I unlocked the doors. She climbed in the back seat. Company policy. No strangers in front. Suitcase on the seat beside her. Cold air rushed in with her. The car smelled of damp earth and something metallic. She gave directions, quiet voice, polite. We drove slowly through fog. Conversation started. Her name was Elena. Visiting family in Minehead. Missed the last bus. Thankful for the lift. Normal, but something felt off. She never looked in the rear-view mirror. Her reflection was faint, blurred. The temperature in the car dropped. heater struggling, my breath visible. She asked questions about my job, my family, where I lived, how often I drove this road. Alone, I answered politely. But unease grew. The fog thickened. Impossible to see the road. But she directed perfectly. Left at the crossroads. Straight past the old inn. Places I knew were miles away. We should have reached Minehead. But the moor stretched on. No lights. No houses. No town. I checked the sat-nav, signal lost. Clock showed 11:11 p.m. We'd been driving 2 hours. Impossible. I pulled over. I think we're lost. She leaned forward. Face closer in the mirror. Eyes black. No reflection now. We're not lost. You're exactly where you need to be. Her hand on my shoulder. Ice cold, skin like wet paper. I screamed, accelerated, fog parted. Suddenly, mine had lights ahead. I stopped at the bus station, turned, backseat empty, suitcase gone, doors still locked from child safety. No footprints in the dew outside. I drove home shaking. Thought hallucination from fatigue. Fog playing tricks. That it happened again. Every time I drove the A39 at night. Eleanor appearing on the verge, hitchhiking, getting in. Conversation normal at first. Then questions too personal. Then the cold, the endless fog. The time loss, the arrival hours later, always dropped at Minehead. Always alone when I turned. Always her voice lingering. See you next time, Olivia. I stopped driving that road. Took longer routes, but she found other ways. On the M5, on the A38. Always in fog. Always needing a lift. Always knowing my name, my route, my fears. In 2023, I researched. Found records. Eleanor Jane Hawker, 24 years old. Died on the A39 in 1973. Car plunged off Porlick Hill in fog. Body found days later in the ravine. Suitcase beside her. She had been hitchhiking home from a hospital visit. The road took her. Now she takes others. Drivers who pick her up never arrive on time. Some never arrive. Cars found empty. Doors locked. Engines running. Fog thick around them. I don't drive at night anymore. I sold the car. But on foggy evenings, walking home, I see her. On the pavement. Thumb out, smiling, waiting for a lift. Very scary true strangers on trains horror stories that will make you never travel alone again. This chilling and truly terrifying true story took place in Germany, on the overnight trains of the Deutsche Bahn network, particularly the long-distance routes between Berlin and Munich during the foggy autumn and winter seasons of 2022 to 2023. My name is Lena Muller. I was 26 years old, a freelance journalist from Hamburg specializing in travel and culture pieces for magazines and online platforms. My work required constant movement, interviews in different cities, press trips, festivals, and I had fallen in love with overnight trains. There was something magical about them. Boarding in the evening bustle of a city station, settling into a private compartment or couchette, the gentle rocking as the train pulled out. Waking to completely new scenery, snow-covered fields, misty rivers, distant mountains. It saved hotel costs, gave me quiet time to write, and felt like proper adventure. Deutsche Bahn's night jet and intercity night services were comfortable, clean linen, power sockets, sometimes a small bottle of water, the soft blue night lighting in corridors, the rhythmic clack of wheels on rails lulling you to sleep. I had taken dozens of night trains without issue. Berlin to Zurich, Hamburg to Vienna, Munich to Rome. I preferred private compartments when I could afford them. Small but cozy. Fold-down bed, sink with mirror, lockable door, window with curtain for watching the world slide by in darkness. The first incident happened on Friday, November 11th, 2022. I had been in Berlin for interviews, boarding the 2217 night jet to Munich at Berlin Hauptbahnhof. The train was moderately full, weekend travelers, business people, a few backpackers. I had booked a single sleeper compartment in car 27, middle of the train. The steward checked my ticket, showed me to the compartment, wished me good night. I changed into pajamas, brushed teeth, set my alarm for 7:30 a.m. arrival in Munich, pulled the curtain, and lay down as the train pulled out, lights of Berlin fading. The rocking was soothing. I fell asleep quickly. I woke suddenly at 2:17 a.m. The train had stopped. Complete silence. No engine hum, no rocking, no wheel noise. I sat up, looked out the window. Thick fog, no platform lights, no station signs. Just darkness and mist, pressing against the glass. The corridor light was off, unusual. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the corridor. Heeled shoes on linoleum. Coming from the direction of the dining car. Passing my compartment. Stopping. My door handle turned slowly. Down, up, down again. The door rattled gently, testing the lock. A soft knock. 3 times. A voice, male, low German with an old Berlin accent. Entschuldigung, ist das Abteil frei? Excuse me? Is this compartment free? I stayed silent. The handle rattled once more. Footsteps continued down the corridor. Toward the end of the car, I waited. The train started moving again. I checked my phone. Weak signal, time 2:37 a.m., 20 minutes stopped. No announcement. No station name. I messaged a friend via WhatsApp. Weird unscheduled stop in fog. Someone tried my door, she replied in the morning. Probably conductor checking tickets or drunk passenger. I tried to sleep. Couldn't. At 3:45 a.m. knocks again. Same 3. Same voice. Fräulein, öffnen Sie bitte die Tür. Ich habe mich verlaufen, Miss. Please open the door. I got lost. I whispered through the door. Falsches Abteil. Gehen Sie weiter. Wrong compartment. Move on. Silence. Then scratching. Long fingernails dragging down the doorwood. Slowly. From top to bottom. I turned on the compartment light. The scratching stopped. I looked through the peephole. Corridor empty. But frost forming on the inside of my door. Hand-shaped prints. 5 fingers. Too long. I wrapped in blanket. Sat up until dawn. Arrived in Munich on time. Told the steward in the morning. He checked logs. No unscheduled stop recorded. No passenger complaints. Cameras showed empty corridor all night. I thought fatigue, imagination, but it happened again. Every night train I took after that. Always between 2 and 4 a.m., always fog outside, always the unscheduled stop, always the footsteps, always the handle turning, always the knocks, always the voice asking if the compartment is free, always the scratching, always frost handprints inside the door. I started recording audio, captured the knocks, the voice, the scratching, video through peephole, empty corridor, but shadows moving at the edge of frame. Tall shadows. Multiple. I changed to day trains, but work required nights. I booked couchettes with others. 6 berths shared. The knocks came to the whole compartment. Others heard. Woke terrified. One French tourist opened the door, empty corridor. But his bunk was occupied when he returned, by a man in old-fashioned suit. Sitting upright, face shadowed, watching. The tourist screamed. The man was gone when lights came on. But the seat cushion depressed, cold. The tourist left the train at the next stop. Never continued. I researched. Found forums. Old Deutsche Bahn employee stories. From the 1950s to now, night trains stopping in fog. Passengers hearing knocks. Opening to empty corridors, or finding strangers in old clothes. Sitting silently, watching. Some passengers disappeared. Compartments found empty. Doors locked from inside. No trace. The trains have history. Post-war refugee trains. Deportation trains in the 1940s. Accidents in fog. Bodies never recovered. The fog remembers. The rails remember. And something rides. Looking for empty seats or company, I stopped night trains. Flew or drove. But sometimes, in stations at night, I see him. Tall man in old suit, hat low. Standing on the platform. Watching the train I didn't board. Waiting. For the next passenger, alone, in a private compartment. Very scary true late night walks horror stories that will make you never walk alone after dark again. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in the United Kingdom, in the historic city of York, North Yorkshire, during the foggy autumn nights of 2022. My name is Thomas Whitby. I was 29 years old, a night shift nurse at York Hospital, working 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the A&E department. York is one of the most beautiful and haunted cities in England. Roman walls encircling the old town. Medieval streets like the Shambles with overhanging timber buildings. The majestic minster dominating the skyline, and beneath it all, layers of history. Viking, Roman, Norman, Civil War. The city is famous for ghost walks. Tourists love the stories of headless Romans on the walls. The Grey Lady in the Theatre Royal. The screaming children in the plague houses of Goodramgate. I lived in a small flat just outside the city walls in the Bootham area, a 15-minute walk from the hospital through quiet residential streets and along the walls. After shifts, especially on quiet nights, I loved the walk home around 7:30 a.m. as dawn broke, or when I had evening errands, walking back late. The streets empty, fog rolling in from the river ooze, gas lamps flickering, the Minster bells tolling the hour. It felt peaceful, romantic even. The first incident happened on a foggy Thursday night in October 2022. I finished my shift at 7 a.m., walked home as usual along Gillygate, past the Minster, down Precentor's Court, a narrow alley between high stone walls leading to my street. The fog was thick, visibility 5 meters. My footsteps echoed. Then I heard other footsteps, behind me, matching my pace. I stopped. They stopped. I walked faster. They walked faster. I turned empty alley, fog swirling. I hurried home, locked the door. Thought nothing more, but it happened again. Every late walk. Footsteps following, matching pace. Stopping when I stopped. Always behind. Never visible in fog. I started taking different routes. Through the shambles, along the walls, past the treasurer's house. Always the footsteps. Closer sometimes. Breathing. Heavy. Wet, like someone running to catch up, but never overtaking. I installed a body cam, small GoPro, on chest strap for night shifts. Recorded the walks. Audio caught the footsteps. Clear. Second set. Perfect sync with mine. Video empty street. Fog. No one. I told colleagues. They laughed. York's ghosts keeping you company. I researched. Found stories. The following monk of York, a figure in brown robes seen walking behind people at night in the old town. Always matching pace. Never approaching. Disappearing when you turn. From medieval times. A monk from St. Mary's Abbey, dissolved by Henry VIII, executed for hiding Catholic treasures. Headless sometimes, or faceless, seen for centuries. I started driving to work, parking in hospital car park, no more walks. But the footsteps followed, in the hospital corridors at night. Empty wings. Behind me, matching pace. Stopping when I stopped. Breathing. In the underground tunnel to the old wing. In the morgue corridor, I recorded. Same second footsteps. No one on CCTV, then the touching began, cold hand on shoulder. In empty corridors. Breath on neck. Whisper. Latin. Me culpa. I quit night shifts. Took days, moved to Leeds. But on night drives home. In fog. I hear footsteps. On the roof of the car, matching speed. Or in the empty passenger seat. Breathing. The following monk found me, or there are many. In every old city, walking behind the lonely. At night. Matching pace. Waiting. For you to turn, to acknowledge. Then they walk beside you. Forever. Very scary, true abandoned hospital horror stories that will make you never explore ruins again. This profoundly disturbing and truly terrifying true story took place in the United States, inside the abandoned Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky, during a secret overnight exploration in the foggy autumn of 2022. My name is Jordan Hayes. I was 25 years old, a professional urban explorer and photographer from Cincinnati with a small YouTube channel dedicated to forgotten places. Waverly Hills was the crown jewel, a massive, Gothic revival sanatorium opened in 1926 to treat tuberculosis patients during the epidemic that killed thousands in Kentucky. The building is enormous, 5 stories, 500 rooms, long corridors, a rooftop solarium for heliotherapy, a body chute, a 500-foot tunnel used to discreetly remove the dead, so patients wouldn't see. Since then, Waverly has become one of the most famous haunted locations in America. Ghost tours nightly. TV shows filming, legends of shadow figures in the corridors, children laughing in empty wards, screams from the body chute. The lady in white, on the 4th floor, room 502, where a nurse hanged herself. I had watched every video, read every report. I knew the risks. Trespassing, patrols, collapsing floors, asbestos, but I wanted the real experience. Overnight, alone, to capture the silence and decay without crowds. I planned meticulously. Entered at 2 a.m. on a foggy October Friday through a known basement window on the backside, away from the main tour entrance. Wore black clothes, headlamp with red mode, GoPro chest mount recording continuously, DSLR with wide-angle lens, tripod, sleeping bag for rest, food, water, first aid kit, knife, and a police scanner app on my phone. No signal inside, but I left my planned exit time with a trusted friend and promised check-in texts from the parking lot at dawn. The building was even more overwhelming in person. The basement. Dark, damp concrete corridors lined with rusted pipes, old laundry machines, the entrance to the body chute. A long sloping tunnel with rail tracks for coffins, graffiti covering the walls, temperature dropping noticeably as you walked down. I filmed the entire length to 150 meters of echoing darkness, water dripping, the faint smell of decay. First floor, administration, kitchens, morgue. The morgue room still had the old autopsy table, stainless steel, drains in the floor, cabinets for instruments. Coldest room in the building. I felt watched immediately. Second floor, men's wards. Long corridors with rows of rooms, iron bed frames rusted, mattresses rotted away, windows boarded or broken, moonlight slicing through. The silence was heavy, broken only by distant dripping. I set up time-lapse in a ward, camera pointed down the corridor, capturing moonlight on peeling paint. Third floor, women's wards similar, but with the famous shadow hallway where figures are seen. Fourth floor, children's ward and solarium, small beds. Faded murals of animals on walls. The solarium, open to the sky now, roof collapsed, stars visible above broken glass. Room 502, the nurse's suicide room, door hanging open. Rope marks still on the pipe overhead. I photographed everything. The atmosphere grew heavier as night deepened. Fog pressed against broken windows. Temperature dropped. My breath visible even inside. At 3:13 a.m., the sound started. Footsteps on the floor above. Slow, shuffling, like slippers on tile. I was on third, footsteps on fourth. Directly above, I climbed the stairs. Empty corridor. Footsteps stopped, then started behind me. On third, following, I ran to second. Footsteps followed. Always one floor above or behind. Never visible. I recorded audio, clear footsteps. No source. Then the voices, children laughing, from the children's ward. Calling doctor, nurse, play with us. I went to fourth. Empty small beds. But one bed, mattress depressed. As if a child was lying there. Then handprints on dust. Small. Fresh. I left the floor. The body chute called me. I went down. The tunnel was colder, dripping louder, then pushing, like hands on my back. Pushing me deeper, I ran out. Set up in the morgue, safest concrete room. Tried to sleep. At 4:47 a.m., the doors began slamming. All over the building. Bang, bang, echoing, then screaming. From every ward, patients screaming, children crying. Doctors shouting, gunshots, the sounds of 1920s TB ward in crisis. I filmed. Audio captured everything. Video, empty rooms. But shadows moving. Tall shadows. In white. Nurses, doctors, patients in gowns. Walking corridors. Standing at beds. Watching me. One in the morgue doorway, tall doctor in old white coat. Face shadowed, holding a syringe, I ran through corridors. Doors slamming behind me, footsteps chasing, screams following. Made it to the exit window, climbed out, ran to car. Left at dawn. The footage, hours of empty rooms with clear audio of screams, footsteps, doors, shadows moving. The doctor in the doorway, I uploaded anonymously. The video went viral. Waverly closed to tours for months, but explorers still go. They report the same. The doctor waiting in the morgue. The children playing in empty wards. The patients screaming in the night. The sanatorium never closed. The patients never left. The staff still make rounds, and they need new patients. To fill the beds. Forever. I don't explore anymore. I can't be in old buildings. But sometimes, in hospitals at night, I hear footsteps behind me. In corridors, and a voice, old, patient haze. Time for your treatment. I run. But the footsteps follow, always. Very scary, true crawling sounds, horror stories that will make you afraid of your own home forever. This deeply disturbing and truly terrifying true story took place in Canada. In a quiet suburban house in the city of Halifax, Nova Scotia, during the long, dark winter of 2022 to 2023. My name is Claire MacDonald. I was 30 years old, a remote customer support specialist for a tech company, living alone in a two-story 1980s detached house on a cul-de-sac in the Clayton Park neighborhood. The house was nothing special, beige siding, attached garage, small backyard backing onto a wooded ravine with a creek. I had bought it 2 years earlier after a breakup, loving the quiet street, the mature trees, the way the ravine gave privacy from neighbors. The basement was finished, a rec room with carpet, laundry, and storage, but the crawl space under the main floor was unfinished. Low, dirt floor, exposed joists, accessed by a small hatch in the laundry room closet. I had never gone in there. The trouble started in early January 2023. A brutal cold snap, temperatures minus 20 degrees Celsius with wind chill, snow piling high. I was working from home, upstairs office, heater running full. Around 2 a.m. one night, I woke to a sound, soft, from below, crawling, scratching on wood, like fingernails dragging slowly across the floor joists under my bedroom. Slow, deliberate, back and forth. I sat up, listened. The sound stopped. I turned on the light. Nothing. Went back to sleep. Next night, same time, crawling, louder, closer, under the bed. I got up, checked the basement. Empty. No animals. No pipes bursting. The sound came from the crawl space. I opened the hatch in the laundry closet. Dark, cold air rushing out. Smell of damp earth and something rotten. I shone a flashlight. Dirt floor. Cobwebs. Nothing moving. Closed the hatch. Sound stopped. I sealed the hatch with duct tape. Bought pest traps. Called an exterminator. He found nothing. No droppings. No nests. No animals in there, miss. Just old house noises. But the crawling returned. Every night. 2 to 3 a.m. under different rooms. Following me. When I worked late in the office. Crawling under the office floor. When I watched TV in the living room, crawling below the couch. When I cooked, under the kitchen, always slow. Always dragging. Always stopping when I moved. I installed microphones in the crawl space. Recorded. Audio caught it clearly. Crawling, scratching, and breathing. Heavy, wet, human-like, but too low. Too close to the ground. I played the recordings for friends. They went pale. One said it sounded like something dragging itself. On belly, nails scraping. I boarded the hatch, nailed it shut. The crawling moved to the walls, inside the walls. Scratching up and down, from basement to attic. Circling the house. Then the thumps. Something heavy dropping in the crawl space. Then dragging, toward the hatch. I slept with lights on. Earplugs. It didn't help. The sounds grew louder, closer. One night in February, blizzard, power flickering. The crawling was directly under my bed. Non-stop. I got up, moved to the couch. The crawling followed, under the couch. Then something new, whispering, from below, my name. Claire. Soft, raspy. Female voice, but wrong. Too deep, too wet. Claire. Come down. I called police. They searched, found nothing. Suggested carbon monoxide poisoning. Detector was fine. I stayed with my sister in Dartmouth for a week. House empty. When I returned, the nailed hatch was open. Nails pulled out, from inside. Crawl space, dirt disturbed, drag marks. Leading to under my bed. And handprints. Small, child-sized. In the dust. I researched the house history. Built in 1984. Previous owner, a woman named Margaret Doyle. Died in the house in 2018. Alone. Found in the crawl space. She had dementia. Crawled in there to hide. Died of hypothermia. Body found weeks later. Decomposed. Drag marks from where she pulled herself in. The real estate disclosure mentioned death on property. But not how. Not where. I moved out in March. Sold the house. New owners, a young family, lasted 2 months. Reported crawling sounds. Whispers. Child handprints. They broke the lease. The house is empty again. For sale. But at night, neighbors hear it. Crawling under the floor. Scratching on walls. Whispers calling names. Of whoever looks at the listing. Very scary true silent forest horrors that will make you afraid of complete quiet forever. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in Finland, deep in the vast taiga forests of Kainuu in northeastern Finland, during the endless polar night of winter 22 to 2023. My name is Mikko Virtanen. I was 31 years old, a forestry surveyor for Metsähallitus, the Finnish State Forest Administration, responsible for mapping timber resources, monitoring wildlife, and maintaining remote research cabins in the wilderness. Kainuu is one of the wildest regions in Europe, hundreds of kilometers of untouched boreal forest, frozen lakes, rolling fells, and only a handful of small villages scattered along the Russian border. In winter, the sun rises for only a few hours of pale twilight. Temperatures drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Snow covers everything meters deep, and the forest becomes a world of absolute silence broken only by the occasional crack of ice or howl of wolves. I had been doing this work for 8 years, living in a small apartment in the town of Kumo, but spending weeks at a time in the wilderness, staying in state-owned cabins accessible only by ski or snowmobile. The cabin I was assigned for this winter survey was Hasa 7, a small log cabin built in the 1970s, located 40 kilometers from the nearest road in the heart of Hasa National Park. No electricity, wood stove for heat, gas lamps for light, outhouse 20 meters away, water from a hand-pumped well. Radio for emergencies, but signal weak. I brought supplies for a month. Dried food, books, my guitar, snowshoes, rifle for protection against bears, though they hibernate in winter. I arrived on December 5, 2022 by snowmobile from the park ranger station. The forest was already deep in Kamos, the polar night. The sun would not rise properly until late January. Only a few hours of blue twilight around noon. The snow was fresh and deep, the trees heavy with frost, the air so cold it burned the lungs. The cabin was perfect. Small, warm once the stove was lit, windows looking out on endless white forest and a frozen lake 200 meters away. I loved the silence. The complete, absolute silence of the northern forest in winter. No birds. No wind sometimes. Just your own heartbeat. Your breath. The crackle of the fire. The first week was peaceful. I skied survey lines during twilight, marked trees, took GPS readings, photographed wolf tracks and lynx prints. Nights were for logging data, cooking reindeer stew, reading by gas lamp, playing guitar softly. The silence was comforting, until it wasn't. The change came gradually. Around December 15th, I noticed the forest had become too silent. No animal sounds at all, no ravens, usually constant companions. No squirrels chattering, no ice cracking on the lake. Even the wind stopped. The forest held its breath. Then the watching began. I felt it first on a ski survey, eyes on me, from the trees. I stopped, looked around, nothing. But the feeling remained, heavy, like being studied. I hurried back to the cabin. That night, the silence was oppressive. The stove crackled, but outside, nothing, no sound at all, not even snow falling. I looked out the window. Fog had rolled in, thick, the trees 20 meters away barely visible. Then I saw it. A shape, tall, standing between trees, motionless, watching the cabin. I turned off the lamp, watched in darkness. The shape didn't move. For hours, when dawn twilight came gone, no footprints. I told myself bear or moose, but bears hibernate. Moose leave tracks. The shapes returned every night, always in fog, always tall. Always motionless, always watching the cabin. Closer each time. I set trail cameras. Captured nothing, just empty forest. But batteries drained. Memory cards corrupted. Then the sound started. Not animal. Not wind. Soft footsteps in snow. Circling the cabin. Slow. Deliberate. Stopping under windows. I looked out, nothing, but snow depressed. As if something heavy stood there, then vanished. The footsteps moved to the roof. Walking above me. Snow creaking under weight. I went outside with rifle and headlamp, empty roof. But footprints leading up the wall. Vertical. Impossible. Ending at the chimney. I stopped going out at night. Barricaded the door. The knocking began, soft. On the door. 3 times. Then on windows. Then on walls. From inside the walls. Then the voices. Whispers. In Finnish. Old dialect. Anami siswan. Let us in. Lana kilm. It's cold. Miodotem. We wait. From the forest. From the snow. From under the floor. I radioed the ranger station. Signal weak. Static. Voices breaking through, same whispers. The ranger said no one could reach me until spring thaw. Snow too deep, I was alone, for months. The shapes came closer. Standing at the windows. Faces pressed to glass. Pale. Eyes black. Mouths open. Breathing frost patterns. Hands, long fingers tapping glass. I boarded windows. They tapped on walls, on the roof, on the floor. The cabin shook. The stove fire dimmed when they were near. Cold spreading. Frost inside. My food froze. Water in bottles cracked. I burned everything to stay warm. Books. furniture, the guitar. The whispers grew louder. Names, my name, my mother's name, my dead grandfather's name, calling from childhood memories. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping, saw them inside, in corners, in shadows, tall, thin, watching, waiting. Spring came late. April 2023. Rangers reached me by snowmobile. Found the cabin. Door open, fire out. Me sitting in the center, staring at the wall, whispering, Anamit, Siswan. They took me to hospital. Hypothermia, malnutrition, delirium. I recovered. But the forest took something. I can't stand silence now. I live in Helsinki. City noise 24/7. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I hear footsteps in snow. Circling, watching, waiting. The silent forest remembers. And it waits for the next person, alone, in winter, to let them in. Very scary true snowed-in house horror stories that will make you fear being trapped in winter forever. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in Norway, in a remote mountain valley cabin near the town of Geilo in the Hallingdal region, during one of the heaviest snowstorms in decades in January 2023. My name is Ingrid Larsen. I was 34 years old, a freelance writer from Oslo, specializing in travel and nature articles for magazines, and I had rented a traditional hit, a Norwegian mountain cabin, for a month-long winter retreat to finish a book on Scandinavian folklore. The cabin was called Fjello, Mountain Peace, a 150-year-old log house renovated with modern comforts, but keeping the old charm. Thick timber walls, turf roof, half buried in snowstone fireplace, small sauna, 3 bedrooms upstairs, kitchen and living room below. It stood alone at the end of a forest road, 8 kilometers from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by dense birch and pine forest, sloping down to a frozen lake. The owner, an elderly man named Harold, lived in Geilo and warned me before I arrived. Big storm coming mid-January. Stock extra wood and food. The road closes fast. No one gets through for weeks sometimes. I arrived on January 3rd, 2023. By train to Geilo, then Harold drove me the last 15 kilometers in his 4x4. The cabin was perfect. Warm. Cozy, views of snow-covered mountains, the silence absolute. I brought supplies for 6 weeks. Dried reindeer meat, flatbread, potatoes, canned goods, coffee, books on trolls and Hulder, my laptop, candles, oil lamps for backup, and a satellite phone for emergencies. Harold showed me the woodshed, full, the generator, the sauna. Call if anything. But in big storm, even satellite can fail. He left. I was alone. The first 10 days were paradise. I wrote 5,000 words a day. Skied on the lake. Sauna every evening. Watched northern lights from the upstairs window. The forest silent, snow deep and pristine. The storm hit on January 14th. Forecast accurate, one of the worst in 50 years. Wind 100 kilometers per hour. Snow horizontal. Temperature minus 30 degrees Celsius. The road vanished under drifts meters high. Power lines down. Generator kicked in. I was snowed in. Completely. No way out. For weeks. The silence changed. The forest went dead quiet. No birds. No wind sometimes. Just the cabin creaking. Then the footsteps started. Outside. In the snow. Circling the cabin. Slow. Heavy. But no tracks when I looked in morning. The knocking began. On the door. 3 times. At 3 a.m. Then on windows. On the roof. I shouted. No answer. The generator failed one night. Darkness. Cold creeping in. I lit candles. Heard breathing. Outside the windows. Heavy. Wet. Fogging the glass from outside. In minus 30 degrees Celsius, I saw handprints. On every window. Large. 5 fingers. But too wide. Too long. Pressed from outside. Melting frost in shapes. Then the voices, low Norwegian. Old dialect. From the forest. La asin, latasin. That a call. It's cold. Viventer. We. Wait. Multiple voices. Male, female, child. I barricaded doors. Burned furniture for heat. The snow piled higher. To the roof. The cabin buried. Only the chimney showing. The voices came from inside. From the walls. From under the floor. From the attic. Calling my name. Ingrid, come here. I found the old logbook in the attic. From 1898, previous owners, families, all trapped in storms. All hearing voices, all seeing figures in snow. all letting them in. To warm them. No one left in spring. Bodies found frozen, smiling, holding hands with something. Not human. I stopped answering, but the cold grew. Inside, frost on walls. My food froze. I burned books. The last entry in the logbook, minus 1954. We let them in. They were cold. Now we are warm. Forever. I look out the window now. Snow to the roof. Figures standing in the drift. Tall. Pale. Watching. Waiting. Hands on the glass. From inside. I feel their cold, their breath. They're here. Warm now, with me forever. Very scary, true deserted road horror stories that will make you never drive rural roads at night again. This bone-chilling and truly terrifying true story took place in the United States along the remote and infamous Route 375, better known as the Extraterrestrial Highway, in the desolate Nevada desert, near Area 51 during a solo road trip in the summer of 2022. My name is Ryan Caldwell. I was 28 years old, a freelance videographer from Las Vegas with a popular YouTube channel focused on abandoned places, conspiracy theories, and strange Americana. Route 375 had been on my list for years. A 98-mile stretch of empty asphalt, running through the Nevada test and training range, flanked by barren mountains, dry lake beds, and absolutely nothing else. The road earned its nickname from the proximity to Area 51, the Black Mailbox, a famous meeting point for UFO watchers, and countless reports of strange lights, military chases, and unexplained disappearances. The nearest town, Rachel population 54, is little more than a trailer park with the Little Ale Inn motel and bar catering to alien enthusiasts. I planned a 3-day solo trip, drive the full-length camp overnight at remote pull-offs, film drone, footage of the surreal landscape, interview locals at the inn, and capture night sky time-lapses. The darkest skies in the lower 48. I packed my Toyota 4Runner with camping gear, drone, cameras, extra fuel, water for a week, food, satellite communicator, no cell service for 100 miles, and my dog Luna, a 4-year-old German Shepherd, for company and protection. I started from Las Vegas on July 15, 2022, at dawn to beat the heat. The drive north on US 93 was normal. Desert scrub, Joshua trees, distant mountains. I turned onto Route 375 at Crystal Springs. The official start around noon. The road was perfectly straight for miles, heat shimmering off asphalt, no other vehicles. The famous Black Mailbox appeared on the left, now white, covered in stickers from visitors. I filmed drone shots of the empty highway stretching to the horizon. Groom Lake Road branching off toward the restricted Area 51 perimeter. Warning signs, cameras, armed guards visible in the distance. I reached Rachel by late afternoon. The Little Ale Inn was exactly as pictured, green alien head sign, UFO memorabilia everywhere, a bar full of conspiracy posters and photos of strange lights. The owner, Pat, served me a cold beer and shared stories. Lights that paced cars. Vehicles stalling for no reason. Drivers seeing figures on the road that vanished. Time loss. Hours missing with no memory. She warned me, don't stop for hitchhikers after dark. And if you see lights following, don't pull over. I laughed it off. Set up camp at a pull-off 20 miles west of Rachel. Flat gravel area with a view of Tikaboo Peak. Beautiful sunset. Clear stars. Luna alert but calm. Filmed time-lapse of Milky Way. Slept in the truck bed tent. Woke at 2:47 a.m. Luna growling low. I sat up. Headlights in the distance. Coming from the west, the direction of nothing. Slow. Steady. No turn signals. No variation in speed. I watched. The lights approached, then stopped. Half a mile away. Just sat there. Beams pointed at my camp. I flashed my flashlight. No response. Luna barking now. I started the engine. The lights turned off. Darkness. I waited. Nothing. Drove back toward Rachel. The lights reappeared behind me. Same distance. Matching speed. I accelerated to 80 miles per hour. They kept pace. I slowed to 40. They slowed. Always half a mile back, no other cars on the road. I pulled over at the Black Mailbox. Lights stopped behind. I filmed with dash cam. The vehicle, old 1950s pickup truck, rusted, no plates. Headlights dim yellow, no driver visible. Just sitting, engine off. I drove again, it followed. I radioed on CB, no response. Reached Rachel at 4 a.m., Little Ale Inn dark. No one. The truck stopped at the edge of town, lights off. I parked at the inn, waited until dawn. The truck gone. No tracks. Next day, interviewed Pat again. She showed old guest book entries. Dozens of similar stories. Lights following, old vehicles appearing. Drivers feeling compelled to stop. Some never seen again. Cars found empty on the roadside. Doors open. Keys in ignition. Belongings inside. People vanished. I continued the trip. But the lights followed every night. Always at 2:47 a.m., always old vehicles, 1950s cars, military jeeps, sometimes just headlights with no vehicle. Always stopping when I stopped. Always matching speed. Always half a mile back. I filmed. Dashcam caught them. But when reviewed, empty road. Only my headlights. No following vehicle. But the lights were there. Luna saw them, growled, barked, refused to leave the truck. The last night, camping near the extraterrestrial highway sign. The lights came closer. Quarter mile, then 100 yards, I saw the driver, in the old pickup. Tall figure, gray skin, large black eyes, no mouth. Wearing 1950s military uniform, staring, hands on wheel, too many fingers. I floored it, 100 miles per hour on empty road. The truck kept pace. Then passed me. Impossible. Old truck, rusted, but faster. It pulled in front, slowed, forced me to stop. I locked doors. Luna frantic. The figure got out. Walked toward my truck. Slow. Deliberate. Tall, 7 feet. Limbs wrong, head too large. Eyes black, reflecting my headlights. It stopped at my window. Raised hand. Pressed palm to glass. Cold spread. Frost forming. It spoke. Voice in my head. Not ears. You saw too much. Join us. Or stay. The truck door locks clicked open. I floored reverse. Spun away, drove 120 miles per hour to Rachel. The truck didn't follow. I left Nevada that day, never returned. My footage corrupted. Except one frame. The figure at the window, eyes black, hand on glass. My reflection, eyes black too. I don't drive rural roads at night. I don't look at desert horizons. But sometimes on long drives. In the rear-view mirror, lights, half a mile back. Old pickup, following, matching speed, waiting, for me to stop. Very scary, true, forgotten cemetery horror stories that will make you never visit old graveyards. Again, this bone-chilling and truly terrifying true story took place in the United Kingdom, in a forgotten Victorian cemetery on the outskirts of the historic city of Edinburgh, Scotland, during the damp, foggy autumn of 2022. My name is Alistair MacLeod. I was 32 years old. A history postgraduate at the University of Edinburgh, researching 19th century burial practices for my thesis on death and memory in Victorian Scotland. Edinburgh is a city layered with the dead. Beneath the modern streets lie vaults, plague pits, and forgotten graveyards sealed over centuries of building. My focus was Greyfriars Kirkyard, famous for the Covenanters' prison and the Mackenzie poltergeist, but I had discovered references to a lesser-known cemetery, the Lost Rosebank Cemetery, established in 1845 as an overflow for the poor during cholera outbreaks. Closed in 1896 and largely built over by the 1950s when the site became a council housing estate and park. Only a small section remained, a walled-off corner behind a row of tenements in the Pilrig area. Overgrown with ivy, brambles, and ancient yew trees, the gravestones toppled or illegible. The iron gates rusted shut. The cemetery was officially closed to the public, chained and padlocked, but local kids and urban explorers knew ways in. A gap in the wall behind bins. It was the perfect site for my research. Undisturbed Victorian pauper graves, no tourists, authentic atmosphere. I received special permission from Historic Environment Scotland for limited access to photograph and record inscriptions. On condition, I went during daylight and alone to avoid disturbing residents. I began visits in September 2022. The cemetery was smaller than expected, perhaps 50 by 30 meters, surrounded by 10-meter stone walls crumbling in places, entrance gate chained, the ground uneven with sunken graves, broken stones half buried in moss and nettles. The air was always damp, smelling of earth and decay. Ancient yews cast deep shadows even on sunny days. The stones were mostly simple, no grand angels or obelisks, just slate slabs with names, dates, died of fever, or aged 3 months. Many from the 1848 cholera epidemic. The silence was heavy, broken only by distant traffic and gulls from the 4th. I spent afternoons there, photographing inscriptions, brushing moss from letters, noting symbols, hourglasses, skulls, broken columns. The place felt peaceful, melancholy, sacred. The change came gradually. First, the feeling of being watched. From the corners, from behind trees, from the empty graves. I'd turn nothing, then the sounds. Soft footsteps on leaves. Behind me, matching my pace. I'd stop, they'd stop, I'd walk. They'd walk, always behind, never catching up. I installed a small trail camera on a tree facing the main path. Captured nothing, but audio recorded footsteps. Clear, second set, no visual. Then the children. I began hearing them, laughing. From the far corner where the infant graves clustered. High innocent laughter, then crying, soft sobbing. I'd call out, "Hello? Who's there?" Silence. But small handprints appeared on stones I'd cleaned. Fresh, in the moss, child-sized. The whispers started. At dusk, from the graves. Names. Dates. 1848. Fever. Mummy. In old Edinburgh accents. I recorded. Audio caught them. Clear voices. No source. The cemetery gate chain, found unchained some mornings. Open. Swinging. Footprints leading in. Small, bare feet, leading to the infant section. Stopping at a particular grave. A stone with no name. Just infant child of M. Black died 1848, age 6 days. I researched the name. Margaret Black. Died in childbirth. Child buried with her. But no record of the infant's name. The activity intensified. One foggy October evening, I stayed late for twilight photos. The fog rolled in thick from the 4th. Visibility 5 meters. I heard singing, a lullaby. From the infant corner. Soft. Female voice. "Rockabye, baby." I walked toward it. The singing stopped. A figure. Woman in Victorian black dress. Veil over face. Standing at the nameless grave. Cradling something. Rocking. I approached. She turned. Face under veil. Pale. Eyes black. Mouth sewn with black thread. She held out the bundle. A baby. Wrapped in rotten cloth. Face blue. Eyes open. Black. She whispered. "Take him. Rock him. He's cold." I backed away. Ran. Gate open. I never returned in daylight. But the dream started. The woman at my bed, holding the baby. "Rock him. He's yours now." I awake with cold arms. Small handprints on my chest. In frost, though no windows open. I stopped the research. Destroyed notes. But the lullaby plays in my head. Rockabye, baby, and sometimes in quiet moments. I feel small cold hands. On my arms. Rocking. Waiting for me to take him. Very scary, true dark beach horror stories that will make you never walk the shore at night again. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in Australia, along the remote and windswept 90-mile beach in eastern Victoria. During the stormy winter of 2022, my name is Mia Thompson. I was 27 years old, a marine conservation volunteer from Melbourne, and I had signed up for a 3-month winter placement with the Gippsland Coastal Guardians, a small non-profit monitoring endangered hooded plovers and cleaning debris from the beaches of the Lakes National Park. 90 Mile Beach is one of the longest uninterrupted beaches in the world. A 144-kilometer stretch of golden sand backed by dunes, tea tree scrub, and the vast Gippsland Lakes with only a handful of tiny settlements like Sea Spray and Golden Beach. In summer, it's popular with campers and fishermen, but in winter, it's empty. Storms roll in from the Bay Strait. Waves crash with thunderous force. The wind howls across the dunes, and the beach becomes a wild, lonely place where the horizon feels infinite and the ocean angry. The Guardians provided a small weatherboard cottage in Loch Sport, a quiet holiday village almost deserted in winter, right on the lakeside, 200 meters from the ocean beach across the dunes. The cottage was basic. 2 bedrooms, open kitchen living with a wood heater, no TV, weak mobile signal, surrounded by paperbark trees and kangaroo grass. I was the only volunteer that winter. The others had chosen warmer projects. I loved the solitude. Days spent walking the beach counting plover nests, removing fishing line and plastic, photographing the dramatic skies. Nights writing reports by firelight, listening to the ocean roar in the distance. The first 2 weeks were perfect. Cold, crisp mornings with frost on the dunes. Seals playing in the surf, dolphins offshore. Sunsets painting the sky blood red over the waves. The beach endless and empty. my footprints the only ones for miles. Then the fog came. In late June, a persistent sea fog rolled in from the strait and stayed for days. Thick, white, visibility 20 meters. The beach disappeared. The dunes became a maze, the ocean a muffled roar. I still walked my survey route, GPS guided, landmarks memorized. But the fog changed everything. It muffled sound, swallowed light, made the beach feel enclosed, like walking inside a cloud. That's when I first heard the singing, soft, female voice, carried on the wind, an old sea shanty. What shall we do with a drunken sailor? From the fog. Ahead, I followed the voice. The singing stopped. Nothing. No one. I told myself fishermen in a boat offshore, but no boats in that fog. The singing returned every foggy day, always the same shanty, always stopping when I approached. Then the footprints appeared, in the damp sand near the high tide line. Bare feet, small, child-sized, leading from the water, into the dunes. Stopping at the scrub line, no return prints. Every day, fresh, I photographed, measured, sized 2 children's, followed them. They led to an old concrete bunker half buried in the dunes. A World War II observation post, long abandoned, door rusted open. Inside, empty, but child handprints on the walls. In algae, fresh. The singing came from there one day. I entered, voice echoing. What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning, I called. Hello? Voice stopped. Then laughter, children, multiple, from the dark back room. I shone torch, empty, but wet footprints on concrete, leading to the wall. Stopping, as if walked into solid concrete. I left. Didn't return. The figures started. In the fog, children, in old-fashioned bathing suits, 1940s style, striped, woolen, playing in the surf, building sandcastles, waving to me, calling, Auntie Mia, come play. I had no nieces or nephews. No children in Locksport that winter. I approached. They vanished into fog, leaving castles half-built. Buckets and spades from another era, rusted. The voices came at night, from the beach, singing the shanty, calling my name. I boarded the windows facing the dunes. The singing came from inside, from the walls. From under the floor, early in the morning, I found the records. In the local Historical Society archives. 1943, a family holidaying from Melbourne, father drunk. Took the children swimming in rough seas, all drowned. Bodies washed up days later. Along 90-mile beach, children buried in the dunes, in unmarked graves. To hide the shame. The mother hanged herself in the cottage I was staying in. The same cottage. The singing is them. Waiting for someone to play. To join them. In the water, early in the morning. I left in July, drove away in fog. But the singing followed, in the car radio. Static turning to shanty. Children laughing. I don't go near beaches in winter. I don't walk alone in fog, but sometimes, in quiet moments, I hear waves, children calling, Auntie Mia, come swim. The water is cold, but they're waiting to play forever. Very scary, true, quiet suburb horror stories that will make you doubt your safe neighborhood forever. This profoundly disturbing true story took place in New Zealand, in the peaceful tree-lined suburb of Fendalton in Christchurch. During the unusually cold and foggy winter of 2022, my name is Hannah Ward. I was 35 years old, a primary school teacher at a local school, recently divorced, and had just moved into a charming 1920s weatherboard bungalow on a quiet cul-de-sac called Elmwood Lane. Fendalton is one of Christchurch's most desirable suburbs. Large sections, mature oaks and elms, big gardens, families. With kids riding bikes, elderly couples walking dogs, the sound of lawnmowers on weekends, the Avon River, winding nearby with willows trailing in the water. My house was perfect. 3 bedrooms, polished Kauri floors, lead-light windows, a sunroom overlooking the back garden, and a basement cellar for storage. The street had only 8 houses, all well kept. Neighbors friendly but private. I loved the peace after years in noisy central apartments. I moved in at the start of June 2022, winter in the South Island. Days short, nights long and cold, frequent frosts, fog rolling in from the river most evenings. The house felt warm and welcoming. I spent weekends gardening, painting the sunroom pale blue, hanging pictures, making it mine. The first odd thing happened on my third night. Around 2:45 a.m. I woke to complete silence. Not normal silence, absolute, no wind. No distant traffic from Memorial Avenue. No possums on the roof, common in Christchurch. No creaking as the house cooled. Just nothing. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps, outside, on the gravel path that ran along the side of the house from the front gate to the back garden. Slow, bare feet on stones. Coming from the street, stopping at my bedroom window. I froze, listened, breathing, slow, outside the glass. I pulled the curtain a millimeter, fog thick, street lamp glow diffused. A figure, standing at the window, tall, motionless, face pressed close to glass, breath fogging it. No features visible, just pale blur. I dropped the curtain. The breathing continued. Then footsteps again, around the house. Circling, stopping at each window. Each door, trying handles softly. I called police on silent mode. They arrived 20 minutes later, searched with torches. No footprints in the frost on the path. No one. Fog too thick to see far. They said probably a cat or possum. I knew better. The visitations became nightly. Always around 2:45 to 3:15 a.m., always the absolute silence first. Then footsteps. Circling, breathing at windows. Handles tried. I installed security cameras. Ring doorbell, outdoor floods, indoor ones. The footage was worse. Motion triggered, empty path, empty garden. But audio caught the footsteps. Clear. Bare feet on gravel, breathing, and whispers. My name. Hannah. Soft. Female voice. Childlike, from outside the windows. No one visible. I started sleeping with lights on, earplugs. The footsteps moved inside, on the stairs, in the hallway, under the bed, circling the room. I bought a dog, a rescue German shepherd named Max. He growled at empty corners, refused to go into the basement, barked at walls. One night the power went out. Fog thick. Silence absolute. Max frantic. Footsteps everywhere. Inside. Outside. On the roof. Then voices, multiple. Children. Laughing. Whispering. Hannah. Come play. Hide and seek. I barricaded the bedroom. Max between me and the door. The door handle turned. Slowly, down, up, down. The door shook. Something on the other side. Heavy. Breathing. Max lunged. I screamed. Lights came back. Door still locked. But scratches on the inside. Deep. 5 lines, like claws. From top to bottom. I moved out in August. Stayed with friends. The house sold quickly. New family couple with 2 young children. Lasted 6 weeks. Reported the same. Footsteps. Whispers. Children calling from empty rooms. The little girl woke screaming. A lady in white standing at the end of my bed, watching. Waiting for me to wake up. They left. House empty again. I researched. The land was once part of an orphanage, run by nuns. 1908 to 1950, dozens of children died. Influenza, diphtheria, abuse, buried in unmarked graves on the property. The house built over them. The children never left. They wait for new families. New playmates in the quiet suburb at 2:45 a.m. when the silence falls. I live in a noisy apartment now. Central City, never quiet. But sometimes, in the dead of night, the silence comes. Then footsteps, circling, whispers. Hannah, come play. They followed. Or there are more. In every quiet suburb, waiting for the houses to go silent so they can play hide and seek forever. Very scary true rainy night horror stories that will make you fear storms forever. This haunting and truly terrifying true story took place in Ireland, in a remote rural cottage outside the small village of Clifton in Connemara, County Galway. During one of the wettest and stormiest winters on record in 2022 to 2023. My name is Aoife O'Connor. I was 31 years old, a children's book illustrator from Dublin, and I had rented the cottage for 4 months to escape the city and finish illustrations for a new picture book series about Irish folklore, fairies, pucka, banshees, and selkies. The cottage was called Tai Na Gawaib, House of the Wind, a traditional thatched stone building dating from the 1850s, standing alone on a hillside overlooking the wild Atlantic, surrounded by bogland stone walls and grazing sheep. The nearest neighbor was a farmer 2 kilometers away down a narrow boreen that flooded in heavy rain. Clifton was 8 kilometers in 90-minute walk or 15-minute drive on good days. The cottage had no Wi-Fi, patchy mobile signal, electricity prone to outages in storms, a peat stove for heat, and rainwater tanks. Perfect isolation for creativity. I arrived in late November 2022 as the first Atlantic storms hit. Connemara winters are legendary, rain driven sideways by gales, skies low and gray, the ocean a churning wall of white. The cottage was cozy once the stove was lit. Flagstone floors, whitewashed walls, small windows with deep sills, a bedroom upstairs under the thatch, kitchen with an old Rayburn range. The sound of rain on thatch was soothing, like being inside a drum. I worked at a table by the front window, watching sheep huddle against stone walls. Clouds racing over the 12 Bends Mountains, the sea a distant silver line. The book was about a little girl who hears voices in the rain. I thought it was poetic inspiration. The first strange night was December 3rd. A major storm, wind 120 kilometers per hour, rain lashing the windows like thrown gravel. Power out by 9 p.m. I lit candles, stoked the stove, read by firelight. Around 1:30 a.m. the rain changed, not the pattern. The sound, soft, rhythmic, like small feet running on the thatch above, pattering back and forth. Across the roof, I looked up. The ceiling creaked, as if weight, but the attic was tiny, no access, just insulation. The running stopped, then started again. Closer to the chimney, then voices. In the rain, children, laughing, calling, from outside, around the cottage. In Irish, tar istich tamuid flyak, come out. We're what perlin immert esse beistich, come with us. Play in the rain. I looked out the window. Fog and rain. Nothing visible, but small wet handprints on the glass. From outside, child-sized, running down as rain washed them. I barricaded the door. Added turf to the stove. The voices moved to the windows. To the door, knocking. Soft. Wet hands. Oscale and Dora's opened the door. The handle turned. Slowly. I pushed a chair against it. The turning stopped. Then scratching. On the thatch, on the stone walls, on the windows. Like small nails, the rain intensified. The voices multiplied. Dozens. Children, singing a skipping rhyme. Old Connemara Irish, about drowning in the bog. I recorded on my phone. Audio caught everything. Clear voices. No children for miles. Morning, storm gone. Sun weak. I searched outside. Wet footprints. Small bare feet. Circling the cottage. Leading from the bog, to the door, to the windows, then into the bog, vanishing in water, no return. I found the history. In the Clifton Library archives. During the Great Famine, 1847, the cottage was a super house. Protestant missionaries giving soup to starving Catholic children in exchange for conversion. Dozens of local children sheltered there during storms. One night, a terrible flood. The bog burst, water rose. Children trapped, drowned inside. Bodies never recovered, buried in the bog. The missionaries fled. The cottage abandoned for decades. Locals say on stormy nights. The children return, cold, wet, looking for warmth, for play. For someone to open the door, to let them in, to dry by the fire. I left in January. Drove away in rain. But the voices followed, in every storm. In Dublin, in the city. Rain on windows. Small hands, knocking. Singing. Taristich, Tamuid Flyak. I don't stay alone in rain. I keep lights on. Doors locked. But the rain remembers. The children remember. And they wait. For the next person. Alone. In a cottage. During storm to open the door. And play. Forever. Very scary, true empty playground horror stories that will make you avoid parks after dark forever. This deeply unsettling and truly terrifying true story took place in the United States, in a small Midwestern town called Elmwood, Illinois, during the unusually cold and foggy autumn of 2022. My name is Lauren Brooks. I was 29 years old, a pediatric nurse at the local community hospital, working the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift in the children's ward. Elmwood is the kind of town people romanticize. Population 2,100, tree-lined streets, Victorian houses with wraparound porches, a classic town square with gazebo, and at its heart, Memorial Park, 20 acres of green space with walking paths, a duck pond war memorial, and the old playground built in 1958, metal swings. Tall slide, merry-go-round, monkey bars, all on cracked concrete painted with faded hopscotch grids and 4 square courts. The playground was a landmark. Generations of kids grew up there, including me. I lived in an apartment 2 blocks from the park, an easy walk home after shifts when the weather was good. In autumn, I loved cutting through the park at dawn, watching the sun rise over the pond, the leaves turning gold and red, the playground empty and peaceful. The trouble began in late September 2022. I finished a shift at 7:15 a.m., walked home through the park as usual. Fog thick that morning, visibility 30 feet. The playground emerged from the mist like a ghost. Swings moving slowly, back and forth. No wind. I stopped. Watched. The swings slowed, stopped. I laughed. Air currents or something. Continued walking. Then I heard laughter. Children. High. Joyful. From the playground. Giggling. Calling. Push me higher. Watch this, I turned. Empty playground. Fog swirling around the swings. Laughter continued. From the slide, from the merry-go-round, I walked closer. Laughter stopped. But the merry-go-round began turning. Slowly, creaking. As if pushed by invisible hands, I filmed with my phone. The turning accelerated. Children laughing again, louder. I backed away. Ran home. Showed the video to coworkers. They said wind. Or kids playing early. But no kids at 7:20 a.m. in fog. The laughter returned every morning walk. Always in fog. Always from the empty playground. Always the same games. Swing pushing. Slide racing. Tag. Hide and seek. I started taking the long way home, avoiding the park. But the sounds followed. In my dreams, children calling my name. Lauren. Come play. It's your turn. I researched the playground history. Found newspaper archives. In October 1963, a group of 8 children, ages 6 to 10, were playing in the park after school. A sudden storm, freak tornado, touched down, lifted the merry-go-round. Children clinging. Thrown. All 8 killed. Bodies found scattered. The playground closed for months. Reopened with new safety rules. But parents reported hearing laughter on foggy mornings. Seeing children playing in old clothes. Calling to living kids. Some children followed the laughter. Vanished for hours. Found sitting on swings. Staring. Saying they were playing with the others. I stopped walking anywhere near the park. But the children found me. One foggy November morning off shift early at 5 a.m., walking a different route. Past a small playground in a different neighborhood. Empty, fog thick, laughter, same voices. Same games, swings moving, merry-go-round turning. I ran, the laughter followed, in the fog. Behind me, Lauren. Don't leave, it's your turn to push. I don't walk anywhere in fog. I drive, windows up, radio loud. But on foggy mornings, when I pass playgrounds, I see them. Children in 1960s clothes, on swings, on slides, watching cars, waving, waiting for someone to stop, to play. The tornado took them. The playground kept them, and they want new friends. To play, forever. I never had children, but sometimes, in quiet moments, I feel small hands, pushing me on a swing, higher, higher, laughter in my ear. Don't stop forever. Very scary true basement noises, horror stories that will make you never go downstairs again. This profoundly disturbing true story took place in the United States, in a quiet suburban home in the town of Maplewood, New Jersey, during the long, cold winter of 2022 to 2023. My name is Megan Harper. I was 33 years old, a remote content writer for a marketing agency. Living in a 1940s Cape Cod-style house, I'd inherited from my grandmother after her passing in 2021. The house was on a peaceful street lined with maple trees, 2 stories above ground, full basement below, white clapboard siding, black shutters, a small front porch with a swing. I loved it. The original hardwood floors, built-in bookshelves, the cozy kitchen with the old cast-iron radiator that clanked comfortingly. The basement was finished in the 1970s. Wood-paneled walls, dropped ceiling with fluorescent lights, shag carpet, long replaced with laminate, a laundry area, storage shelves, and my grandmother's old sewing room with her Singer machine still on the table. Grandma had lived there alone for 30 years after Grandpa died. She always said the basement was peaceful for sewing, but she rarely went down in her last years. Arthritis, she claimed. I turned the basement into my office. Desk by the small egress window. Bookshelves, a space heater for the perpetual chill that never quite went away even with the furnace running. The noises started in early December 2022. I was working late one night. Deadline for a client campaign, around 1 a.m. Upstairs in the living room because the basement felt too cold. I heard it. A soft thump from below, directly under the living room floor. Then another, like something heavy dropped. Then dragging, slow, across the basement floor. I froze, listened. The dragging stopped. Then started again. Toward the stairs. I called down. Hello? No answer. I grabbed a flashlight, went to the basement door. Opened it. Cold air rushed up. Lights off. I always turn them off. I flipped the switch. Empty basement. Nothing moved. But the sewing machine pedal was depressed, as if someone had just been sitting there. I went back upstairs, told myself house settling. Old pipes. Mice. But the noises became regular. Every night I worked late. Thumps. Dragging. Sometimes footsteps. Soft. Bare feet on laminate. Circling my desk area when I was down there, I started working upstairs only. The noises followed, from the ceiling below, directly under wherever I sat, matching my movements. If I paced while on a call, footsteps pacing below. If I sat at the kitchen table, dragging under the floor. If I lay in bed, thumps under the bedroom. Always soft, always deliberate, always stopping when I froze. I installed cameras, motion activated, in the basement, in the hallway. In my bedroom, the footage was worse. Motion triggered. Empty rooms. But audio caught everything. Thumps, dragging, footsteps and breathing, heavy, close to the microphone, wet, like someone standing right in front of the camera. Breathing, watching. One night in January, ice storm, power flickering. The noises changed, scratching, on the ceiling, from below. Long nails, slow, under my bed. I got up. The scratching moved with me, to the hallway ceiling, to the living room. I went to the basement door. The scratching came from inside the door. On the wood, from the basement side, I opened the door. Cold air, darkness. The scratching stopped. I turned on the light. The sewing machine chair was spun around, facing the stairs, as if someone had just stood up. I closed the door. Heard the chair spin back. Slowly, I nailed the basement door shut. The noises moved to the walls, inside the walls, scratching up and down, from basement to attic. Then voices, soft, female, old, my grandmother's voice. From recordings I had, Megan, come down, it's cold up there. Help me, she died upstairs. In her bed, natural causes. But the voice was hers. Perfect. I played old voicemails. Same tone, same inflection. I called my mother. She heard the recordings, cried, "It's Grandma." We had the house blessed. Priest came. The noises stopped for a week. Then returned, louder, angrier. Scratching became pounding, from inside the walls, from under the floor. The nailed door shook. Nails popped out one by one. The door opened. From inside, I moved out in February. Stayed with friends. The house sold in spring. New owners, young couple expecting a baby. Lasted 3 months. Reported the same. Grandmother voice calling from basement. Scratching. The wife woke to a woman standing at the foot of the bed. Old, in nightgown. Face my grandmother's, but eyes black. Mouth open. Breathing cold air. They fled. House empty again. I found the records. Grandma's sister, great aunt, I never met, died in the basement. 1952. Fell down the stairs. Neck broken. Body found days later. Cold. Alone. The house kept her. Then Grandma. Now once more. Warm bodies. To keep company. In the cold basement. Forever. I don't go into basements. I live in a one-story apartment. But sometimes, in quiet nights, I hear scratching. From below the floor, even though there's no below. And the voice. Soft. Familiar. Megan. Come down. It's cold up there. I sleep with lights on. Doors locked. But the scratching follows. Waiting. For me to go down one day. Very scary true door handles turning horror stories that will make you fear being alone in your home forever. This profoundly disturbing true story took place in England, in a quiet terraced house on a cobbled street in the historic city of Whitby, North Yorkshire, during the stormy winter of 2022 to 2023. My name is Eleanor Shaw. I was 31 years old, a freelance historical researcher specializing in Victorian maritime records for museums and authors, and I had rented a charming 1880s fisherman. S cottage on Church Street, the famous street with the 199 steps leading up to Whitby Abbey. The house was narrow and tall. 3 stories of dark stone, slate roof, small sash windows looking over the harbor. A tiny kitchen at the back, living room with an original cast-iron fireplace, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and a cellar accessed by a steep wooden staircase under the hall. The street was picturesque, cobbles, gas lamps, the constant cry of gulls, the smell of salt and fish from the harbor below. In summer, tourists crowded the steps and abbey ruins. In winter, the town emptied, the North Sea storms battered the coast, and the old houses creaked in the wind. I moved in at the start of November 2022 for a 6-month contract researching Whitby's 19th century whaling history. The cottage was perfect, quiet, atmospheric, close to the library and archives, the sound of waves a constant lullaby. The landlord, an elderly fisherman named George, warned me the house was old and likes its privacy, but otherwise fine. The doors stick in damp weather, and the handles turn sometimes, old brass, loose fittings. Nothing to worry about. The first turning happened on my 3rd night. I was reading in the living room by the fire. Storm raging outside, rain lashing the windows, wind howling down the chimney. Around 1:15 a.m., I heard it. The front door handle, turning slowly, down, up, down again, rattling gently, as if someone outside was testing it. I froze. The door was locked, double deadbolt, chain on. I crept to the hall. Handle still. No sound. I looked through the peephole, empty cobbled street. Fog thick. Gas lamp flickering. No one. I went back to the fire. 10 minutes later, the back door handle. In the kitchen, turning, same slow motion. Rattle. I ran to the kitchen. Handle still. Door locked. Window locked. No one in the tiny yard. I checked upstairs. Bedroom doors closed. Handle still. I laughed nervously. Old house wind pressure. Went to bed with lights on. The turning continued every night. Always between 1 and 3 a.m. Always slow. Always testing. Front door, back door, bedroom doors. Cellar door, bathroom door, every door in the house. One by one. As if someone was walking through. Checking if any were open. I changed locks, installed bolts. The turning continued. On the new handles, I set cameras. Motion activated in hall, kitchen, stairs. Footage showed handles turning, slowly by themselves. No one visible, the cold air rushing past the lens. Frost forming on the inside of doors. Handprints. Small, child-sized. In the frost, I heard footsteps, on the stairs. Between floors. Soft. Bare feet. Going up. Pausing on landings. Going down. Stopping outside my bedroom door. The handle turning. Slow. I never opened. The whispers started. From behind the doors. Child voices. Old Yorkshire accents. Open the door, miss. We're cold. Let us in. Play with us. I boarded the cellar door. The whispers came from the ceiling. From under the bed. From inside the wardrobe. I found the history. In the Whitby Museum archives, the house was built on the site of a 1830s cholera orphan house. Dozens of children died. Locked in rooms to prevent spread. Bodies left for days. Doors locked from outside. Children scratching, calling, trying handles. Begging to be let out, or let in. The house burned in 1880, rebuilt. But the children stayed. Waiting behind doors, turning handles, looking for someone to open. To play, to keep them company. In the cold rooms, forever. I left in January. Moved to Leeds, modern flat. No old doors, no cellar, but at night. I hear it, the soft turning of handles, in my new flat. Every door, slow, testing, the whispers. Open the door, miss. We're cold, they followed. Or every old house has them. Children, behind the doors, waiting for someone alone to open, just once. Unsolved mystery stories, personal encounters. Set in the United States in the summer of 2018, in a quiet suburban neighborhood outside Seattle, Washington, something happened to me that still defies explanation. My name is Alex, and at the time I was 28, living alone in a small house I'd inherited from my grandmother. It was one of those old craftsman-style homes with creaky floors and a basement that always smelled faintly of damp earth. I worked from home as a graphic designer, so my days were pretty routine: coffee in the morning, hours at my desk, maybe a walk around the block in the evening. One night in July, around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. No nightmare, no noise, just an overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. The room was pitch black except for the faint glow of my alarm clock. I lay there for a moment, heart pounding, trying to shake off the feeling. Then I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from the closet across the room. It was rhythmic, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. I froze. My closet door was closed. As always, I never left it open because it made the room feel too exposed. I told myself it was the house settling or maybe a mouse. But the scratching continued, getting slightly louder, as if whatever was making it was testing the door. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to turn on the flashlight, but my hand trembled so much I knocked it to the floor. The sound stopped immediately. Silence. Dead silence. Gathering my courage, I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. I sat up, straining to listen. Nothing. Eventually I convinced myself it was nothing and went back to sleep, though it took hours. The next morning I opened the closet to get dressed. Everything looked normal, clothes hanging neatly, shoes lined up on the floor. But at the bottom of the door, on the inside, there were fresh scratch marks. Deep gouges in the wood, as if something with claws had been trying to get out. They weren't there before. I painted that door myself just a few months earlier. I rationalized it as an animal that had somehow gotten trapped overnight and escaped when I moved. But there was no way in or out of that closet except the door, and it had been closed. No vents big enough for anything larger than a spider. I searched the house top to bottom, no signs of intrusion, no open windows, doors locked. That night, it happened again. Same time, same scratching. This time I grabbed my phone immediately and shone the light toward the closet. The scratching stopped. I crept over and yanked the door open. Empty. Just my clothes swaying slightly from the sudden movement. Over the next week, it escalated. The scratching turned into soft knocks, then whispers, indistinct murmurs that sounded almost like my name. I'd wake up to find small objects moved. A book on the floor that had been on the shelf, my keys in a different drawer. One morning, I found a handprint on the bathroom mirror, smudged as if someone had pressed their palm against it while it was fogged from my shower the night before. But I live alone. No visitors. I installed cameras, motion-activated ones, in the bedroom and hallway. For 3 nights, nothing. Then, on the 4th, the camera in the bedroom captured something that still haunts me. At 2:17 a.m., the footage shows me asleep in bed. The closet door creaks open slowly on its own. No one pushes it. It just opens. Then, a shadow detaches from the darkness inside like a human silhouette, but distorted, taller and thinner than it should be. It steps out, stands at the foot of my bed for several minutes, just watching me. The face isn't clear. It's blurred like static on an old TV. Then it retreats back into the closet and the door closes. I watched that footage a dozen times, zooming in, enhancing it. Experts I showed it to online said it could be a glitch or dust particles catching the infrared light. But the door moved. The shadow moved with purpose. I moved out a month later. Sold the house at a loss. To this day, I don't know what it was, a ghost, a demon, some entity attached to the property. The new owners never reported anything, or at least that's what the realtor told me. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear scratching from inside my new closet, and I never, ever open it in the dark. This unsolved mystery from the Pacific Northwest reminds us that some personal encounters leave questions that may never be answered, lurking in the shadows of our everyday lives. Creepy encounters with strangers, set in the United Kingdom. It was a foggy autumn evening in 2022. In the historic city of York, England, known for its ancient walls and ghostly reputation. Sarah, a 32-year-old teacher, was walking home from a late staff meeting at her school. The streets were narrow, cobblestoned, and lined with old buildings that cast long shadows under the dim streetlights. She took her usual shortcut through a quiet alley near the Minster, one she'd used hundreds of times without issue. Halfway through, she noticed a man ahead, standing still under a lamppost. He was tall, dressed in a long dark coat and hat, facing away from her. Nothing unusual at first. York attracts all sorts of tourists and eccentrics. But as she approached, he didn't move, didn't shift his weight or look around. Just stood there, unnaturally rigid. Sarah slowed her pace, a prickle of unease crawling up her spine. She considered turning back, but the alley was narrow, and going around would add 20 minutes to her walk in the cold. She decided to pass him quickly, head down, avoiding eye contact. As she drew level with him, he turned his head slowly, mechanically, and stared at her. His face was pale, almost translucent in the fog, with deep-set eyes that seemed to bore right through her. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Evening," he said in a low, rasping voice that echoed slightly off the stone walls. Sarah mumbled a quick hi and hurried past, her heart racing. But then she heard footsteps behind her, measured, deliberate steps matching her pace exactly. She glanced over her shoulder. He was following, still smiling that empty smile, hands in his coat pockets. She sped up, so did he. The alley opened into a busier street, but at this hour it was deserted. Sarah's phone was in her bag. She fumbled for it while walking faster, nearly running now. The man kept pace, never closing the gap, but never falling behind. Finally, she reached a main road with a few late-night pubs spilling light onto the pavement. She ducked into the nearest one, breathless, and told the bartender a man was following her. He and a few patrons went out to look, but the street was empty, no sign of the stranger. Sarah called a taxi home and thought that was the end of it. But over the next few weeks, she saw him again, always at a distance, always watching. Once outside her school, standing across the road. Another time in a supermarket aisle, staring from the end. He'd vanish whenever she tried to confront him or get help. She reported it to the police, showed them security footage from the school where he appeared briefly in the background. But he never approached, never threatened directly. "We can't arrest someone for standing," they said. One night, walking home again, this time with a colleague for safety, she spotted him in the same alley. Her friend saw him too and shouted at him to back off. The man just tilted his head, smiled wider, and stepped backward into the shadows. When they shone a torch, he was gone. Sarah moved to London shortly after. She never saw him again, but friends back in York told her similar stories. A tall man in a dark coat, appearing to lone walkers at night, following silently before disappearing. Locals call him the Shadow Watcher, part of York's long list of unexplained figures. Was he a harmless eccentric, a stalker who enjoyed the fear, or something more sinister tied to the city's haunted history? Sarah still doesn't know, and the encounter left her with a lasting wariness of strangers in the fog. Camping and wilderness horror, national parks, deep woods, abandoned cabins. Set in the United States deep in Yosemite National Park, California, in the fall of 2021, a group of 4 friends, Mark, Jenna, Tom, and Lisa, decided to backpack into the remote backcountry for a weekend escape. They were experienced hikers with proper permits and gear, aiming for a secluded spot near a lesser-known lake off the main trails. The park is vast, over 1,200 square miles of granite peaks, waterfalls, and dense forests, where cell service is non-existent and help can be days away. They set out early, hiking 10 miles in, laughing and sharing stories. By dusk, they reached an abandoned ranger cabin they'd heard about from online forums. An old structure from the 1930s, boarded up but still standing in a clearing surrounded by towering pines. The cabin was creepy but intriguing. Weathered wood, broken windows patched with plywood, a rusted stove inside. They decided not to sleep in it, too dusty and unstable, but set up tents nearby and built a fire pit outside. That first night was peaceful. Stars like diamonds overhead, the crackle of the fire, s'mores and beer. They turned in around midnight. Mark woke first, around 3 a.m., to the sound of footsteps circling the camp, crunching leaves, deliberate and slow. He unzipped his tent quietly and peered out with a headlamp. Nothing, just shadows dancing from the dying embers. He chalked it up to a bear or deer and went back to sleep. Morning revealed footprints, human, bare feet, circling their tents and the cabin multiple times. Large prints, deep in the soft soil. No animal tracks nearby. Uneasy but rationalizing it as another hiker, they explored the area. Inside the cabin, they found old graffiti, but also fresh signs. A circle of stones in the center, like a ritual site, and scratches on the walls that looked new. That afternoon, while hiking to the lake, Jenna heard whistling a tuneless melody following them through the trees. They'd stop, it would stop. Start walking, it resumed, always from behind. Back at camp by evening, things escalated. As they cooked dinner, rocks began thudding into the clearing, small ones at first, then larger, hurled from the woods. No one visible throwing them. They shouted into the darkness, flashlights sweeping the tree line. Silence. Then laughter low, guttural multiple voices echoing from different directions. Panicking, they packed up to leave, but night had fallen and navigating 10 miles in the dark was dangerous. They barricaded in their tents, taking watches. Throughout the night, more footsteps, banging on the cabin walls, whispers calling their names. Tom swore he saw figures, tall, shadowy shapes peering into his tent flap. At dawn, they bolted, hiking out in record time. Rangers at the entrance listened to their story, nodded knowingly. Happens more than you'd think in the remote areas, one said. Some folks report presences, old miners, native spirits, or just the wilderness playing tricks. They found no evidence of other campers. The footprints? Gone. Washed away by morning dew or something else. Years later, the group avoids national parks. Yosemite's beauty hides horrors in its depths, encounters with the unknown that make you question what's really out there in the wild. In the summer of 2019, deep in the heart of Glacier National Park, Montana, a solo hiker named Ethan Harper set out on what was supposed to be a life-changing 5-day trek along the remote Northern Traverse Trail. Ethan was 34, an experienced outdoorsman from Portland, Oregon, who had hiked most of the major trails in the Pacific Northwest. He craved solitude after a messy divorce, and Glacier's million-plus acres of untouched wilderness, with its jagged peaks, glacial lakes, and dense grizzly country, seemed like the perfect place to clear his head. He filed his itinerary with the ranger station at Mini Glacier, packed bear spray, a satellite communicator, proper food storage, and enough supplies to last a week. He told friends he'd be out of cell range, but would check in via the satellite device every evening. The first 2 days were everything he hoped for. Crystal clear skies, fields of wildflowers blooming late into July, sightings of mountain goats perched impossibly on cliffs, and the constant roar of hidden waterfalls. He camped at designated sites, hung his food properly, and felt the weight of the real world slipping away. On the third day, he veered slightly off the main trail onto a lesser-used path that led toward a high alpine basin locals called Forgotten Lake, an unofficial spot not marked on most maps, rumored to have an abandoned trapper's cabin from the early 1900s. Ethan had read about it on hiking forums and wanted to see it for himself. The detour added only a few miles, and he figured he'd reach it by late afternoon. The trail narrowed quickly, turning into little more than a game path through thick lodgepole pines and underbrush heavy with huckleberries. The air grew cooler as he climbed, and the sounds of the park changed. No more distant voices of other hikers, just the occasional cry of a hawk overhead and the crunch of his boots on pine needles. By mid-afternoon, clouds rolled in fast, the way they do in the Rockies, turning the light dim and gray. A light rain began to fall, the kind that soaks through Gore-Tex if you're out long enough. Ethan spotted the cabin just as the rain picked up. It sat in a small clearing near the shore of Forgotten Lake, a squat log structure with a caved-in roof on one side and boards nailed haphazardly over the windows. Moss covered the walls, and saplings grew right up against the foundation. It looked exactly like the old black-and-white photos he'd seen online, abandoned since the 1930s, maybe earlier. He wasn't planning to stay inside. National park rules forbid it anyway, and the place looked structurally unsound. But the rain was turning into a downpour, thunder rumbling in the distance. So he decided to at least take shelter under the overhanging eaves for a while and eat a late lunch. He circled the cabin first, curious. The door hung open on rusted hinges, swaying slightly in the wind. Inside was dark and smelled of rot and animal musk. Old iron traps hung from nails on the walls, rusted pots sat on a collapsed table, and the floor was littered with decades of debris, pine needles, mouse droppings, shards of broken glass. In one corner, an ancient wood stove leaned precariously. Ethan snapped a few photos with his phone, more for proof that he'd found the place than anything else. As he stepped back outside, something caught his eye on the exterior wall near the door. Fresh carvings in the soft, rotting wood. Not old graffiti, these looked new, the cuts pale and sharp. Words, or what seemed like words, in no language he recognized. Symbols, 2 circles intersecting with jagged lines, almost like runes. He ran his fingers over them. The edges were still rough, done within the last few days, maybe weeks. A chill ran through him that had nothing to do with the rain. He told himself it was other hikers messing around, kids being edgy. Still, he decided to move on and find a campsite farther down the lake. But as he shouldered his pack, he heard it for the first time, a low, guttural sound from the tree line across the clearing. Not a bear grunt, not an elk bugle. It was almost like a mimicry of a human voice, but distorted, stretched out too long. He, drawn into something unnatural. Ethan froze, bear spray in hand, scanning the dense forest. Nothing moved. The rain hissed on the leaves. He called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" His voice echoed back mockingly. Silence. He hiked quickly along the lake shore, looking for a flat spot to pitch his tent. The rain eased into a steady drizzle, and fog began rolling off the water, thick and low. By the time he found a suitable site, a small meadow about half a mile from the cabin, the light was fading fast. He set up camp efficiently, tent, bare hand for food, small fire to warm up and dry his socks. As he sat eating freeze-dried chili, the unease from earlier lingered. The forest felt too quiet. No evening birdsong, no squirrels chattering. Just the soft lap of waves on the lake and the occasional drip from overhead branches. That's when he heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunches in the underbrush, circling his campsite at a distance. Ethan stood, headlamp on, shining into the darkness. The beam caught nothing but tree trunks and swirling fog. The steps stopped whenever he turned toward them, then resumed behind him. He shouted again, louder this time, tried to sound authoritative. The footsteps paused, then laughter. Low, wheezing laughter from multiple directions, as if several people were out there playing a prank. But the voices didn't sound quite right, too deep, too guttural, with an odd clicking undertone. Ethan doused his fire early and retreated to his tent, bear spray beside him, knife in hand. He texted a quick "all good" at Forgotten Lake, via satellite to his buddy back home, not wanting to worry anyone. Sleep didn't come easy. Every rustle outside had him sitting bolt upright. Around midnight, the rain stopped, and the fog lifted just enough to let moonlight filter through the trees. That's when he heard the whistling. A slow, tuneless melody coming from the direction of the cabin. It would play for a minute, stop, then start again closer. Ethan lay rigid, listening as it circled his tent once, twice. Then silence. He dozed fitfully until dawn. Morning revealed chaos. His bare hang properly done. Rope over a high branch 15 feet up was on the ground. Bag torn open, food scattered and partially eaten. Not the clean work of a bear? The bites looked wrong, too precise, almost human. And around his tent, footprints. Bare human feet, large deep impressions that circled the site dozens of times. Some prints overlapped, as if multiple people had walked the same path again and again. But strangest of all handprints on the tent fly, smudged in mud, at heights that suggested whoever made them was standing on something, or unnaturally tall. Ethan packed up fast, heart hammering. He wanted out. But as he hiked back toward the main trail, he realized he was being followed. The same footsteps, keeping pace just out of sight. Whenever he'd stop to listen, they'd stop. When he hurried, they hurried. At one point, he spun around suddenly and caught a glimpse of something pale and thin darting between trees. Too fast to focus on. Not an animal, not quite human. The whistling started again, now ahead of him on the trail, as if leading him. Or hurting him. By midday, exhausted and paranoid, Ethan reached a ridge with a faint cell signal. He called the ranger station, voice shaking as he described the harassment, the footprints, the feeling of being watched. The ranger on duty sounded concerned but calm. "Stay on trail, make noise, use your bear spray if needed. We'll send a team up from Many Glacier to meet you." They asked his exact location. He gave it as best he could, but the rescue never came. Ethan waited at a marked junction for hours. No rangers. As dusk fell again, the sounds returned closer now. Voices whispering words he couldn't understand, mimicking his earlier shouts back at him in distorted tones. He fired his bear spray into the brush once when something lunged close. The hiss and cloud yielded nothing but empty air. That night he didn't sleep. He hiked by headlamp, pushing through the dark toward the trailhead, 10 miles away. The path seemed to twist unnaturally. Landmarks he'd passed days earlier appeared again, as if he were looping. At one point, he stumbled back into the clearing with the abandoned cabin. Impossible he'd hiked miles in the opposite direction. The door stood open wider now, and inside, his scattered food bags lay piled neatly on the old table, arranged in a perfect circle. Panic took over. Ethan ran. He burst out onto the main road just after sunrise the next morning, disheveled, scratched, eyes wild. A passing park shuttle picked him up and took him to the ranger station. He told his story in full. Rangers searched the area for days, found the cabin, the carvings, which they photographed, the scattered gear, but no footprints preserved in the now dry ground. No signs of other humans. No evidence anyone else had been there. Ethan's satellite messages checked out. The all-good text was real. But the call for help? Rangers had no record of it. Phone logs showed no outgoing call from his number that day. To this day, Ethan refuses to return to Glacier. He says sometimes, late at night in his Portland apartment, he hears that same tuneless whistling outside his window. And on quiet evenings, when the fog rolls in off the Willamette River, he swears he sees bare footprints in the wet grass below his balcony circling, always circling. Park rangers quietly warn solo hikers away from Forgotten Lake now. They don't explain why. Some things in the deep wilderness aren't bears or wolves or pranksters. Some things have been waiting in abandoned cabins since long before the parks had names, watching trails that only the lost ever find, and they don't like to be disturbed. In the spring of 2023, 3 friends from Manchester, England, Liam, Sophie, and Marcus decided to embark on an urban exploration adventure that would change their lives forever. They were all in their late 20s, avid urbex enthusiasts who had spent years sneaking into forgotten factories, derelict mansions, and underground tunnels across the UK. Their YouTube channel, though small with only a few thousand subscribers, documented their explores with GoPros and drones, always chasing that perfect mix of history, decay, and thrill. This time, they set their sights on Whittingham Asylum, one of the largest abandoned mental hospitals in Europe, located in the countryside near Preston, Lancashire. Whittingham had opened in 1873 as one of the biggest psychiatric institutions in Britain, housing thousands of patients at its peak. It featured sprawling red brick buildings, long corridors, a grand ballroom, even its own railway line. But scandals plagued it: reports of abuse, overcrowding, experimental treatments like lobotomies and electroshock without proper consent. It closed in phases, fully shutting down in 1995, and had sat empty ever since, vandalized and decaying under the weight of time. Urban explorers flocked there for years, drawn to its eerie wards, padded cells, and morgue. But by 2023, security had tightened fences reinforced. Patrols increased after a series of break-ins and fires. That only made it more appealing to Liam and his crew. They planned meticulously, researching old blueprints online, scouting the perimeter during daylight drives, identifying a weak spot in the fence near an overgrown service road. They'd packed light, headlamps, spare batteries, bolt cutters, respirators for the mold and asbestos, first aid kit, and multiple cameras. No weapons. Urbex code was to leave no trace, take only photos. They told a trusted friend their plans and expected check-in time, promising texts via a portable signal booster if they got bars inside. The night they chose was perfect: cloudy, no moon, a light drizzle to mask sounds. They parked their van a mile away in a lay-by off the A6, hiked through sodden fields under black rain jackets. By 1 a.m., they reached the fence. Marcus clipped a discreet hole, and they slipped through, hearts pounding with that familiar adrenaline rush. The grounds were vast, overgrown with ivy choking the walls, trees pushing through cracked pavement. The main building loomed like a Victorian monster towers, arched windows shattered, graffiti tagging the lower levels. They entered through a side door they'd read about, one that was usually pried open by previous explorers. Inside, the air hit them like a wall. Damp, musty, laced with the faint chemical tang of old decay. Their headlamps cut narrow beams through the darkness, revealing peeling paint curling like dead skin, rusted bed frames overturned in what was once a ward, syringes and broken glass crunching underfoot. "Place is massive," Liam whispered, his voice echoing down the endless corridor. "Let's start with the female wing, then head to the admin block and morgue." Sophie, the historian of the group, nodded excitedly. She'd spent weeks reading archived patient records, stories of women committed for hysteria or postpartum depression, subjected to ice baths and isolation. "Imagine the echoes here," she said. "Thousands of lives forgotten." They moved methodically, filming everything. First floor. Day rooms with faded murals on the walls, cheerful scenes of gardens that mocked the reality. Chairs stacked in corners, some with restraint straps still attached, frayed and mildewed. Upstairs, the patient dormitories. Rows of iron beds, mattresses rotted away to springs, personal items scattered like time capsules, a hairbrush, a cracked mirror, yellowed letters never sent. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere shifted. The drizzle outside turned to steady rain, drumming on the roof like distant applause. Their footsteps echoed louder, as if the building was amplifying them. Marcus joked about ghosts, but his laugh sounded forced. In one seclusion room, padded walls, torn foam spilling out like guts, they found fresh signs of recent visitors. Empty beer cans, cigarette butts, spray-painted tags from just months ago. We're not alone in here tonight? Sophie wondered aloud. Nah, probably from last week, Liam reassured. But he quickened the pace. They reached the ballroom next to the grand hall with high ceilings. Chandeliers hanging precarious, stage at one end where patients once put on shows for therapy. Water dripped from leaks, pooling on the parquet floor. Sophie set up a static camera for a time-lapse while Liam and Marcus explored the balconies. That's when the first anomaly happened. A door slammed somewhere below, loud, deliberate, like metal on metal. They froze. Wind? Marcus suggested, but there was no wind inside. The building was sealed tight. They called out, "Anyone there?" No response. Just the rain. Shaking it off as settling structure, they pressed on toward the basement levels, where the hydrotherapy pools and morgue waited. Stairs spiraled down, graffiti warning "Turn back," and they're watching. The air grew colder, heavier, carrying a faint antiseptic smell that shouldn't linger after decades. The hydrotherapy area was flooded ankle-deep stagnant water reflecting their lights like black mirrors. Tiled tubs lined the walls, chains dangling where patients were once submerged for hours. Sophie filmed close-ups, narrating softly about the treatments. Forced immersion to calm agitation, more like torture. As she spoke, ripples spread across the water from the far end. Not from their movement. They were still. Something had disturbed the surface. Liam shone his torch. Nothing. Just shadows. Rat probably, he muttered, but rats don't make footsteps. Soft splashes, rhythmic, approaching from a side corridor. They backed up, lights sweeping. The splashes stopped. Let's get to the morgue and out, Marcus said, voice tight. The morgue was at the end of a long tunnel-like hall, doors rusted open. Inside, steel drawers for bodies, autopsy table tilted, drains clogged with leaves blown in somehow. The room felt oppressively cold, like a fridge left open. They explored cautiously, filming drawers most empty, a few with old tags fluttering. Sophie read one aloud. Patient 4782, 1957, cause unknown. Then the whispers started. Faint at first, like air through vents. But words indistinct, overlapping, female voices murmuring names, please. Help. Cold. Let me out. The group exchanged glances. EVP prank? Someone's here with speakers? Liam suggested, but he knew better. No one else had entered with them. The whispers grew louder, circling the room. Marcus's camera glitched static, then footage of empty drawers showing shadows moving on playback. Panic rising, they decided to leave. Back through the hydrotherapy water now disturbed wildly, as if something large had passed through. Footprints in the mud on the edge's bare feet, small, leading toward the stairs. Up they ran, corridors seeming longer, turns wrong. They got lost twice, ending up in wards they'd already cleared. Doors that were open now closed. One bench shut behind them as they passed. In the admin block, filing cabinets spilled records patient files scattered fresh, as if searched recently. Sophie picked one up, her own name handwritten on a modern sticky note. Sophie Ellis admitted 2023. She dropped it, trembling. That's not funny. None of them had written it. Lights flickered, batteries draining fast though fully charged. Radios crackled with static voices mimicking their earlier conversations. They bolted for the exit, rain pouring harder outside. But the door they'd entered through was chained shut from the inside. Impossible. Marcus cut the chain with bolt cutters. Hands shaking. They burst out into the storm, running across grounds to the fence. Behind them, from the asylum windows, lights flickered on room by room, as if the building was waking up. Shadows in the glass, watching. They reached the van, soaked, breathless. Drove in silence to the motorway. Back home, reviewing footage. Orbs, shadows, whispers clear on audio, stay. Join us. One frame in the morgue shows a figure, a woman in outdated nurse uniform, face blurred, standing behind Sophie. They never uploaded the video, deleted most files. But screenshots leaked online somehow. To this day, Liam, Sophie, and Marcus avoid abandoned places. Whittingham was demolished partially in 2024 for redevelopment, but explorers still report activity and remaining wings whispers calling names, doors slamming, fresh patient files appearing with visitors' details. Was it residual energy from tortured souls, squatters playing elaborate pranks? Or something darker, an entity that feeds on intruders, trapping echoes of the living among the dead? The trio doesn't know, but they hear whispers sometimes in quiet moments. And they never ever go back into the dark alone. This true urban exploration horror from one of Britain's most infamous abandoned asylums serves as a warning. Some places aren't just empty. They're waiting. In the autumn of 2022, a long-haul truck driver named Daniel Reed was crossing the vast empty stretches of Nevada on Interstate 80, hauling a load of electronics from Salt Lake City to Reno. Daniel was 42, a veteran of the road with over 20 years behind the wheel, divorced, no kids, and comfortable with the solitude that came with the job. He liked the night runs, best fewer cars, open highway, Sirius XM playing classic rock or true crime podcasts to keep him alert. That night, he left Salt Lake around 9 p.m., planning to drive straight through the 500-mile stretch, stopping only for fuel and coffee. The weather was clear, stars sharp overhead, temperature dropping fast in the high desert. For the first couple of hours, everything was routine. He passed through Wendover, crossed into Nevada, and settled into the rhythm of the drive. Around midnight, somewhere between Lovelock and Winmucca miles of nothing but sagebrush, distant mountains, and the occasional semi coming the other way, his CB radio crackled to life. Breaker, breaker, eastbound, you got your ears on? Daniel picked up the mic. Yeah, go ahead. Static, then a man's voice, low and gravelly. You alone out there, driver? Daniel chuckled. Standard trucker talk. Just me and the load. Who's this? More static. Name don't matter. You see anything strange back around mile marker 180? Daniel glanced at his GPS. He was well past 180. Negative. Clear road. What's up? A long pause. Watch your mirrors. Something's pacing the highway tonight. The channel went dead. Daniel shrugged it off. Truckers loved telling spooky stories to pass the time. Probably some guy messing with newbies. He turned up the podcast and kept rolling. About 30 minutes later, he noticed it for the first time. In his driver's side mirror, far back, a single headlight. Not a semi too low, too narrow. A motorcycle maybe. It kept perfect pace with him, never gaining, never falling behind, even when he sped up to 75 or slowed to 65. The desert highway was dead straight here. He should have been able to see it clearly in the moonlight, but the light seemed hazy, almost flickering. He clicked his high beams on and off, the universal trucker greeting. No response. The light just stayed there, steady. Daniel grabbed the CB again. Eastbound Kenworth. Anyone seeing a single headlight pacing about a mile back? A different voice answered, female, tired sounding. Yeah, I saw it an hour ago west of Fernley. Thought it was a bike, but it don't move right. Hung with me for 20 miles, then vanished. Another driver chimed in. Old-timer told me years ago, stay away from lone lights on 80 at night. They say it's a rider that went down in 89, bad wreck, head separated. Still looking for his bike. Laughter on the channel, then silence. Daniel rolled his eyes but felt a prickle on his neck. He checked the mirror again. The light was closer now, half a mile, maybe less. He could almost make out a shape, a rider hunched low, no helmet visible, arms too long. He pushed the pedal harder, climbing to 80 miles per hour. The Peterbilt growled, trailer swaying slightly. The light matched him effortlessly. For the next hour, it stayed with him. Sometimes falling back to a speck, sometimes creeping up until he could see details he didn't want to see. The bike looked old, like a 1980s cruiser, paint chipped, no plates. The rider wore a dark jacket, head down, face hidden in shadow. No reflection from eyes or anything. Daniel tried everything. Flashing brakes, turning off all his lights for a stretch to see better. Nothing shook it. He called his dispatcher on the satellite phone, half joking about a tailgater. Dispatcher laughed, said the highway was empty on the traffic cams. Around 2 a.m., he pulled into the Love's travel stop at Winmucca for fuel and a strong coffee. The lot was half full with idling semis, drivers stretching legs or sleeping in cabs. Daniel topped off, used the restroom, bought a Red Bull. When he climbed back in and fired up the engine, he checked the mirrors. The light was there, parked at the far edge of the lot under a broken lamp, engine off, rider motionless. Heart pounding now, Daniel pulled out fast, merging back onto I-80 West. The light followed immediately, falling into the same perfect pace. He grabbed the CB again, voice sharper. Anybody near Winmucca see a single headlight in the lot? A long silence, then the same gravelly voice from earlier. Told you to watch your mirrors, driver. It's chosen you tonight. "Who the hell is this?" Daniel demanded. Laughter, low and dry. "Just a friend. Keep driving. Don't stop again till Reno. And whatever you do, don't look it in the face." The channel went quiet. No one else spoke up. Daniel drove faster than he should have, 85-90 miles per hour on the empty road. The rider kept up, sometimes pulling alongside in the passing lane, close enough that Daniel could hear a faint engine whine over his own diesel roar. He refused to look over, eyes fixed ahead. At one point, the rider matched him cab to cab for miles. Daniel felt watched. The air in the cab grew cold, AC off, heater blasting. Frost formed on the inside of the passenger window. Words appeared, finger-written in the frost. "Slow down." He didn't. Near Lovelock again, no. Wait, he was westbound, past Lovelock already. But the signs said Lovelock 20 miles. Impossible. He'd driven over 100 miles since then. His GPS glitched, showing him looping the same stretch. Odometer not advancing right. Panic set in. He called 911 on his cell. Finally, a faint signal explained he was being followed, harassed. Dispatcher calm said a trooper would intercept near Fernley. But no trooper ever appeared. The rider pulled ahead suddenly, cutting in front of him, forcing Daniel to brake hard. The trailer fishtailed. He wrestled it straight. When he looked up, the bike was gone. Relief flooded him. Until he saw it again behind him now, then beside, then ahead, flickering in and out like bad reception. Dawn finally broke around 6 a.m., pink light over the Sierra Nevada ahead. The single headlight faded with the darkness, vanishing completely as the sun crested. Daniel reached Reno shaken, delivered his load, and took 2 days off. He asked around truck stops, showed dashcam footage to other drivers, nothing recorded. Blank. Older drivers knew the story. They call it the Phantom Rider of I-80, seen for decades between Wendover and Reno. Always a lone headlight, always pacing one trucker per night. Some say if you look at the face, you become the next rider. Others say it's the ghost of a driver who fell asleep and jackknifed in '89, searching for someone to take his place so he can rest. Daniel quit long haul soon after. Took local routes only daylight hours. But sometimes on quiet nights at home in his trailer outside Carson City, he hears a motorcycle engine idling outside. Checks the window, nothing. And in his driveway, faint tire tracks in the dust, leading away into the desert night. He never looks too close. This chilling road trip horror from the lonely highways of Nevada reminds us that some stretches of road hold more than mile markers. Some things follow you home, waiting for the next dark run. In the fall of 2021, Emily Carter, a 26-year-old graduate student from Chicago, moved into a small off-campus apartment near the University of Edinburgh in Scotland to finish her master's degree in literature. She had always dreamed of studying abroad, drawn to the city's ancient streets, Gothic architecture, and rich history of ghost stories. The apartment she found was perfect on paper, affordable, furnished, in a quiet Georgian-era building on a narrow cobblestone closed just off the Royal Mile. The landlord, an elderly woman named Mrs. Fraser, warned her that the building was old, creaks and groans, like any place built in 1790, but otherwise seemed eager to rent to a nice American girl. Emily moved in on a rainy September afternoon. The flat was on the 3rd floor. High ceilings, sash windows overlooking the shared courtyard, original wooden floors that groaned underfoot, and a fireplace that hadn't been used in decades. The furniture was a mix of antique and IKEA, comfortable enough. She loved it immediately. The first few weeks were blissful. Long days in the library, evenings exploring the old town, nights curled up with books and tea, listening to the wind howl through the alleyways. But by mid-October, things started to feel off. It began with small noises. Soft footsteps in the hallway outside her door at 3 a.m., when the building should have been asleep. She'd opened the door, nothing. Just the dim stairwell light flickering. She blamed neighboring students coming home late from pubs. Then came the knocking. 3 sharp raps on her front door, always around the same time, always when she was alone. She'd ask, "Who is it?" No answer. Peering through the peephole revealed an empty landing. Emily mentioned it to her flatmates downstairs, 2 Scottish undergrads who shared the 2nd floor unit. They laughed it off. "Old buildings, love. Pipes, drafts, drunk folk knocking wrong doors. Happens all the time." But the knocking continued. And escalated. One night, after a particularly long study session, Emily came home around midnight. As she climbed the stairs, she heard it, whispering behind her door. Low, urgent voices, female speaking too softly to make out words. Her heart raced. She stood frozen on the landing, key in hand. The whispering stopped the moment she touched the doorknob. Inside, everything was as she'd left it. Lights off, windows closed, no sign of entry. She installed a cheap security camera facing the door from inside. The next morning, reviewing footage. At 3:17 a.m., 3 knocks. Clear as day, but no one in frame. The hallway empty both before and after. Emily started sleeping with the lights on. By November, the activity intensified. Objects moved. Books she'd left on the table stacked neatly on the floor. Her laptop opened to blank documents with single lines typed, "Are you alone?" Or, "Watch the windows." She'd wake to find her kitchen chairs arranged in a perfect circle in the living room. Doors that she'd closed would be open. The fireplace, cold and unused, would have ash disturbed, as if someone had been poking at long dead embers. She told Mrs. Fraser during a rent check. The old woman went pale. "Ah, class, I should have said. The building has a history, 3rd floor especially." A young woman lived there in the 1840s. Name was Isabel Grant. Committed suicide, they say. Threw herself from the window after her lover abandoned her with child. Some tenants over the years, well, they've reported things. Hearing crying, seeing a woman in white at the glass. Most don't stay long. Emily laughed nervously. Ghosts? Come on. It's probably squatters or something. But deep down, she wasn't sure. The sightings began shortly after. First peripheral, a flash of white in the mirror behind her while brushing teeth. A shadow in the corner of her eye crossing the hallway. Then, one stormy night in December, she woke abruptly at 3 a.m., that witching hour again, to find a woman standing at the foot of her bed. Pale, translucent, dressed in a long white nightgown from another era, dark hair loose and wet as if from rain. Her face was sorrowful, eyes hollow, mouth moving silently. Emily screamed, fumbled for the light. The figure dissolved like mist. She didn't sleep the rest of the night. Packed a bag and stayed with a classmate for a week. When she returned, needing the flat for its proximity to campus, the activity had changed. No longer subtle, aggressive. Doors slammed on their own. The temperature plummeted in rooms, breath visible. Her name whispered clearly now, "Emily, stay, or don't leave me." One evening, studying at her desk, the overhead light exploded in a shower of sparks. In the darkness, cold hands gripped her shoulders from behind. She spun nothing there, but bruises bloomed on her skin the next day, finger-shaped. She researched Isabel Grant, found old newspaper clippings in the university archives. 1847, a 22-year-old seamstress found dead in the courtyard below the 3rd floor window. Ruled suicide, unmarried, pregnant, shamed. No mention of haunting, but folklore sites and old Edinburgh ghost tours named the close as one of the city's most active. Emily tried everything. Sage smudging, a friend helped, laughing the whole time. Salt lines at doors and windows. Even a priest from a local church came to bless the flat, though he admitted the Church of Scotland didn't officially do exorcisms. Nothing worked. The final night was Christmas Eve 2021. Snow falling softly outside, city quiet. Emily had decided to move out after the holidays, already found a new place in Newtown. She was packing boxes when the power went out, whole building dark. In the candlelight, Isabel appeared fully. Solid this time. Standing in the bedroom doorway, dripping wet, belly swollen with pregnancy, eyes pleading. "Don't go," the ghost said aloud, voice echoing though no lips moved. "He left me. They all leave. Stay with me. Keep me company." Emily backed away, terrified. "I'm sorry what happened to you, but I can't stay. This isn't my time." The temperature dropped to freezing. Windows frosted over, furniture scraped across floors, blocking the front door. The ghost advanced, arms outstretched. Emily grabbed her phone, ran to the window, the same one Isabel had allegedly jumped from. Below, 3 stories down, the courtyard stones gleamed with snow. She screamed for help. Neighbors' lights came on, but no one emerged. Holiday, most away. In desperation, Emily spoke to the ghost. "Isabel, I feel for you, your pain, but trapping me won't fix it. You need to let go. Find peace." The figure paused. Tears, actual tears, streamed down translucent cheeks. Then slowly she faded. The power returned. Furniture slid back to place. Warmth returned. Emily moved out the next day. Never returned, even for forgotten items. Mrs. Fraser refunded her deposit without question. Years later, back in the States, Emily still avoids old buildings. But sometimes, on quiet nights, she hears faint knocking at her door. 3 sharp raps. She never answers. And in that Edinburgh close, the 3rd-floor flat remains empty. New tenants come and go quickly. Locals say on snowy Christmas Eves, a woman in white is seen at the window, looking down into the courtyard, not jumping, just watching. Waiting. Some losses echo through centuries. Some haunted houses don't want you to leave, because they've been alone far too long. This real haunted house encounter from one of Scotland's most historic cities serves as a reminder. When you rent a place with history, sometimes the previous occupant never really moved out. In the summer of 2020, right in the middle of lockdown restrictions, easing across the United States, 29-year-old Mia Reynolds decided to treat herself to a solo trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park on the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. Mia lived in Atlanta, worked remotely as a software developer, and had spent months cooped up in her apartment with nothing but screens and takeout. The park was one of the few places still open for day hikes and limited backcountry camping, and she craved the silence of the deep woods. She'd been hiking the Smokies since college, knew the trails, the rules, the dangers. She filed a detailed itinerary with the Park Service, reserved a backcountry permit for 3 nights at Campsite 46. A remote spot deep in the Greenbrier area near Ramsey Prong, far from the crowded trails near Clingman's Dome or Cades Cove. Mia packed light but smart. Bare canister, water filter, rain gear, first aid kit, satellite communicator since cell service was spotty at best, and a small tent. She left Atlanta early on a Thursday morning in July, arrived at the trailhead by noon, and started the 6-mile hike in. The weather was perfect warm but not brutal, wild rhododendrons blooming thick along the path, the constant rush of the creek beside the trail. By late afternoon she reached the campsite, a single flat clearing in a dense grove of old-growth hemlock and tulip poplar, the creek roaring nearby, no other campers in sight. Perfect isolation. She set up camp quickly, hung her food bag high, cooked a simple dinner over her stove, and sat watching fireflies as dusk fell. The forest was alive with normal sounds, owls, crickets, the occasional splash of fish in the creek. She texted her sister via the satellite device. Made it. Sight is gorgeous. All good. Then she crawled into her tent and fell asleep to the soothing white noise of the mountains. The first night was peaceful. The second night was not. Mia woke around 2:30 a.m. to an unnatural silence. No crickets, no owls, nothing, just the faint rush of the creek. She lay still, listening. Then she heard it, a low guttural call from across the water. Not a bear, not a coyote, not any animal she recognized. It was almost like a human voice trying to mimic an animal, deep, throaty, with a strange clicking undertone. The call echoed off the ridge, repeated 3 times, then stopped. She sat up, heart racing, grabbed her bear spray and headlamp. Swept the beam around the site. Nothing, just trees and shadows. She told herself it was a barred owl or maybe a bobcat she'd heard weird vocalizations before. She went back to sleep, uneasy. Morning brought mist, hanging low in the canopy, the forest dripping from overnight dew. Mia made coffee, explored a little upstream, took photos of cascades and wildflowers. Everything felt normal again. She even laughed at herself for being spooked. That afternoon, while filtering water at the creek, she noticed the first odd thing, a line of small stones placed neatly across a flat rock in the water, forming a perfect arrow pointing downstream. Not natural. Someone had arranged them recently. The stones were clean, no algae. She looked around, no footprints, no sign of other hikers. Campsite 46 was supposed to be empty except for her permit. She shrugged it off. Kids from a closer site, maybe, or a bored ranger. That evening, as she cooked dinner, the calls started again. Closer this time. The same low, clicking growl, but now with a rhythmic quality, almost like a chant. It moved around the campsite, circling at a distance. Mia shouted, banged her pot with a spoon, made as much noise as she could. The call stopped immediately. Then came the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate steps crunching through the leaves, approaching her tent from the uphill side. She shone her headlamp, nothing visible. The steps paused whenever the light hit the trees, then resumed when she lowered it. She radioed out on her satellite device, hearing strange animal sounds and footsteps at Site 46. Probably nothing, but checking in. No immediate reply service was slow in the deep valleys. The footsteps circled her tent for over an hour. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Once, something brushed against the rain fly hard enough to rock the tent slightly. Mia sat clutching her bear spray, knife in the other hand, whispering every positive affirmation she knew. At one point, the thing mimicked her voice. Perfectly. Mia. Help. In her own tone, coming from just outside the door. She screamed, "Who's there?" and unzipped the flap fast, light blazing. Empty clearing. No footprints in the soft dirt around the tent. The mimicking continued sporadically. Her own recorded laugh from a video she'd taken earlier that day, played back distorted. Phrases she'd said to herself while hiking, "Almost there." "Beautiful view," echoed back from the darkness. Dawn finally came. Mia packed in record time, skipping breakfast, and started the hike out. She'd had enough. But the trail felt wrong. Landmarks she remembered passing yesterday were missing. A distinctive fallen log covered in moss gone. The trail seemed to fork in places it hadn't before. She checked her map and GPS app. Both showed her on the correct path, but the terrain didn't match. At one point she crossed the creek at a familiar ford and found her own campsite again. Impossible. She'd hiked 3 miles in the opposite direction. Panic rising, she activated the SOS on her satellite communicator, sent her coordinates. Kept moving. The calls followed her the entire way, now ahead, now behind, sometimes right beside the trail in the thick brush. She caught glimpses. Tall, thin shapes darting between trees. Too fast to focus on. Pale skin, long limbs, no clothing visible. Not human, not animal. She ran sections of the trail, stumbling over roots, bear spray in hand. The mimicking escalated, her sister's voice calling her name, her mother's voice saying, "Come home." Sounds of her apartment door in Atlanta opening and closing. By early afternoon, exhausted and crying, Mia burst out onto the Ramsey Cascade Trailhead parking lot. A park ranger vehicle was there. Someone had received her SOS. Rangers listened to her story, faces serious. They hiked in with her to retrieve her gear, found the campsite exactly as she'd left it, food hang intact, no human footprints except hers. But the stone arrow was still there, and carved freshly into a nearby hemlock trunk. A crude figure, tall, elongated limbs, large eyes, mouth open in that same clicking call. Rangers told her quietly that Greenbrier and the remote eastern side of the park had stories going back decades. Cherokee legends spoke of shapeshifters that lived in the deep coves, mimicking voices to lure people off trail. Early settlers called them wood devils. Modern hikers reported similar encounters, voices of loved ones, footsteps that circle camps, glimpses of tall, pale figures that vanish when seen directly. Most dismiss it as bears or hoaxes, but rangers know better. They quietly advise solo campers to avoid certain sites after dark, especially 46. Mia flew home the next day. Deleted all photos from the trip, except one, the carving on the tree, which she showed to a folklore professor friend. He identified the figure as resembling descriptions of the spearfinger or other Appalachian cryptids, but taller, thinner, like something adapted to the dense rhododendron hells. She still hears the calls sometimes. Late at night in her Atlanta apartment, when the AC clicks on, she swears she hears that low guttural chant through the vents. And once, looking out her window at the city lights, she saw it, a tall silhouette on the rooftop across the street, watching. It followed her out of the mountains. Park officials never closed Campsite 46. It's still open for permits. But experienced Smokies hikers know to avoid it, especially alone. Some things in those ancient mountains aren't bears or boars or lost tourists. Some things have been there since before the park had a name, waiting in the deep woods for voices to copy, footsteps to echo, and solitary campers to answer their call. In the winter of 2022, Sarah Thompson, a 31-year-old emergency room nurse from Denver, Colorado, started pulling regular night shifts at St. Luke's Medical Center, a large downtown hospital known for its Level 1 trauma designation. Sarah had been a nurse for 8 years, the last 3 in A, and was no stranger to chaos, gunshot wounds, overdoses, car wrecks, cardiac arrests. She thrived on the adrenaline, the teamwork, the feeling of saving lives when everything was on the line. Night shifts suited her, quieter halls between rushes, stronger coffee, the strange camaraderie that forms when the rest of the world sleeps. But that winter, something in the hospital began to change. It started subtly, the way most hospital horror does. Sarah noticed it first in the old East Wing, the part of the building constructed in the 1950s that still housed some overflow ICU beds and storage. The wing was scheduled for renovation, so it was dimly lit, half empty, with sheets draped over unused equipment. During slow nights, nurses would cut through it to get from EU to the cafeteria faster. One February night around 3 a.m., after a multiple victim stabbing had finally calmed, Sarah took the shortcut. The corridor was cold, lights flickering slightly, the usual hum of machinery absent. Halfway down, she heard crying soft, childlike sobbing coming from behind a closed patient room door marked 312. She paused. Pediatrics was on the opposite side of the hospital. There shouldn't have been any children in this wing. Thinking maybe a confused patient had wandered, she knocked gently. "Hello? Are you okay in there?" The crying stopped instantly. She opened the door. Empty room. Bed stripped, monitor disconnected. Dust on the windowsill. No sign anyone had been there in months. She closed the door, shook it off as fatigue, and kept walking, but the crying became a regular thing. Other nurses heard it too always. Room 312, always around 3 a.m. Always stopping the moment someone approached. Maintenance checked. No plumbing leaks, no ventilation carrying sound from elsewhere. The room had been empty since a pediatric overflow in 2019. Then came the code blues that weren't real. In March, Sarah was charting when the overhead page blared. Code blue. East Wing, room 312. Code blue. Room 312. The crash cart team sprinted. Doctors, respiratory, nurses. Sarah joined them. They burst into 312, ready to resuscitate. Empty room. No patient. No monitor alarming. The call had come through the official system, logged with a nurse's name that no one recognized. It happened 3 more times that month. Always room 312. Always no patient. Security reviewed cameras. No one near the nurse's station placing the calls. Phone logs showed the page originating from inside the room itself, an extension that had been disconnected years ago. By April, staff avoided the East Wing entirely after midnight. But trauma doesn't wait for superstitions. One night, a severe multi-car pileup on I-70 brought in a dozen critical patients. The main ICUs filled. Administrators reopened part of the East Wing, transferring stable overflow there. Sarah drew the assignment to monitor 3 post-surgical patients on that floor, including one in room 310 right beside 312. She didn't want the assignment, but staffing was thin. The night started normally. Vitals stable, meds given, patients sleeping. Around 2:45 a.m., Sarah sat at the temporary nurse's station in the hall, charting under a single fluorescent light. The corridor stretched dark in both directions. Then the crying began again, from 312, louder this time. Desperate, Sarah checked her patients, first all asleep, monitors quiet. She radioed security. "Can you do a walk through East Wing?" Hearing crying again. Security arrived 10 minutes later. They opened 312 together. Empty, but colder than the rest of the floor. Breath visible. And on the stripped mattress, a small handprint in frost. Security laughed nervously, blamed a window leak. But the windows were sealed. At 3:07 a.m., every monitor in the wing flatlined simultaneously. Sarah ran room to room. All 3 patients were fine breathing, pulses strong, monitors simply read 0. She rebooted them. They came back normal. Then the intercom in the hall crackled. A child's voice, faint and distorted. "Nurse, it hurts. Help me." Sarah's blood ran cold. No intercom mic in the empty rooms. She called for backup. More nurses arrived. They searched every closet, every ceiling panel. Nothing. The child's voice continued intermittently, pleading for help, asking for mommy, crying in pain. Always seeming to come from 312. At dawn, the activity stopped as suddenly as it started. Patients transferred back to main floors. East Wing closed again. Sarah looked up the room's history that week. In 1968, a 7-year-old boy named Timothy Harlan was admitted to the old pediatric ward, then located in what became the East Wing for severe burns after a house fire. He was placed in room 312. Despite aggressive treatment, he coded multiple times over 3 days. The final code was at 3:12 a.m. He didn't survive. Records noted he was alone when he passed. No family present, parents injured in the same fire. Since then, staff had reported crying, phantom codes, cold spots all centered on 312. But the encounters didn't stay confined to the East Wing. By May, Sarah started seeing him. First in reflections, a small boy in a hospital gown, burned skin visible, standing behind her in the medication room mirror. She turned no one there. Then in person, at the edge of her vision in the E-trauma bays, watching silently as they worked on critical kids. One night, during a pediatric resuscitation of a 5-year-old car accident victim, Sarah swore she saw Timothy standing beside the bed, reaching toward the child as the team shocked the heart back into rhythm. The child survived. After that, whenever a critically injured child came in, Sarah felt his presence, cold air, soft crying, a small hand brushing hers as she started IVs or compressed chests. Some kids coded and came back. Some didn't. The ones who didn't, she heard Timothy cry hardest afterward. Sarah tried to quit night shift, denied short-staffed. She took leave in June, saw a therapist, told no one the full story. Returned in July. The final night was August 12, 2022. A mass casualty incident school. Bus versus semi on the interstate. 23 pediatric patients flooded the ER. Triage overflowed into every available bed, including temporary setup in the East Wing. Sarah was charge nurse. Children filled rooms 310, 311, 312. Yes, 312. A 9-year-old girl, critical abdominal trauma, was placed there when no other beds remained. At 3:02 a.m. she coded. The team swarmed. Compressions, drugs, defibrillation. Sarah ran the code. At 3:11 a.m., the monitor flatlined again. Then every light in the wing went out. Emergency lighting kicked in dim red. In the shadows, Sarah saw him clearly for the first time. Timothy stood at the foot of the girl's bed, small hand extended toward her. He looked at Sarah, eyes pleading, not menacing, and spoke, voice clear in the silent room. "Don't let her be alone." The team kept working. At 3:12 a.m., exactly the time of Timothy's own death, the girl's heart restarted. Stable rhythm. The lights came back on. Timothy smiled, small, sad, relieved, and faded. The girl survived, made a full recovery. After that night, the activity stopped. No more crying in 312. No phantom codes. No cold spots or child's voice on intercoms. The East Wing renovation finally began in September. Room 312 was gutted, walls removed. Workers found something behind the old paneling. A small, charred teddy bear, tucked into the wall as if hidden decades ago. They turned it over to hospital administration. It was placed in the chapel display case with a plaque. In memory of Timothy Harlan, 1961 to 1968. Sarah still works nights at St. Luke's. She says sometimes, when a critically injured child comes in and the prognosis is grim, she feels a small, cold hand slip into hers. And more often than not, those kids pull through. Some presences in hospitals aren't there to harm. Some just don't want the children to die alone. In the spring of 2023, Jessica Harper, a 28-year-old freelance journalist living alone in a small third-floor apartment in Boston's North End, began receiving messages that no one should ever receive. Jessica had always been drawn to the darker corners of the internet. Her work focused on digital culture, online harassment, and forgotten web lore. Back in 2014, during her sophomore year at Boston University, she and 3 friends, Lauren, Mia, and Kyle, had spent countless late nights diving into creepypastas and urban legends. One night, after too many drinks in their cramped dorm suite, they stumbled across a ritual called the Midnight Game. The rules were simple but chilling. At exactly midnight, write your full name on a piece of paper, prick your finger, let a drop of blood fall onto the paper, then go to your front door and knock 22 times. The final knock must land precisely as the clock strikes 12. Blow out the candle you're holding, then immediately relight it. Walk through the dark house repeating, "I have invited you. I accept the game." From that moment until 3:33 a.m., the Midnight Man, an entity described as tall, faceless, and impossibly thin, would hunt you through the darkness. If your candle went out, you had 10 seconds to relight it. If you failed, you were supposed to form a circle of salt around yourself. If he caught you before 3:33, legend said he would make you see your worst fears or worse. They did it as a joke. Laughed hysterically through the knocks, stumbled around the dorm suite in the dark, daring each other to open doors and peek into shadows. Nothing happened. The candle stayed lit, no footsteps, no cold spots. By 3:33, they were asleep on the floor, hung over the next morning, and the ritual became just another dumb college story. Kyle died 2 years later in a single-car accident on an icy road outside Worcester. The group drifted apart. Jessica graduated, moved on, forgot. Until April 2023. She was working late one Thursday night, researching a piece on abandoned social apps. when her phone vibrated with a notification she hadn't seen in nearly a decade. Whisper Chat. The app had been shut down in 2016 after a series of scandals involving predators and suicide dares. Jessica's account should have been deleted years ago. But there it was, reinstalled somehow, icon glowing on her home screen. One new message. Sender, a blank profile with only a string of numbers. Message. You still remember the dare, don't you, Jess? Timestamp 3:33 a.m. Her clock read 11:52 p.m. Her stomach dropped. She opened the chat. She typed, "Who is this?" Instant reply. "You know who. You invited me. You never said goodbye." Another message, a photo. The door to her old dorm room, suite 312, taken from the hallway. But the photo wasn't from 2014. The paint was freshly chipped in places she remembered being pristine. A new blue COVID-era sanitation sticker was on the frame. The picture had been taken recently. Jessica's hands shook. She blocked the sender, deleted the app, cleared her cache, even restarted her phone. The next morning, Whisper Chat was back. Uninstalled apps don't reinstall themselves. That night, the first knock came. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on her apartment door at exactly midnight. She lived alone, 3rd floor. No doorman. Security camera in the hall. She checked the Ring app, no one there. Just an empty corridor dimly lit, but the knocks echoed clearly through the wood. 22 knocks followed over the next week, always at midnight, always 22. Always stopping at the exact second the clock turned 12:01. She stopped answering the door. Stopped sleeping. The messages spread. Instagram DM from a blank account. A video of her leaving her apartment that morning, filmed from the stairwell below, following her down 3 flights. An email from an address that was her own name with random numbers. Your candle went out too soon last time. Let's try again. Texts from burner numbers. Relight it. Jess. I'm getting cold out here. She went to Boston PD, showed them everything. They traced numbers to prepaid phones bought with cash, IPs bouncing through VPNs in different countries. The video and photos had no metadata. Classic stalker behavior, the detective said. Change locks, phone number, socials to private. Get a better camera system. She did all of it. New deadbolt. New number. Deleted old accounts. Went dark online. For 9 days silence. Then on the 10th night, she woke at 3:15 a.m. to find her bedroom pitch black. Power outage? No, her phone was charged, clock glowing. But every light in the apartment was off. Bulbs unscrewed halfway in their sockets. On her kitchen table, a single white candle, unlit. A box of matches beside it. A piece of paper with her full name written in red ink that smelled faintly of copper. She hadn't bought candles in years. She burned the paper, threw out the candle, called in sick to work. The messages returned, this time from her new email, her new number, apps she'd never downloaded. One photo chilled her to the core. Her bedroom, taken from the corner ceiling while she slept the night before. Her face visible, mouth open, one arm hanging off the bed. The timestamp, 3:33 a.m. She fled to her parents' house in Vermont for 2 weeks. Left her phone behind. Used the burner. Told no one where she was going. Peace. Until the night she returned to Boston to pack up her apartment and move permanently. She arrived at dusk, planning to grab essentials and leave before dark. The building's super let her in said no one had been near her place. Inside, everything looked normal. Too normal, every light bulb screwed back in. On the kitchen counter, a new candle. Tall black this time, matches, and a note in handwriting that wasn't hers. Welcome home. Ready to finish the game? She grabbed a duffel, threw clothes in, ran for the door. It wouldn't open. Deadbolt locked from the inside. Chain latched. She'd unlatched it when she entered. She unchained it, unlocked the deadbolt. The door stayed shut. As if something heavy leaned against it from the other side. Her phone buzzed new text from an unknown number. Knock 22 times if you want to leave. She screamed for help, pounded on walls. Neighbors were away for summer. At 11:58 p.m., against every instinct, she stood at the door. Candle in hand unlit. She knocked. 1, 2, 3. Tears streaming, voice shaking, she counted to 22. The final knock landed as her clock hit midnight. She blew out the unlit candle anyway symbolically. Relit it with trembling hands. Whispered the words, "I accept the game again." Then added desperately, "But this time it ends. You win, leave me alone. She walked through the dark apartment, candle flickering wildly though there was no draft. Shadows stretched too long, too thin. She heard footsteps behind her, soft, bare feet on hardwood. She didn't turn around. Kept walking, repeating, "The game is over. You're free. I release you." At 3:32 a.m., the candle burned steady. At 3:33 a.m., it went out on its own. The front door clicked open. She ran, didn't look back. Moved to a new city, new name. Knew everything. 6 months passed without incident. Then, one night in her new apartment thousands of miles away, she woke to the smell of smoke. On her nightstand, a burned-down candle stub, matches, and her phone, screen glowing with a new notification. WhisperChat had found her again. One message. "Thank you for finishing the game, Jess. Now it's my turn to visit you." The front door of her new apartment creaked open slowly on its own. In the hallway beyond, something tall and thin stood waiting. No face. Just darkness where futures should be. And it stepped inside. Some games don't end when the clock hits 3:33. Some invitations can't be taken back. Some entities don't need an app to find you. They just need your name. Written in blood. And a door left open in the dark. Country: United States of America. This true scary story happened in the northern part of the United States. In a forgotten area of Montana where long highways stretch for miles and cell phone signal disappears without warning. I'm going to change the names, but every detail you're about to hear is real. In 2014, a man named Daniel accepted a job as a night security supervisor for a decommissioned government research facility. The place had been shut down years earlier, but the land was still privately owned, and someone needed to make sure no one broke in. The pay was high. Too high. Daniel asked why. The recruiter only said, "Most people don't last." The facility was isolated. One road in. One road out, surrounded by endless trees and dead silence. No nearby towns. No neighbors. No lights at night except the moon. On Daniel's first night, he was given a rule sheet. Just one page. No explanations. Rule 1. Do not enter Sublevel C. Rule 2. If you hear your name over the intercom, do not respond. Rule 3. If the lights shut off by themselves, stay where you are. Rule 4. If you see someone who looks like you, leave immediately. Rule 5. Never answer knocking after 1:11 a.m. Daniel laughed when he read it. He thought it was a joke. A way to scare new employees. That confidence lasted exactly 3 hours. At 11:47 p.m., while sitting in the main security office, the monitors flickered. Cameras switched angles on their own. Hallways that should have been empty showed movement just out of frame. At midnight, the intercom turned on. Static filled the room. Then a voice. Daniel's voice. "Daniel, can you hear me?" His heart dropped into his stomach. He didn't answer. The rule sheet said not to. The voice spoke again, calmer this time. "I'm cold. I've been waiting." Daniel muted the intercom and told himself it was a prank. Old recordings, bad wiring, anything logical. At 1:10 a.m., the knocking started. 3 slow knocks from the front entrance. Daniel checked the cameras. No one was there. The knocking came again. 3 knocks. This time from inside the building. From the hallway leading to Sublevel C, Daniel stood up. That was his first mistake. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, the lights shut off. Complete darkness. The rule sheet echoed in his mind. If the lights shut off by themselves, stay where you are. He froze. That's when he heard breathing. Not his own. Something else was standing in the dark with him. Close enough that he could feel warm air brush his neck. A whisper slid into his ear. "Why won't you look at me?" Daniel ran. He sprinted back to the security office and locked the door. His hands were shaking so badly, he dropped the keys twice. The lights came back on. The cameras were normal again. For a moment, everything felt fine, too fine. At 2:03 a.m., Daniel noticed something wrong on the monitor. Camera 6. The one pointing at the security office hallway. The camera was showing him, sitting at his desk. Not live. The timestamp said 2:17 a.m. A time that hadn't happened yet. On the screen, the other Daniel slowly turned his head toward the camera and smiled. The real Daniel screamed and unplugged the monitors. That was the night he tried to quit. But the facility wouldn't let him leave, because at 2:17 a.m., someone knocked on the office door. From the inside. Daniel stood frozen in front of the security office door. The knocking came again. 3 slow knocks. Not aggressive. Not angry, patient. His radio crackled on his belt. Static, then a voice whispered through it. Daniel, you broke Rule 4. His stomach twisted. Rule 4. If you see someone who looks like you, leave immediately. But he couldn't leave. The door handle began to turn from the outside. Daniel backed away, every instinct screaming at him to run, but his legs felt heavy, like the air itself had thickened. The handle stopped turning. Silence. Then the intercom turned on by itself. This time, the voice didn't sound like him. It sounded older, deeper, tired. You shouldn't have taken this job. The lights flickered again, but this time they didn't shut off completely. They dimmed just enough to stretch the shadows across the walls, making them look too long, too thin, like they were reaching. Daniel grabbed the rule sheet from his pocket, his hands trembling. There was something new written at the bottom. He was certain it hadn't been there before. Rule 6. Once it knows your name, it will try to replace you. His radio screamed with static. Then another voice came through. Not from the radio. From behind him. I already did. Daniel spun around. The office was empty, but the camera monitors turned back on by themselves. All of them. Every screen showed the same thing. Sublevel C, a place he had not been to. A place he was told never to enter. The cameras showed a long concrete corridor, stained and cracked, lit by flickering red emergency lights. The walls were covered in writing. Names, hundreds of them. Scratched deep into the concrete like they had been carved with fingernails. At the end of the corridor stood a door. The door slowly opened. Something stepped into view. It was shaped like a person. But its movements were wrong. Delayed. Like it was learning how to walk by copying memories instead of muscles. It lifted its head. And Daniel saw his own face. But twisted. Eyes too wide. Smile too stretched. Skin slightly loose, like it didn't quite fit. The intercom clicked. This is where we keep what's left, the older voice said. Of the ones who stayed too long. Daniel felt sick. The voice continued. Sublevel C isn't a place. It's a process. The thing on the monitor began walking toward the camera. Each step made the screen shake. Daniel shouted, "What do you want from me?" The voice answered calmly, "You're already tired. You already feel alone. You already question whether anyone would notice if you disappeared." Daniel's chest tightened. The thing reached the camera. Its face filled the screen. And then the power went out completely. Total darkness. No emergency lights. No glow. Nothing. Daniel dropped to his knees, pressing his hands over his ears. That's when he heard movement. Not from the monitors. From the hallway outside the office. Footsteps. Slow. Dragging. Coming closer. Then another sound joined it. A second set of footsteps. Then a third. Surrounding the room. Voices began whispering through the walls. Different accents. Different ages. All saying the same sentence. Let us finish the shift. The office door creaked open. Daniel didn't scream. He couldn't. Standing in the doorway were 3 figures. Each one looked like him. But at different ages. One younger, one older, one exactly the same. The oldest one spoke. "You were hired because you fit." Daniel shook his head, backing away. "I don't belong here." The younger one smiled. "Neither did we." The identical one stepped forward. "You'll forget soon," it said softly. "That's the kind part." The lights snapped back on. Daniel found himself sitting at the security desk. Monitors normal, hallways empty, clock ticking. Time read 11:46 p.m. His radio crackled. A cheerful voice came through. "Welcome to your first night. Everything okay?" Daniel opened his mouth to answer. Then he saw something on his wrist. Scratches deep like fingernails. And carved into the desk in front of him was his name. Written hundreds of times, he slowly realized something terrifying. The shift had reset, but he hadn't left. And somewhere beneath the building, something was learning how to be him. The clock ticked. 11:46 p.m. Again, Daniel stared at the numbers, his mind struggling to understand how time had folded back on itself. He knew what he had seen. He knew what he had heard. The scratches on his wrist were real. The fear in his chest was real. But the building was pretending nothing had happened. The radio crackled once more. "Security, please confirm status." Daniel didn't respond. He slowly stood up and looked at the rule sheet in his hand. The paper felt thinner now, older. He noticed something terrifying. Some of the rules were fading. The ink was disappearing, as if the building no longer needed them to be read. Except one. Rule 1. Do not enter sublevel C. That rule was darker than the others. Almost carved into the paper, Daniel understood something then. Rules aren't meant to protect you forever. They're meant to delay you. At 12:02 a.m., the intercom turned on again. No static this time. Just the older voice. You can keep pretending, it said. Or you can finally understand why you were chosen. Daniel clenched his fists. I want to leave. The voice sighed. You already did. You just don't remember it yet. A red light blinked on the control panel. Sublevel C access granted Daniel hadn't touched anything. The hallway door slid open with a low mechanical groan. Cold air rushed out, carrying a smell like wet concrete and old metal. The building was inviting him. Daniel took a step forward, then another. Every instinct told him to run, but something stronger pulled him on, a pressure behind his eyes. A feeling that if he didn't go now, he never would. The stairs to sublevel C spiraled downward, deeper than the building should allow. Each step echoed too long, as if the space below was larger than reality. Halfway down, he noticed the walls. They were covered in names. Thousands of them. Some scratched, some burned, some written neatly like signatures. He recognized a few. Names from old employee files he had skimmed earlier. People who had supposedly transferred. People who had retired. People who had vanished. At the bottom of the stairs was the corridor from the cameras. Red lights flickered overhead, and at the far end, the door. Daniel approached slowly. As he got closer, the whispers returned. Not outside his head. Inside it. Memories that weren't his. Long night shifts. Loneliness. Regret. People who stopped calling. Lives that quietly fell apart. He realized then what sublevel C really was. It wasn't copying bodies. It was copying broken moments. The door opened by itself. Inside was a large room filled with mirrors. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Each mirror showed a different version of Daniel. Some crying, some angry, some smiling too much, some standing completely still. In the center of the room stood the older version of him. The one from before. I was you, it said. The first time, Daniel's voice shook. What is this place? The older Daniel gestured around the room. This is where people come when they have nowhere else to go. The building listens, it waits, and when someone fits, it keeps them. For what? Daniel asked. To maintain itself, the older one replied. To observe, to replace. One of the mirrors cracked. A younger Daniel stepped out of it, then another. They surrounded him. You don't die here, the older one said. You get reassigned. Daniel backed away. No, I'm not staying. The older Daniel smiled sadly. That's what I said. The room began to shake. The mirrors vibrated. Voices rose into a deafening chorus. The building was rejecting something, or someone. An alarm blared. For the first time, real panic crossed the older Daniel's face. It's choosing again, he whispered. The identical version of Daniel stepped forward. Fresh, calm, empty. It doesn't need you anymore, it said. The floor beneath Daniel cracked open. He fell. Daniel woke up on the side of the highway. Morning sunlight burned his eyes. Cars passed by. A passing driver stopped and called for help. They asked him his name. He opened his mouth, and for a terrifying second, he couldn't remember it. Weeks later, Daniel was declared safe. Confused, traumatized. Lucky. The facility? No one could find it. The road leading to it ended in trees. No gate, no building, no records. But somewhere in Montana, a night shift still runs. A security office still lights up at 11:46 p.m., and a man who looks exactly like Daniel checks the cameras, waiting because the building never closes, and it's always hiring. Daniel tried to live a normal life. That was the hardest part. Doctors told him his memory loss was a result of extreme stress. Night terrors. Dissociation. They gave him pills, advice, breathing exercises. None of it explained why he woke up every night at exactly 11:46 p.m. Not 11:45. Not 11:47, 11:46, the same time his first shift had started. Every night, his heart would start racing seconds before the clock changed. His body remembered something his mind refused to touch, and then the dreams began. In the dreams, Daniel was back in the security office. But this time he wasn't sitting at the desk. He was watching himself sit there. The other Daniel wore his face perfectly. Same posture. Same nervous habit of tapping his fingers. Same tired eyes. But there was one difference. This Daniel never blinked. In the dream, the radio would crackle. Status check. The other Daniel would respond immediately. All clear. Then the dream would end. Daniel started noticing changes while awake. Small things at first. He would open his phone and see photos he didn't remember taking, places he didn't remember visiting, receipts from gas stations hundreds of miles away. Once, he found dirt under his fingernails. Wet dirt, smelling like concrete and metal. He stopped sleeping. That's when the knocking started. Always 3 knocks, always slow. Always at 1:11 a.m. At first, it came from his apartment door. He never opened it. Then it came from his bedroom wall. Then from the ceiling. One night, the knocking came from inside his closet. Daniel sat on his bed, shaking, staring at the closet door. The handle began to move. A voice spoke from behind the door, soft, calm. His voice. "You left something behind." Daniel screamed and threw the closet open. Nothing was there. But carved into the inside of the door were words scratched deep into the wood. Shift in progress, Daniel realized something horrifying. He wasn't being hunted. He was being called back. The pills stopped working. The dreams got longer. In one dream, he followed the other Daniel through the facility. He saw things he had never seen before. Rooms filled with people sitting perfectly still, staring at walls. Monitors showing different cities, different countries, different buildings that all looked normal on the outside. The facility wasn't one place. It was many, connected, a network. In the dream, the older Daniel appeared beside him. "You were never meant to escape," he said quietly. "You were released." "For what?" Daniel asked. The older Daniel looked at him with something close to pity. "To make room." Daniel woke up screaming. The next morning, he found an envelope under his door. No stamp, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper. A new rule sheet. Rule 1. You will remember soon. Rule 2. Resistance causes damage. Rule 3. The shift requires completion. Rule 4. If you see yourself again, do not hesitate. Rule 5. Report back before 2:17 a.m. At the bottom, written in familiar handwriting, "Welcome back." Daniel burned the paper. That night, his phone rang at 11:45 p.m. Unknown number. He answered by mistake. No one spoke. He could hear breathing. Then the line clicked, and a familiar voice said, "Security office is understaffed." The call ended. At 11:46 p.m., the world around Daniel went quiet. No cars. No wind. No sound. The lights in his apartment flickered. For a brief moment, the walls looked like concrete. The smell returned. Metal. Dust. Cold air. Daniel understood the truth too late. He had never fully left. Part of him stayed behind to keep the shift running. And now it was time to swap again. The knocking came from the front door. 3 slow knocks. Daniel stood up. His body moved before his mind could stop it. As his hand touched the handle, a final thought crossed his mind. If he opened the door, would anyone notice the difference? The knocking was louder this time. 3 slow knocks, perfectly measured, echoing through Daniel's empty apartment. 11:46 p.m. He froze. His hand hovered over the door handle. Memories of Sublevel C, of the mirrors, of the other Daniels, pressed into his mind like a heavy weight. His body trembled, but something inside him pushed forward. The first knock echoed again. Daniel's hand gripped the handle. The second knock followed. Then the third. He turned the knob. The door opened. Nothing. Just the dimly lit hallway outside. Empty. Silent. Still. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He stepped outside. And then he saw it. A man. Standing perfectly still, just down the hallway. Same height, same posture, same hair. Same tired, haunted eyes. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. It was him. But not exactly. The man smiled, and his smile was wrong. Too wide. Too calm. "You're late," the figure said in Daniel's voice. Daniel stumbled backward. I don't belong here," he stammered. The other Daniel tilted his head. "You already do." The walls of the hallway began to bend. The floor stretched. Shadows grew long and thin, curling around him like black smoke. Daniel tried to run, but his legs felt like lead. The figure stepped closer. "Don't resist," it whispered. Daniel's vision blurred. The hallway dissolved. He felt a pulling sensation, as if gravity itself was dragging him down, down, down. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting back at the security desk. The monitors were on, hallways empty, clocks ticking. 11:46 p.m. His heart raced. He tried to breathe normally, but it was impossible. And then he saw it. On the monitor, Sublevel see the mirrors. Hundreds of Daniels staring at him. Waiting. The oldest Daniel appeared on the screen. "This is the shift," he said. "And now?" "It's yours." Daniel screamed, but no sound came out. He reached for the rule sheet. It was gone. He looked around. The office was empty, silent, waiting. Then a voice, soft, calm, familiar. "Welcome to your first night." The monitors flickered. And in every single reflection, Daniel could see himself. Except he was already different. A shadow of him, learning, observing, waiting. The hallway behind him on the monitor creaked. Footsteps approached. Slow, patient. 3 knocks. And Daniel understood the truth finally. The building doesn't take you. It teaches you. It replaces you. And when the shift ends, you never leave. Somewhere in Montana at 11:46 p.m. every night, Daniel's face appears on the monitors. Watching. Waiting. And if you hear 3 slow knocks at exactly 1:11 a.m., don't answer. Because you might just be next. Japan, before the story begins, I want you to pause for a second. Tell me in the comments where you're watching from. Which country are you listening from right now? And don't forget to subscribe because the story you're about to hear will make you doubt every sound in the night. Tokyo is bright, crowded, never sleeps. But not all parts of the city are alive. In 2017, a young college student named Amy moved into a tiny apartment near a train station. The building was old. Thin walls, creaky floors. She didn't think much of it. Her first week passed quietly. The trains roared beneath her window. Streetlights flickered. She was content. Until the night of September 14th, at exactly 1:30 a.m., Amy woke to silence. Not the usual urban silence, but absolute silence. No trains, no cars, no distant conversations. Just quiet. Then she heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Outside her apartment door. Amy froze. She checked the peephole. Nothing. Empty hallway. The building was quiet. Too quiet. The footsteps moved closer. They stopped. Then came breathing. Not loud. Not heavy. Controlled. Watching. Her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "I can see you." Her blood ran cold. The lights flickered. And the footsteps, they were no longer outside. They were inside. In her bedroom, Amy didn't move. She couldn't. Then she heard a whisper. "Don't leave." She tried to scream. No sound came out. The lights went out completely. When they came back, her closet door was open, empty, except for scratches on the floor leading to the wall. And on the wall, written faintly in dust, "I'm still here." Her first instinct was to call the police. But her phone had no signal. Not one bar. Days passed. Her neighbors noticed strange things. Lights turning on and off in her apartment when she wasn't home. Whispering sounds through walls at night. Doors opening without reason. Amy moved out a week later. But she kept the apartment key. She couldn't throw it away. Something told her. The key wasn't hers to lose. Months later, she received a package. No return address. Inside, a small mirror, and a note. "We're still watching." Since then, Amy hasn't stayed in one place for long. Because somewhere in Tokyo, in a quiet building surrounded by noise, something waits behind thin walls. Watching. Breathing. Patient. It doesn't matter who you are. Once it chooses, it waits until you hear the footsteps, and it doesn't stop. After moving out, Amy thought she had escaped. But the key she kept wasn't just a key. It was a link, a tether. One evening, weeks later, she returned to her old apartment. Not by choice. Something compelled her. The hallway smelled different. Cold. Metallic. Her footsteps echoed louder than usual. The door was still slightly open. Inside, the apartment was empty. Or so it seemed. Then she noticed the mirror. The small mirror that had been mailed to her. It was sitting on the kitchen counter. Somehow. She was sure she hadn't brought it. Her reflection looked wrong, blinking too slowly, smiling too faintly. Then movement. Something behind her reflection. She spun around. Empty room. When she turned back to the mirror, her reflection was no longer her. Eyes black wide, watching. Then a voice came, not from the room, from inside the mirror. "Welcome back, Amy." She tried to scream. Her voice failed. The mirror vibrated. a cold mist rose from it. The air filled with whispers. Hundreds of voices, names, pleas, laughter. One voice stood out. Calm, patient, familiar. "I've been waiting." Amy dropped the mirror. It didn't break. Instead it floated mid-air. The reflections inside multiplied. Countless Emmas staring back, all smiling faintly, all whispering the same thing. "Don't leave." Amy ran to the door. Locked. Couldn't open it. Windows? Locked. Lights? Flickering. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. Message. "Look behind you." She turned slowly. Nothing. Then the shadow moved. Behind the wall. Inside the reflection. Amy understood the apartment was no longer normal. It was alive. It had waited for her. The mirror floated closer. Her reflection reached out. Real fingers. Cold touch. "Join us," it whispered. Amy ran. She leapt onto the hallway landing. The lights went out completely. When they came back, she was outside the building. Key still in her hand. Mirror gone. She didn't go back, but at night, when she closes her eyes, she sees it. The reflection of herself. Smiling faintly. Waiting. Every shadow in every room. Every corner. Every darkened hallway. It follows, always watching. And sometimes when she wakes, there's a scratch on her wall. Her name, written carefully, in a hand that isn't hers. Weeks passed. Amy tried to forget the apartment, the mirror, and the shadows. She moved into a new place, higher floor, well lit. Crowded neighborhood. Security cameras at every corner. It didn't matter. The first night in the new apartment, she woke at 1:11 a.m., 3 slow knocks. At first, she thought it was the neighbor. But the sound came from inside her bedroom. Her heart froze. She told herself, it's a dream, it's stress. But when she looked at the clock, it was exactly 1:11 a.m. The air grew cold, her breath visible in the room. Then a whisper, "Amy." "Come back." The voice was calm, patient, familiar. Her new apartment door opened on its own. She didn't move. A shadow slid across the floor. Not human, not animal. Then she saw it, a reflection. Not in the mirror, but in the window. Her own silhouette, but wrong. Too slow. Smiling faintly. Watching. She turned to run. The lights flickered. And then the apartment was gone. She was standing in a dark corridor, concrete walls. Red lights flickering above. The same hallway from the old apartment. From the mirror. She realized the truth. The mirror had never been a mirror. It was a gateway. It followed her. Learned her patterns. Waited. And now it wanted her fully. She tried doors. Locked. Windows. Solid concrete. The whispers rose. Hundreds of voices overlapping, chanting her name. Then movement. Figures emerging from the walls. Shadows with her face. Her hands, her hair, her eyes. They circled her. Smiling faintly. Calm. Patient. Waiting. A figure stepped forward. Taller. Older. Its voice echoed inside her head. "Do not resist. You belong here." Amy backed away. The floor beneath her began to ripple like water. She stumbled. The shadows reached her, and then the mirror appeared. Floating in the center of the corridor. It wasn't glass. It was a black void. Reflecting everything. Her fears, her memories, her regrets. The figure whispered again. "Step inside. Complete the shift." Amy ran. But the corridor extended endlessly. Every turn led back to the mirror. Every hallway led to another reflection of herself. She screamed, but the echoes weren't hers. They belonged to the others, those who had been taken before. Then she saw them, hundreds of people, staring silently from the mirrors. Faces pale, eyes wide, smiling faintly, waiting. Amy understood. The mirrors weren't just reflections. They were prisons, collecting souls. Learning, observing, teaching, and the apartment, the building, the city, were extensions of it. It could follow anyone, anywhere. She ran to one mirror, smashed it with her hands. It rippled. Her reflection stepped out, smiling faintly. Amy realized she had only delayed the inevitable. The corridor stretched endlessly. The whispers rose. The floor rippled. The mirror floated closer, and then the calm voice. "Welcome back, Amy. You never left." Amy's legs felt like lead as she stood in the endless corridor. The mirrors surrounded her on every side, reflecting infinite versions of herself. Each one smiled faintly. watching, waiting. The black void of the central mirror pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. Amy could hear it echoing in her chest. A calm voice spoke again. Step inside. Complete the shift. Her mind screamed to resist. Run. Escape. But the floor rippled beneath her, pulling her closer, stronger than any physical force. She tried closing her eyes. The whispers only grew louder. Hundreds of voices chanting. You belong here, you belong here. You belong here. A shadow moved behind one of the mirrors. It shaped into a taller, older version of Amy, eyes wide, smile faint but knowing. I've been waiting, it said. We've all been waiting. And now it's your turn. Amy shook her head. I don't belong here. The older Amy smiled sadly. You already do. You've been here since the moment you touched the key. The key. She remembered it. Clutched in her hand since the first apartment. A tether. A calling card. The mirrors shifted. The reflections stepped closer. Faces, hands, bodies emerging from the glass as if the surface were water. Amy realized the terrifying truth. The mirror didn't just reflect. It replaced. It copied. It waited for its host to weaken, to fracture, to accept, and then it took over completely. She ran toward the central mirror. The void reflected a nightmarish version of her apartment. Walls cracked, shadows crawling along the floors, whispers seeping from the walls. Her reflection reached out, fingers brushing against the glass. You can't escape, it whispered. You'll join us, like the others. The corridor rippled violently. The shadows lunged. The mirrors multiplied, showing every possible version of Emmy's fear. Trapped, screaming, alone, forgotten. Something inside her snapped. She grabbed the key from her pocket. The shadows recoiled slightly. The reflections faltered. The older Emmy's smile twisted. It doesn't like defiance, it said. Amy took a deep breath. She ran. Through the mirrors, through the rippling floors, through the endless corridor. Her heart pounded, sweat poured. She could hear the whispers chasing her, echoing inside her mind. Then, a door appeared. Wooden. Simple. Ordinary. Not like the mirrors. Not like the void. She ran and threw it open. Sunlight. Fresh air. The city streets of Tokyo. People walking, cars honking, normal life. She fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The key was still in her hand, and for a brief moment she believed she had escaped. But that night, as she lay in bed, she saw it. Her reflection in the window, smiling faintly, watching, patient, waiting. She realized something horrifying. It didn't need the apartment anymore. It was inside her. That night, Amy couldn't sleep. The city outside was alive with noise, but inside her apartment, silence. The kind of silence that waits, listens, remembers. Her reflection in the window stared back at her, smiling faintly, calm, patient, and then it moved. Not mirroring her, moving independently. Emmy's heart raced. She wanted to scream. Her voice wouldn't come. The reflection whispered, You cannot hide. You cannot resist forever. Amy clutched the key in her hand, the one she had thought would save her. She realized the terrifying truth. It wasn't a key to escape. It was a key to the mirror itself, a gateway, a connection. The reflection began to step out of the window. Slowly, fluidly, its face perfect, her face. Its hands stretched toward her. You belong here, it said. Join us or be lost. Emmy's mind screamed. Every instinct told her to run. But where? The city was just a thin veil over the mirror's reach. Her thoughts raced. She remembered the corridor, the other Emmys, the shadows, the whispers. She realized there was only one way to survive. Confrontation. She stepped toward the reflection. Her reflection stopped, both faces inches apart. Amy held the key tightly. Do you want me? Amy whispered, trembling. The reflection tilted its head, smiled faintly. We are already you. We are patient. We are eternal. Amy remembered something from the whispers, something faint but clear. Mirrors fear defiance more than anything else. With a deep breath, she slammed the key into the reflection. The glass cracked. Light exploded from the window. The shadows screamed. The whispers turned into shrill cries. The reflection froze, its calm smile twisted in terror. It screamed a sound that was both her voice and not her voice. The cracks spread across the window, splintering reality. The corridor, the endless mirrors, the shadows, they all began to fade. Amy fell to the floor, breathing heavily. Silence returned. Normal city sounds filled the room. She thought it was over. She was wrong. Weeks passed. Life returned to normal. But at night, Amy would catch glimpses of her reflection. Too slow, too faint, in windows, in puddles, in glass doors. She realized one thing. The mirror hadn't been destroyed. It had adapted, learned patience, waited, and now, it was inside her. Every reflective surface could be a gateway. Every shadow could observe. Every silent moment could contain it. She understood the truth. Some reflections don't just mimic. They wait. They follow. They choose. And once chosen, you never fully leave. The end Germany before the story begins. Pause for a second. Comment below which country you're watching from and make sure you subscribe because this story will make you question every shadow in the night. Munich, 2019. A young historian named Lucas had always been fascinated by abandoned places. Castles, bunkers, old factories, he explored them all. But one place caught his attention. An abandoned underground railway beneath the city, dating back to World War II. Locals called it Die Verlorene Linie, the lost line. Rumors said no one had ever left the tunnels completely sane. Lucas didn't believe in ghosts. He didn't believe in curses. He believed in history. That's why he went there alone, equipped with a flashlight, camera, and a recorder. The entrance was hidden behind an old warehouse. Rusted metal stairs descended into darkness. The smell of damp concrete and decay hit him immediately. The deeper he went, the colder it got. Not just cold air, but a cold that seeped into your bones. He reached a junction. The map he had found online was vague. One tunnel led left, the other right. Lucas chose left. The tunnel walls were covered in graffiti and old markings. Dates, symbols, names. Most were indecipherable. But one repeated symbol stood out. A circle with 3 slashes inside it. As he walked, he heard something. A low whisper. At first, he thought it was his own breath. But it didn't match, it said a name. Lucas. He froze. There was no one else down there. The echo couldn't carry that clearly. He moved faster. The whisper repeated. Louder. Closer. Lucas. Then the lights on his flashlight flickered. He tried to turn it off and on. Nothing. The beam cut out completely. And in the darkness he felt eyes. Not human. Too many. Watching. Patient. Then he saw them. Shadows. Thin, elongated, crawling along the tunnel walls. They moved like smoke but with purpose, converging toward him. He ran. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly. Every turn led to another identical corridor. His recorder picked up something he couldn't hear with his ears. Hundreds of whispers, overlapping. Names. Dates. Pleas. Cries. Then a voice, calm, clear, deep. You shouldn't be here. Lucas stumbled into a small chamber. Rusted pipes, cracked walls, and an old train car sitting on the tracks. Inside the car, hundreds of names were carved into the metal. Some dated back decades. Some very recent. A cold hand touched his shoulder. He spun around. No one. The whisper came again, behind him this time. Look. The train car windows fogged over. Images appeared on them. Scenes from his life. Moments only he knew, childhood fears. Embarrassing mistakes. Secrets. And at the end, a figure appeared. Tall, black cloak. No face. But it wore his own face. The figure stepped closer. You will join the line. Lucas could barely breathe. The faceless figure in the train car wore his face perfectly. Every feature, every scar, every detail of his own body but wrong. Too calm, too patient. He stumbled back, but the chamber seemed to stretch endlessly. The walls pulsated, breathing along with him. The whispers grew louder, overlapping. Hundreds of voices, some screaming, some laughing, some pleading. You cannot leave, the voice said, this time from all directions. The line waits for you. Lucas tried to run. The tunnel stretched, twisted, and shifted. Every turn led him back to the chamber, the train car, the shadows. Then he saw the floor. Names carved into the concrete. Hundreds, thousands, some fresh, some decades old. Some familiar, some he recognized from local news reports of missing persons. The faceless figure stepped closer. You will join us, it whispered. Lucas screamed. His voice echoed endlessly, but no one came. He remembered the old journals he had read about the lost line. They said the underground railway wasn't abandoned. Not entirely, that it collected souls. that every person who vanished in Munich had passed through it. That the tunnels themselves were alive, patient, eternal. He realized the truth. The train car wasn't just a relic. It was a collection point, a gateway. The shadows advanced. Fingers of darkness, reaching for him, touching, whispering, pressing against his mind. Desperation took over. He grabbed a piece of rusted pipe. He swung at the faceless figure. The figure vanished, for a moment. Then the tunnel changed. He was no longer in the chamber. He was on the tracks. The train car was moving, slowly, silently. Lights flickered inside it, revealing hundreds of pale faces pressed against the windows. Screaming silently, waiting. Lucas felt a pull toward the train. The floor beneath him trembled. The whispers merged into one deep, calm voice. Step inside. Complete the line. Every instinct screamed no. Every thought shouted escape. But he felt his feet moving forward, drawn to the car as if it were alive. Then he remembered something else from the journals. One could survive, but only by understanding the line's purpose. The line was not just a prison. It was a collector of human essence, memories, fears, regrets. It didn't kill. It learned. It replicated. And it replaced. He stopped walking, stood firm. The shadows recoiled slightly. The faceless figure reappeared, close, inches from his face. You resist? It whispered. Yes, Lucas said, his voice trembling but loud. I am not yours. The shadows hesitated. The air grew heavier, colder, but Lucas held the ground. Then the train screeched, metal twisted, the chamber shook. The shadows screamed, a sound that rattled his very bones, and the train car disappeared. The tunnel returned to silence. The whispers vanished. Lucas was alone, for now, but he knew. The lost line doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. And someday it would return. Lucas didn't sleep that night. The city above seemed normal, alive, but his mind was trapped in the tunnels. He couldn't shake the whispers, the shadows, the faceless figure. The next day, he returned alone, against every instinct. The entrance behind the warehouse loomed like a gaping mouth. Rusted stairs descended into darkness. The smell of damp concrete hit him immediately. Cold, metallic, familiar. He switched on his flashlight. The beam revealed the walls covered in marks, names, symbols, the circle with 3 slashes again. Repeated, carved deeper. He descended. The first tunnel was empty, silent, too silent. Then the whisper returned, low, patient, calling his name. Lucas? He followed it, not knowing why. The corridor split. Left, right, both identical. Then he noticed the floor. Names again. Thousands of them. Some he recognized from missing persons reports. Recent. Some older. Decades old. Then he saw it. A door unlike anything else in the tunnel. Black, polished, with strange runes carved along its frame. The whisper came again, louder. Enter. Lucas hesitated. The air grew cold, thick. Shadows pooled around the base of the door. He opened it. Inside, a chamber of mirrors. Hundreds, reflecting not him, but everything he feared. Shadows of himself screaming silently. Past mistakes, regrets, memories he had buried, all staring back. The faceless figure appeared, same as before. But this time, dozens of them, clones of him, standing silently, watching. You cannot leave, it whispered. The line waits for you. Lucas realized the horrifying truth. The lost line wasn't just a tunnel. It was a consciousness. It learned. It adapted. It chose. Every missing person in Munich, every whisper in the journals, every shadow he saw before, it was all part of the line. It didn't just take people. It trained them, replaced them, made them part of its endless network. The shadows advanced. Reaching, touching, whispering, Lucas's mind raced. Escape seemed impossible. Then a memory hit him. One he had read in the journals. The line fears defiance more than anything. It cannot destroy those who confront it directly. It adapts, tests, but patience is its weapon. He squared his shoulders. Took a deep breath. I'm not yours, he said, voice echoing through the mirrors. The shadows recoiled. The faceless figures hesitated. The chamber shook violently, light flickering in every mirror. For a moment, Lucas felt control, but then he heard it. A deep, calm voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere. You resist. But resistance is only the beginning. The mirrors rippled. The corridor outside bent. The line had not lost. It had learned. And now it would test him further. Lucas understood the lost line wasn't just a place. It was eternal, patient, watching, waiting, and his nightmare was far from over. Lucas descended further into the lost line. Every step took him deeper into darkness. The tunnels twisted and shifted as if alive, stretching endlessly. Rusted pipes dripped water, echoing like distant whispers. The air was thick, cold, and carried a metallic scent that burned his lungs. The farther he went, the louder the whispers became. Names, dates, pleas, all overlapping. Hundreds, maybe thousands, trapped in some eternal chorus. Then he saw it, a massive chamber. Concrete walls, cracked and blackened. In the center, an enormous mirror tall enough to reach the ceiling, black as coal. Shadows swirled inside it, moving like liquid. The whispers seemed to emanate from it directly, and in front of the mirror, the faceless figure. Not one, dozens, hundreds, each wearing his face. Each smiling faintly, patient, waiting. "You've come far," the voice echoed from every shadow. "But the line tests all who enter. Will you endure or will you join us?" Lucas realized the test was not physical. It was mental, psychological. The mirror didn't just reflect fear, it magnified it, controlled it, made him doubt his own mind. He stepped closer. The shadows mirrored him perfectly, anticipating every move. Then he remembered the journals. One passage. The line fears confrontation more than flight. Its power grows with hesitation, but it falters when faced directly. Taking a deep breath, Lucas did something daring. He spoke. Loud. Clear. "I am not yours. I will not join you. I refuse." The shadows recoiled. The whispers turned into screeches. The mirrors trembled violently, cracking along their edges. But the faceless figures smiled faintly. "You resist. But defiance is only the beginning," they said, as the chamber shook. Suddenly, the floor beneath him rippled like water. The walls bent, shadows lunged. He was surrounded on all sides, trapped, and then he saw it. A passage, narrow, hidden behind a cracked wall. Light, faint, natural light filtering in from above. The line had given him a chance, a test. Lucas ran, heart pounding, slipping through the narrow gap. The shadows screamed, reaching, but he moved faster. He felt them brush against his back, cold, intangible, but terrifying. Finally he emerged. Daylight. The streets of Munich. Normal life. Cars honking, people walking. He looked back. The warehouse entrance was gone. The city above appeared ordinary, but Lucas knew the truth. The lost line never forgets. It adapts. It waits. That night he saw it again. In his apartment window. His own face, smiling faintly, calm, patient, watching. The lost line had followed him. It didn't need the tunnels anymore. It was inside him now. And he knew someday it would test him again. Lucas couldn't sleep, not anymore. The city of Munich was alive, bustling, ordinary, but he knew the truth. The lost line was inside him. Watching. Patient. Waiting. That night, at 1:13 a.m., he woke to a sound he hadn't heard before. 3 slow knocks. Not on a door, not in his apartment. Inside his head. The whispers returned, hundreds, maybe thousands, overlapping. Names, dates, pleas, screams. Lucas. Step inside. He knew what it meant. The line was calling him. The test was not over. Not by a long shot. He grabbed a flashlight, a recorder, and the key he had kept from the tunnels. The one that had tethered him to the lost line. As he stepped outside, the city felt different. Empty. Silent. The streetlights flickered. Shadows stretched unnaturally. He arrived at the warehouse. The entrance appeared, just like before, but this time it wasn't hidden. It pulsed, alive, waiting. He descended. The corridor shifted. The tunnels twisted impossibly. He heard hundreds of whispers, chanting his name, calling him forward. Then he reached the chamber. The massive black mirror loomed, surrounded by faceless figures all wearing his face. Each smiling faintly. Calm, patient. "You've returned," the deep voice echoed. "Now the final test begins." The shadows lunged. He felt their cold touch, but he stood firm. "You cannot have me," he shouted. The faceless figures recoiled. The mirror trembled violently. The whispers escalated into a deafening chorus. Then Lucas did the unthinkable. He stepped into the mirror not as a victim, but as a challenger. The black void swallowed him. Inside, the line stretched infinitely. Corridors of mirrors reflecting every fear, every regret, every person who had been taken before. Lucas confronted each reflection, each shadow, each faceless figure. He named them, acknowledged them, refused to be replaced. The void screamed, the shadows faltered. The mirror cracked from the inside, light bursting through. When Lucas emerged, he was back in his apartment. Sunlight streamed in. The key was gone. The shadows gone. He thought he was free, but then he saw his reflection in the window. It smiled faintly, patient, watching, waiting. He realized the horrifying truth. The lost line never leaves. It adapts. It observes. And someday, it will test him again. No matter where he goes, no matter what he does, it is inside him. And one day, he will have to return. Because the lost line never forgets. It waits. Forever. Romania, before the story begins, pause for a second. Comment below which country you're watching from, and make sure you subscribe because this story will make you question every dark forest path in Romania. Transylvania, 2020. A young traveler named Ana had always been drawn to the legends of Romania. Vampires, haunted forests, abandoned castles, she wanted to see it all. But nothing had prepared her for the forest she found near the village of Saisaoara. Locals called it Pădurea Umbrelor, the forest of shadows. They said anyone who wandered too deep never returned the same or at all. Ana didn't believe in ghosts. She didn't believe in legends. She believed in adventure. She entered the forest at dusk, camera in hand, recording her journey. The sun dipped below the trees, shadows stretching unnaturally, twisting with the wind. The deeper she went, the quieter it became, not just quiet, silent. No birds, no rustling animals. Only the whisper of the wind against bare branches. Then she saw the first symbol, carved into the bark of an ancient tree, a triangle with an eye inside it. She shivered but kept moving. As night fell, the forest grew colder. Fog rolled in, thick and heavy. Shapes moved in the mist, quick, darting, impossible to identify. Then she heard a whisper, her name, Ana. She spun, nothing. Just trees, shadows, fog. Her camera captured something she couldn't see clearly. A figure, standing still, far in the distance, between the trees. No face. Just a dark silhouette, watching, patient. Ana tried to walk faster, but the forest seemed to shift. Paths she had taken before were gone. Trees rearranged themselves, shadows danced. The whisper returned, louder. Ana! She ran, branches slapping her arms and face, fog wrapping around her like hands. Then she stumbled into a clearing, an abandoned cabin. Old, rotting wood. Windows shattered. Door hanging off its hinges. Inside, she found a journal. Pages yellowed, written in a language she couldn't fully read. Drawings of trees, symbols, strange figures. Notes about people disappearing, shadows moving in circles, whispers calling names. The last entry. Chilling. They wait, patient, watching. Once they choose, you cannot leave. Then she heard movement behind her. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. She turned. Empty room. But the fog from outside had entered the cabin. Shapes formed inside it, dark, moving, almost human, but twisted. They reached toward her, whispers echoing from every corner. You belong to the forest. Ana realized the horrifying truth. The forest didn't just exist, it was alive. It waited, it chose, and she had been chosen. Ana's heart pounded as she backed away from the shapes in the cabin. The fog seemed alive, curling around her legs like cold, wet fingers. Every step she took echoed unnaturally, though the cabin was empty. Then the whispers became words, clear, deliberate, and horrifying. You cannot leave. You belong. Ana stumbled toward the door, but it slammed shut on its own. The cabin groaned as if breathing. She looked around desperately. Her camera? On the ground, recording, but when she picked it up, the screen was filled with static, and her own face smiling faintly. Not her expression, but a twisted, calm version of herself. A low voice came from the corner. Not human, not animal. Somewhere in between. Welcome, Ana. The fog thickened. Shapes emerged fully from it now, tall, thin figures with faceless heads, all moving toward her silently. Each step they took made no sound on the wooden floor, but a terrible pressure filled the air, pressing against her chest. Then she remembered the journal. Notes about travelers who became one with the forest. Her stomach churned. She realized that the forest didn't just consume bodies. It consumed minds, memories, fear, and eventually, identity. The faceless figures stopped a few feet from her. One reached out a hand. Shadowed, almost liquid. "You will walk with us," it whispered. "Or be left behind." Aina ran to the shattered window. She leapt outside into the fog, branches slapping her arms and face. But the forest shifted. Paths she had taken disappeared. Every tree seemed to move subtly, guiding her deeper. She could hear the whispers all around her, thousands of voices overlapping, each saying her name. Then she saw the heart of the forest, a massive ancient oak. Its trunk was hollowed, black inside, symbols carved deep into the wood. Light glowed faintly from within. Shapes danced around the base, moving in a circle, chanting in an old language. Aina realized this was where the forest drew its power, where it collected those it had chosen. She felt a presence behind her, the first figure from the cabin. It spoke, voice calm, patient, almost kind. "You cannot escape. But you may survive if you understand." Aina's mind raced. What did it mean? How could she survive a forest alive, patient, and older than any human memory? She stepped closer to the ancient oak. The shapes halted, watching. The whispers stopped for a moment, a silence so loud it deafened her. Inside the hollow, she saw hundreds of names etched into the wood. Travelers who had vanished. Locals who had disappeared. Tourists, children, explorers, all waiting, all patient. And then, one of the names glowed faintly. Her own. Aina realized the forest had already marked her. Aina's legs shook as she stared at her name glowing faintly in the ancient oak. The forest had chosen her. The shadows began to move again, slow, deliberate, encircling her. Their presence pressed into her mind, whispering not just her name, but her deepest fears. Every mistake, every regret, every memory she had tried to bury, all of it, was laid bare. "You will join us," one voice said, calm, patient, yet chilling. Aina's hands trembled. She remembered the journal. There was a hint, a faint clue about survival. Understand the forest. Acknowledge it. Respect it. Only then may the forest release you. For a time. Taking a shaky breath, she spoke aloud. "I see you. I know you are here. I acknowledge you." The shadows paused. The fog thickened, swirling around her like a living thing. The whispers became louder, then louder still, until they became one singular voice, echoing through every tree, every leaf, every branch. "You know now, but do you understand?" Aina nodded, fear and resolve mingling in her chest. "I understand. I will not forget. I will respect you. I will not become lost." The figures halted completely. The fog thinned slightly. Light from the hollow oak flickered, casting strange shadows across the forest floor. But the forest wasn't done. Branches twisted unnaturally, forming barriers. The path she had taken before was gone. The forest wanted her to leave through a different way, its way. She ran, heart pounding. The whispers followed her, now soft, insistent, like a cold wind brushing her ears. Shapes darted in the fog, close enough to touch, yet always intangible. Hours passed. She didn't know if it was minutes or days. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, a labyrinth that tested not her body, but her mind. Then she found a river. Cold, dark, flowing unnaturally fast. Across it, she could see the edge of the forest, faint lights of civilization beyond. The shapes stopped at the water's edge. The fog hung like a curtain. "You may leave," one voice whispered. "For now." Aina crossed the river, water biting at her legs, branches scratching her arms. Behind her, the forest remained alive, watching, patient, waiting. When she finally emerged into the village, dawn broke. The fog from the forest hadn't followed. The normal sounds of life returned. Birds, footsteps, distant conversations, but Aina knew the forest had marked her. It had chosen her. And the moment she forgot, the moment she doubted, it would call again. Her name, patient, calm, waiting, forever. Aina couldn't sleep. The village seemed normal, alive with the sounds of morning live hens clucking, carts creaking, distant voices. But in her mind, the forest lingered. Every shadow, every whisper, every flicker of movement in her peripheral vision reminded her that the forest of shadows had not forgotten her. She opened the journal again. The pages she couldn't read before now seemed clearer, almost speaking to her. The forest had a history. A purpose. Centuries ago, it had been a sacred place. A gathering ground for something older than humans. The trees weren't ordinary, they were vessels. Collectors of memory, fear, and life essence. Those who entered and failed to respect it became part of it. Names carved into the oak were not just warnings, they were incubators for the forest's consciousness. Aina shivered. She realized what the figures had meant when they said she belonged. Later that evening, she felt it again. The whispers. Not far off, but inside her mind. Soft, patient, almost pleading. You remember? Her reflection in the window didn't match her own movements. It smiled faintly, calm, patient. Waiting. Aina knew she had to return. Not to defy the forest, but to truly confront it, understand it, and make a choice. She packed a bag and entered the forest at twilight. The fog rolled in immediately. Shadows stretched unnaturally, like tall fingers. Shapes emerged, faceless, slow, circling her. You understand, one whispered, but do you accept? The ancient oak appeared in the center of the clearing. The hollow trunk pulsed with a faint inner light. Hundreds of names glowed briefly on the bark. Aina approached, trembling but determined. I accept your presence, she said. I respect your patience. I will not fear you, nor ignore you. The forest paused. The fog shifted. The shadows stopped circling. For the first time, Aina felt control, but then the light inside the oak brightened. Shapes surged forward, faster, overwhelming. The forest tested her resolve. Every memory, every fear, every hidden regret was projected around her visions of failure, loneliness, terror. Aina screamed, but the scream didn't escape her lips. It echoed in the forest itself, absorbed by the trees. You may leave, the faceless figures whispered finally. But part of you remains, always. Aina stumbled back, crossed the river, and emerged into the village. Daylight flooded her senses. Birds sang, life carried on. But Aina was changed. Every mirror, every window, every reflection reminded her. The forest had marked her. It had followed her, patient, eternal, inside her mind. She could never truly forget. And the next traveler, wandering into the Paduria umbrella, would add another name. Another whisper, another shadow. Aina's heart pounded as she stared at the Paduria umbrella from the edge of the river. The forest was quiet now, deceptively calm. The fog had thinned, but the shadows lingered, still patient, still watching. Her reflection in the water rippled. And for a fleeting moment, it didn't match her movements. A faint smile curved across the mirrored face. Calm, patient, waiting. Aina knew the truth. The forest was inside her now. Every shadow, every whisper, every fear she had ever felt, it lived within her. That night, she dreamed of the forest. She walked through endless corridors of trees, each tree pulsating, alive. Shadows with faceless heads glided past, whispering her name. The ancient oak appeared, glowing faintly, its hollow trunk stretching into infinite darkness. You belong, a voice said softly. She screamed in her dream, but it was absorbed. The forest had claimed even her dreams. Morning came, but the feeling didn't leave. Every window, every reflective surface reminded her. She tried to speak to someone in the village. No one could see what she saw. No one could hear what she heard. She was alone with the forest inside her. Days passed. Weeks. She tried to live normally, but the whispers grew louder, persistent, patient. One evening, she glimpsed a figure outside her window. Faceless, tall, calm. It raised a hand as if beckoning. Aina understood. She would never truly escape. The forest was eternal, patient, watching, waiting, and someday it would call her back. She had survived, but at a cost. A part of her, forever, belonged to the Paduria umbrella. Every reflection, every shadow, every silent moment, it was alive. She was never alone, and she would never forget. True scary story. Japan, the Shirokuma Shrine. Before the story begins, pause for a second. Comment below which country you're watching from, and make sure you subscribe because this story will make you question every shadow near old Japanese temples. Kyoto, 2021. Hiroshi was a university student obsessed with urban legends. Haunted temples, abandoned towns, cursed shrines, he wanted to see them all. One legend caught his attention. The Shirokuma Shrine, an abandoned temple deep in the mountains outside Kyoto. Locals said anyone who entered after sunset never returned or returned. Changed. Hiroshi didn't believe in curses. He believed in exploration. He arrived at the foot of the mountain as the sun dipped below the horizon. Fog rolled through the trees. The path was narrow, overgrown, almost invisible. He reached the shrine just as night fully fell. Moonlight illuminated crumbling torii gates and broken lanterns. The air smelled of damp stone and old incense. Inside the main hall, he found rows of small wooden statues, hundreds of them. Bears. White bears. The legend had said the shrine was dedicated to a guardian spirit disguised as a bear. But as Hiroshi approached, he noticed something horrifying. The eyes of the statues seemed alive, watching, following him. Then he heard a sound, a soft, childlike giggle. "Who's there?" Hiroshi called. His voice echoed unnaturally. The giggle repeated, closer. He turned, but the shrine was empty. Only the statues remained. He stepped outside for a breath of air, and the fog had thickened. Shapes moved between the trees, quick and silent. Shadows that didn't belong. Then he noticed his camera on the ground, recording. When he checked it, the screen displayed hundreds of images he hadn't taken. Statues with open mouths, statues shifting positions, dark shadows standing behind them. A whisper reached him. "Join us." Hiroshi ran down the mountain path. But the forest had changed. The torii gates behind him disappeared. He was lost. The whispers grew louder, repeating his name. Hiroshi. Hiroshi. Then he stumbled into a clearing. A small stone shrine stood alone, glowing faintly. The statues were there too, surrounding it. And among them, a bear unlike the rest. Larger. Standing upright. Eyes black as night. Patient. Watching. Hiroshi realized the legend was true. The spirit was real. And it had been waiting for him. Hiroshi's heart raced as he stared at the large bear statue in the clearing. It was not a statue. Not entirely. The surface seemed to ripple, like skin, like living flesh. The eyes were black voids, patient, calm, knowing. The other white bear statues shifted slightly, moving in perfect unison, surrounding him. A whisper echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "Stay. Or become one of us." Hiroshi tried to run, but the forest had changed. The path behind him had vanished. Trees stretched unnaturally, their branches curling like hands, blocking every exit. The bear advanced slowly, each step silent, yet the pressure in the air grew unbearable. Hiroshi could feel the forest itself watching, waiting, testing him. He remembered the journals he had read online about the shrine warnings from previous explorers. They spoke of spirits that absorbed fear, patience that outlasted humans, and those who failed, disappearing completely. The bear raised one paw. Shadows stretched from its limbs, crawling along the ground, reaching for him. "You fear, you resist. You belong," the voice said. Calm, patient, echoing. Hiroshi realized the only way to survive was to confront it, not flee. He shouted, loud enough to echo across the clearing. "I see you. I know you exist. I acknowledge you." The bear froze. The shadows recoiled slightly. The fog thickened, swirling in chaotic patterns, but for a moment, Hiroshi felt control. Then the ground beneath him trembled. The statues began moving faster, their small wooden mouths opening silently. Hundreds of tiny whispers joined the main voice, creating a deafening chorus. Hiroshi's mind raced. He had to do something. He grabbed a fallen lantern and swung it toward the bear. The flame flickered against the dark eyes. The bear stopped. The shadows shrank. Silence returned heavy, suffocating. For the first time, Hiroshi could move. Slowly, he backed toward the shrine at the center of the clearing. The faint glow inside beckoned him. Inside the hollow, he discovered something horrifying. Hundreds of names carved into the stone floor. Travelers who had vanished over centuries, their essence absorbed by the spirit. The bear had been collecting them, patiently, one by one. Hiroshi realized the terrifying truth. He could survive, but part of him would remain here, inside the shrine, inside the spirit. A voice whispered again, "You may leave, but part of you will stay." Hiroshi stepped back, heart pounding, adrenaline surging. He fled through the forest, branches scratching his arms, fog curling around him like hands. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. He didn't know. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, he emerged. The first rays of dawn illuminated the mountain path. The shrine and statues were gone, as if they had never existed. But Hiroshi knew better. The bear spirit had marked him. Patient. Watching. Waiting. Forever. Hiroshi couldn't stop thinking about the bear spirit. Every reflection, every shadow, every whisper in his apartment reminded him of the shrine. It wasn't just a place in the mountains, it was inside him now. Patient. Watching. Waiting. He returned to Kyoto, desperate to understand the legend. He visited libraries, temples, and old archives. Ancient scrolls told of a guardian spirit, Shirokuma, older than human memory. A being that fed on fear but valued courage, patience, and acknowledgement. Those who entered the shrine could survive only by understanding it. The previous explorers, the ones who vanished, they had failed to comprehend it. And the bear spirit absorbed their essence, storing it for centuries. Hiroshi's obsession grew. He had survived once, but now he had to confront the spirit fully. At night, he returned to the mountain. The fog had returned, thick and alive. Shadows twisted between trees, whispering. He reached the clearing. The hollow shrine was there, glowing faintly. Hundreds of white bear statues surrounded it, silent. And in the center, the large black bear, standing upright, calm, patient, waiting. Hiroshi stepped closer. The shadows advanced, forming a corridor toward the shrine. He could feel hundreds of eyes, not just on him but inside him. "You have returned," the deep voice whispered. "Now you must choose fear or acceptance." The bear extended a paw, and Hiroshi realized the choice. He could run and leave part of himself behind forever, carrying the mark forever connected to the spirit. Or he could step into the shrine, fully acknowledge the spirit, risk everything, and perhaps gain understanding, even survival. His mind raced, the fog thickened, shadows twisted. He could hear screams, whispers, and faint giggles of past victims, all urging him forward. Hiroshi took a deep breath, stepped toward the shrine, and spoke aloud. "I accept you. I understand. I am not afraid." The bear paused. The statues shimmered. The shadows recoiled. The fog swirled violently, then lifted, revealing the shrine in full detail for the first time. Inside, the hollow glowed bright. Names of previous explorers floated in the air, their whispers calm. They were not gone. They were part of the shrine, now peaceful, patient, not lost, but absorbed. Hiroshi stepped fully into the shrine. His mind stretched, expanded, connecting with something ancient, patient, eternal. Fear surged, but he held it. Acceptance followed. When he emerged hours later, dawn had broken. The forest appeared normal. The shrine was gone. Only the path remained. Hiroshi was alive, fully, but he was changed. The spirit's mark remained, patient, watching, waiting. And sometimes at night, Hiroshi could hear whispers calling his name. Soft, calm, gentle. Reminding him that Shirokuma was always near. True Scary Story, USA. The abandoned hospital in Pennsylvania. Before the story begins, pause for a second. Comment below which state you're watching from, and make sure you subscribe, because this story will make you question every abandoned building you've ever entered. Pennsylvania, 2019. Ethan was a thrill-seeker and urban explorer. Abandoned factories, forgotten schools, old prisons, he had seen them all. But nothing intrigued him more than the Greystone Psychiatric Hospital, abandoned for over 50 years, infamous for rumors of cruel experiments and patient disappearances. Locals whispered that at night, screams could still be heard echoing through the broken halls, and shadows moved where no one should be. Ethan arrived just before sunset, camera in hand, excited and skeptical. The main building loomed ahead, a crumbling Gothic structure with broken windows and rusted gates. A cold wind blew through the corridors, carrying the faint scent of decay. Inside, the halls were dark, the floorboards creaking under his weight. Rusted wheelchairs and shattered hospital beds were scattered across rooms, frozen in time. Graffiti covered walls, but some of it looked like warnings. "Leave now. They are watching." Ethan smiled nervously. He chalked it up to pranksters. He explored deeper. In the basement, he found old patient files scattered across the floor. Names, dates, notes, many patients had vanished without explanation. Some files mentioned strange experiments, sensory deprivation, isolation, even psychic testing. Then he heard it. A whisper, soft, coming from the end of the hall. Ethan, his heart raced. He checked his camera, it was recording, but the screen flickered strangely. The whisper repeated, louder. "Ethan, come." He followed the sound cautiously. The hallway twisted unnaturally. Doors that weren't there moments ago appeared, swinging open into darkness. Suddenly the lights flickered on. In the room ahead, shadowy figures hovered over a long metal table. Patients? Or something else? Their faces were blank, yet Ethan felt them watching, examining him. A cold hand touched his shoulder. He spun around empty. The whispers became chanting, hundreds of voices overlapping, echoing through the decayed halls. Ethan ran, but the hospital seemed endless. Corridors looping back impossibly, stairs leading nowhere. The shadows followed silently, patient, persistent. Then he found the treatment room, filled with old machines. Electroshock devices, restraints, jars with something inside. On the wall, written in old blood-red paint. "Once you enter, you belong." The figures appeared again, closer this time. Faceless, dark, patient. Ethan screamed, but no sound escaped, only the echoes in his mind. He grabbed a window and leapt into the night, falling into the overgrown garden. Trees and fog swallowed him. Behind him, the hospital doors slammed shut. When he finally reached his car, dawn broke. The hospital looked empty, ordinary, abandoned. But Ethan knew the truth. Some places never truly let go. Some spirits, patient and eternal, watch and wait for those curious enough to enter. And the Greystone Hospital had marked him. Forever. Ethan couldn't sleep. Every shadow in his apartment seemed alive. Every creak of the floor sounded like footsteps. The whispers were constant. "Ethan, come back." Unable to resist, he returned to the hospital. Fog covered the grounds, thick and heavy. Inside, the hallways seemed alive. Doors appeared where none had existed. Rusted wheelchairs moved slightly. Shadows danced along the walls, following him. In the basement, patient files lay where he had left them. But some names were new. His own among them, written in shaky handwriting. Figures emerged from the corners tall, faceless, their hands reaching, slow but deliberate. "You cannot leave," a deep whisper said. Calm, patient, eternal. Ethan ran, but the building had changed. Every step brought him back to the same room, the treatment room. On the table lay objects he hadn't seen before. Jars with dark, swirling liquid, rusted instruments, old restraints. The room hummed with energy. Shadows crowded closer, whispering hundreds of names, including his. In desperation, Ethan shouted, "I acknowledge you, I see you, I am not afraid." The shadows recoiled. The room became still. The corridors straightened. The hospital felt silent, waiting. Ethan emerged into the foggy night. Dawn broke. The hospital looked ordinary, but he knew better. A part of him had remained behind. Patient, watching, waiting, forever. Weeks later, Ethan returned one final time. Shadows inside him were growing stronger. Night fell, fog blanketed the grounds. The forested area around the hospital seemed alive. The shadows emerged, whispering hundreds of names, including his own. The tallest shadow stepped forward. "You cannot leave. Not until you understand." The hospital didn't just trap travelers. It trapped their fear, their will, their mind. Those who resisted became shadows. Those who acknowledged survived, but never fully free. Ethan stepped into the treatment room. The carved symbols glowed faintly. The shadow waited, patient, eternal. "I see you." "I understand. I'm not afraid," Ethan whispered. The shadows receded. The corridors straightened. The hospital seemed normal. Ethan was free, but changed. A part of the hospital now lived inside him. Patient, watching, waiting, always. True scary story. Germany. The Black Forest nightmare before the story begins. Pause for a second. Comment below which country you're watching from and make sure you subscribe because this story will make you question every forest path you've ever walked alone. Lucas was a photographer obsessed with abandoned places. Castles, old factories, ruined villages. He had traveled all over Europe. But nothing intrigued him more than the Black Forest, famous for its ancient legends, lost travelers, and tales of spirits that could manipulate time. Locals warned him, "Do not wander after dusk. The forest doesn't forget, and it doesn't forgive." He laughed it off. Legends were stories after all. He entered the forest in the late afternoon, camera slung around his neck. The trees were dense, sunlight barely reaching the forest floor. Mist rolled through the pines like slow-moving clouds. Hours passed. He photographed decaying cabins, strange tree formations, moss-covered stones. But as twilight approached, Lucas noticed something strange. The path he had followed no longer seemed familiar. Every turn led him deeper into unfamiliar territory. The forest seemed alive. Shadows stretched unnaturally. Shapes moved just beyond his vision. Then he heard it, a soft whisper, carried by the wind. "Lucas!" He froze. His name, clear, patient, almost beckoning. Branches snapped behind him. He spun nothing. Only fog curling between the trees. He continued, trying to remain calm. But the whispers grew louder, overlapping, coming from every direction. "Lucas, come, stay." Panic surged. He realized he was completely lost. His GPS and phone had no signal. The forest had him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mist. Tall, black, faceless. It glided, patient, calm, watching. Lucas lifted his camera and took a photo. The flash lit up the mist, but the figure was gone. Only shadows remained. Then he realized something worse. The shadows were following him, mimicking his movements, twisting unnaturally, waiting patiently. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. Lucas stumbled upon a clearing where a ruined stone cabin stood. Inside, hundreds of carved symbols covered the walls. Eyes, faces, figures, all etched into the stone. The shadows surrounded him. He could feel them in his chest, tugging at his mind, patient and silent. A whisper came again, deep and calm. "You cannot leave." Not yet. Lucas remembered one thing. Acceptance. Acknowledge the forest. Do not fight. Do not fear. He whispered aloud. "I see you. I understand. I am not afraid." The shadows paused. The mist receded slightly. The forest shifted. Lucas felt calm. He was free, but changed. Lucas returned to the forest, drawn by the whispers. Night fell. Fog thickened. Trees twisted unnaturally. Shadows emerged, whispering hundreds of names, including his own. "Do not resist," a calm voice said. "You belong." But only if you understand. He stepped into the clearing, cabin before him. Carved symbols glowed faintly. The tallest shadow waited, patient, eternal. "I see you. I understand. I am not afraid," he whispered. The shadows receded. The fog lifted. Lucas felt calm. He was free. But the forest had marked him. Patient, watching, waiting, always. Part 3 Germany. Lucas woke in a cold sweat. Even far from the forest, the shadows were inside him. Whispers echoed constantly. "Lucas, you belong." He returned one final time. The black forest loomed. Shadows emerged, whispering his name. The tallest shadow stepped forward. "You cannot leave. Not until you understand." Lucas realized the forest trapped their fear, their will, their mind. Resistance meant being consumed. Acceptance meant survival, but never full freedom. He whispered, "I see you. I understand. I am not afraid." The shadows receded. The forest shifted. Lucas emerged at dawn, calm but changed. A part of the black forest lived inside him. Patient, watching, waiting, forever. True scary story. Canada. The frozen cabin in Ontario. Before the story begins, pause for a second. Comment below which country you're watching from and make sure you subscribe because this story will make you never want to wander alone in the wilderness of Canada. Ontario, Canada. Winter 2021. Mia loved adventure. She spent her weekends hiking, camping, and exploring remote cabins in Canada's wilderness. But her latest expedition would become a nightmare she could never escape. She had heard stories about a cabin deep in Ontario, abandoned for decades, called the Frost Hollow Cabin. Locals whispered about strange disappearances, unexplained shadows, and people who entered the cabin but never returned. Of course, Mia didn't believe the rumors. Adventure was her life. She arrived at the edge of a frozen lake at dusk, the cabin barely visible through the snowstorm. The forest was silent, except for the crunch of snow beneath her boots. The cabin was old, wooden, covered in frost. Windows were shattered. The door creaked as she pushed it open. Inside, she found old furniture covered in dust, shattered glass, and a fireplace, long since cold. But then she noticed something strange. Footprints. Human, small, but fresh. Leading from the entrance into the darkness of the back room. A chill ran down her spine. She followed. The back room was filled with strange symbols carved into the walls. Frost-covered jars sat on shelves, filled with dark liquid that shimmered in the dim light. Suddenly she heard a whisper, soft but clear. Mia. Her heart pounded. She looked around. The room was empty. Another whisper, why are you here? Then the temperature dropped drastically. Her breath turned into frost instantly. Shadows stretched across the walls unnaturally, moving without source. She tried to leave, but the door slammed shut. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, echoing off the walls. Stay. Forever, panic surged. She tried every exit. The cabin seemed to shift, corridors stretching impossibly, doors appearing where none had been. From the shadows emerged faceless figures, tall and dark. They moved slowly, patiently, observing her. Mia realized the terrifying truth. The cabin didn't just trap people, it fed on fear, patience, and time itself. Those who resisted became shadows, those who accepted survived, but forever changed. She remembered something her grandfather once told her. Fear is a trap. You must face it. Trembling, Mia whispered, I see you, I understand. I am not afraid. The shadows paused. The temperature rose slightly. The cabin seemed to sigh. For a moment, the shadows receded, the doors aligned, and Mia escaped into the frozen wilderness. When she emerged, the sun was rising. The cabin looked abandoned, normal, innocent. But Mia knew better. A part of Frost Hollow lived inside her now. Patient, watching, waiting. And it always would. Mia couldn't stop thinking about Frost Hollow cabin. Even in her apartment far from the forest, shadows lingered in every corner. Every reflection, every flicker of light seemed to twist unnaturally. The whispers were constant. Mia. Come back. Sleep offered no escape. Nightmares of the cabin, frozen jars, and faceless figures haunted her every moment. She realized the cabin had left something inside her. Something patient, watching, eternal. One night, driven by an unexplainable pull, Mia returned. The frozen lake was shrouded in thick fog. Trees loomed like dark sentinels. The snow crunched under her boots, echoing through the silence. The cabin appeared ahead, frost covering its timbers. The air smelled of decay and cold, biting at her lungs. Shadows twisted around her. They were patient, silent, and deliberate. She entered. The door creaked and slammed behind her. Inside, the symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly. Frost-covered jars lined the shelves, and something in the shadows shifted, watching. From the darkness emerged faceless figures. Tall, black, patient. Their presence was suffocating. The whispers overlapped, dozens of voices, hundreds repeating her name. Mia. Stay forever. Panic surged. Mia ran through corridors that twisted impossibly. Every door led back to the same room, the room with the carved symbols and jars. The tallest shadow stepped forward. Its presence felt eternal. You cannot leave until you understand, it whispered. This is your choice, fear or acceptance. Mia realized the truth. The cabin didn't just trap people. It fed on fear, will, and patience. Resistance meant being consumed and becoming another shadow. Acceptance meant survival, but never complete freedom. Trembling, she stepped forward. I see you. I understand. I'm not afraid. The shadows paused. The temperature rose slightly. The room seemed to breathe. For the first time, Mia felt calm. The shadows receded, the doors aligned, and she fled into the frozen wilderness. The sun was rising when she reached the forest edge. The cabin looked abandoned, normal, innocent. But Mia knew better. A part of Frost Hollow cabin lived inside her now. Patient, watching, waiting, always, forever. Mia woke in a cold sweat. Even far from Frost Hollow cabin, the shadows lingered inside her. Every reflection twisted unnaturally. Every whisper of wind carried a familiar voice. Mia. You belong. She knew she had to return one final time. Not out of curiosity, not out of bravery, out of necessity. The cabin had marked her. Patient, eternal. Night fell, snow blanketing the frozen lake. Trees loomed overhead like dark sentinels. Shadows moved silently among the trunks. The fog thickened, curling around her legs. The cabin emerged ahead, frost-covered and foreboding. The door creaked open before she even touched it. Inside, the carved symbols glowed faintly. Frost-covered jars lined the shelves. The tallest shadow awaited her, patient, eternal, silent. You cannot leave, it whispered. Not until you understand. Mia realized the horrifying truth. The cabin did not just trap people, it trapped their fear, their will, their very mind. Those who resisted became shadows, patient and eternal. Those who accepted survived, but were never truly free. She stepped into the center of the room, surrounded by the faceless figures. Every instinct screamed to run, but she remembered the first rule: acknowledgement, acceptance, courage. I see you. I understand. I am not afraid, she whispered, voice trembling. The shadows recoiled. The temperature rose slightly. The symbols on the walls pulsed faintly. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then, slowly the shadows receded. The doors aligned. The frost melted slightly. The cabin seemed to sigh. Mia stepped outside, into the rising sun. The forest looked ordinary, peaceful, untouched. But she knew the truth. A part of Frost Hollow cabin now lived inside her. Patient, watching, waiting, eternal. And she knew one day it would call her back, forever. Aokigahara Forest. Japan, summer 2022. Hikaru was an adventurous hiker who loved exploring Japan's remote wilderness. He had heard stories about Aokigahara, the sea of trees. At the base of Mount Fuji, legendary for its dense trees, unnatural silence, and the whispers of those who had vanished there. Locals warned him, do not wander after dusk. The forest has eyes and it keeps secrets. Hikaru smiled nervously. Legends were just stories after all. He entered the forest in the late afternoon. Sunlight barely pierced the thick canopy. The air was heavy, and a strange stillness made his skin crawl. Mist rolled over the ground like moving smoke. Hours passed. Hikaru photographed twisted trees, moss-covered stones, and the deep silence that seemed to press against his ears. But as evening approached, he realized something terrifying. The path he had followed no longer made sense. Every turn led him deeper into unfamiliar territory. The forest seemed alive, almost sentient. Shadows shifted unnaturally. Shapes moved just beyond his vision. Then he heard it, a whisper, carried by the wind. Hikaru. His heart pounded. He looked around. Nothing, just the mist curling between the trunks. Another whisper, closer, stick with us. Panic surged. He tried to retrace his steps, but the forest seemed endless. Every path brought him back to the same spot. A clearing with a ruined shrine. Inside the shrine, hundreds of small statues sat in silence. Faces carved into stone stared at him, patient, eternal. And in the center, a small pile of offerings. Coins, paper, and strange trinkets left by the missing. The shadows moved closer, faceless, black, patient. They whispered dozens of names, including his. Hikaru realized the horrifying truth. Aokigahara did not just claim lives. It trapped them, feeding on fear, confusion, and patience. Those who resisted were consumed. Those who accepted survived, but never fully. He remembered an old lesson. Fear was the weapon, acknowledgement the shield. Trembling, he whispered, I see you, I understand. I am not afraid. The shadows paused. The forest seemed to breathe. For a brief moment, silence returned. The mist receded. The shrine appeared ordinary, peaceful. Hikaru emerged into the fading sunlight. Aokigahara looked normal, quiet, innocent. But he knew better. A part of the forest had entered him. Patient, watching, waiting. And it always would. Hikaru couldn't stop thinking about Aokigahara. Even in the city, shadows seemed to follow him. Every reflection in windows twisted unnaturally. Every whisper of the wind carried faint voices calling his name. Hikaru, come back. Sleep offered no relief. Nightmares of the forest, the ruined shrine, and faceless figures haunted his mind. He knew the forest had left something inside him, something patient, watching, eternal. One evening, unable to resist, Hikaru returned. The forest greeted him like a living being. The trees loomed over him, black and silent. The fog rolled thickly over the forest floor. Every step echoed unnaturally, as if the forest itself was listening. The path shifted. What he remembered as a clear trail now twisted impossibly. Shadows stretched along the trunks, moving independently. In the clearing, the ruined shrine awaited. The statues seemed alive, their stone eyes glinting faintly. The pile of offerings pulsed with an unholy energy. From the shadows emerged faceless figures, tall, black, patient. They moved silently, watching him. Mia, stay forever. No, Hikaru thought. That wasn't her name. But the whispers didn't care. They echoed hundreds of names. His heart pounded as they surrounded him. "You cannot leave," a deep whisper said, calm, patient, eternal. Hikaru understood the forest's truth. It didn't just trap people, it fed on fear, patience, and time. Resistance meant being consumed. Acceptance meant survival, but never full freedom. Summoning all his courage, Hikaru whispered, "I see you. I understand." "I am not afraid." The shadows recoiled. The mist lifted slightly. The statues of the shrine seemed ordinary again. The forest's presence, though still heavy, felt less threatening. Hikaru fled. Branches tore at his clothes, snow and mist clinging to him, but he did not look back. When he reached the edge of the forest, dawn had broken. The forest appeared peaceful, almost innocent, but he knew better. A part of Aokigahara had entered him, patient, watching, waiting, eternal, and he knew one day it would call him back forever. Hikaru woke in a cold sweat. Even far from Aokigahara, the shadows were inside him. Every reflection twisted unnaturally. Every whisper of the wind carried a familiar voice. "Hikaru, you belong." He knew he had to return one final time. Not out of curiosity, not out of bravery, but out of necessity. The forest had marked him, patient, eternal. Night fell. The mist rolled thick over the forest floor, curling around his legs. The trees loomed like sentinels, dark and silent. Shadows stretched unnaturally between trunks, patient and deliberate. The ruined shrine appeared ahead. The statue's eyes glinted faintly in the moonlight. The tallest shadow emerged from the mist, faceless, towering, eternal. "You cannot leave," it whispered. "Not until you understand." Hikaru realized the horrifying truth. Aokigahara did not merely trap travelers, it trapped their fear, their will, their very mind. Those who resisted became shadows, patient and eternal. Those who accepted survived, but never fully. Every instinct screamed to flee, but Hikaru remembered the first rule: acknowledgement, acceptance, courage. "I see you. I understand. I am not afraid," he whispered, voice trembling. The shadow paused. The mist lifted slightly. The statues of the shrine appeared ordinary again. For the first time, silence returned. Hikaru stepped out of the clearing. The forest seemed peaceful, untouched, innocent. But he knew better. A part of Aokigahara had entered him. Patient, watching, waiting, eternal. And he knew. One day, it would call him back. Forever.